You better believe I'm gonna talk about it audiobook. You better believe I'm gonna talk about it author by Rinna audiobook by PSP. You better believe I'm gonna talk about it. A bold and funny story of reality TV fame, loss and reinvention prologue. Welcome to the Renaissance, or my lips are legendary, they will never gloss over the truth. I shot one of my very first scenes of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills RHOBH with Eileen Davidson, Yolanda Hadid, and the show's then breakout star Brandi Glanville. We were at a hotel restaurant when Brandi came out of the bathroom in full glam while the rest of us were daytime casual. I was in a white leather jacket and jeans while Brandi was stuffed into a short cocktail dress, her hair in a bouffant and with a full face of makeup. I remember being stunned by her appearance. Brandi had been on the phone with the show's producers for 3 hours and they were in a panic. The show's boring, Brandi lamented when we started rolling, as if the weight of the Western world was resting on her perfectly toned little shoulders. We gotta make something happen. We were supposed to be doing a real show, and here they were filming her breaking the fourth wall, a major no-no in the school of acting I came from. Sensing our surprise, Brandi explained, "Don't worry, they can cut around it." Sighing, she added, "Okay, well, sorry, I feel I have to do this, so you're just going to have to go with it." Then she threw her glass of wine in Eileen's face. Luckily, she had drank most of it. Welcome to the big leagues, bitches. Turns out that little minx Brandi knew she was going to throw wine in Eileen's face, so she figured she might as well look hot when she did it. Love that story? Well, every bit of it is true, and it only gets more bananas from there. I've been a star for 3 decades now, and for all of it, from the soaps to talk shows to my infamous stint on RHOBH, I've been known as a truth teller. I can't help it. Why be anything else? I've often said my lips have a career of their own, but it's the words that come out of them that have gained me fans all over the world and turned friends into enemies. I've gotten into so much trouble for expressing myself. I've literally been fined $50,000 by Bravo for opening my mouth and unleashing impulsive opinions on Instagram. That's one reason why, after 8 years clawing my way to the top of RHOBH, I decided to leave the show. Listen, I had a great time. It was really only the last year that sucked. Before that, there'd been a lot of laughs, so many great stories, and many epic moments with these ladies. It was a good time until it was. Now that I'm off the show for good, I'm ready to speak my mind, no holds barred, and not just about the housewives, but about my whole career, my whole life even. This isn't just a housewives book. This is my book, so honey, buckle up, because you better believe I'm gonna talk about it. She has never once in all of that time uttered an untruth, my lovely husband, Harry Hamlin, once confirmed in an interview, but I still feel like my fans don't know all of me. There's Rinna and there's Lisa. They know the Rinna who wigged out on Kim Richards and smashed a wineglass on the table in front of her in Amsterdam. Metaphorically wigged out because that was my real hair. They don't know the Lisa who was in a fog of despair over the loss of her mother during my last year on the show. Not that grieving excuses everything I've done, but I've been through fire and ice to get where I am today. Some might even say I started some of those fires. And you know what? I own every bit of it. In recent years, own it baby has become my thing. Why haven't I trademarked that yet? Siri voice note, get contact info for attorney to the stars Marty Singer. Anyway, I don't give a shit what anybody thinks or says. I truly don't, and I believe that's the key to life and real freedom. So yes, I'm ready to go behind the scenes of RHOBH and spill some tea. No topic is too controversial, taboo, or off limits. Want to know what really happened between Lisa Vanderpump and me? She's trending again, so sure, why not? Want to know if Harry's gay? Yas, queen. So do I? Probes about my plastic surgery? Pick my brain, but maybe not literally. That's one procedure I can do without. Otherwise, I'm an open book. Having said that, this book is not meant to be a sordid tell-all. While our explosive interactions made entertaining made-for-TV mayhem, they also touched on the stuff that all women experience in their day-to-day lives. Frenemies, family, divorce, money, mental health, addiction. Not all RHOBH viewers ride around in limos and vacation in Hong Kong, but maybe they're in the midst of a messy divorce, deep in credit card debt, or their best friends are having a secret lesbian love affair. Being a woman is complicated no matter who you are. Now, after the death of my mother, my exit from the show, and celebrating my 60th birthday, I'm exploring this transitional stage of my life. For once, I'm not in a place where everything feels taken care of and I know exactly what's going to happen. For a control freak like me, that's tough. I'm in the unknown. Of course, I was never really in control, I get that, but having the safety of job security and a cast was definitely appealing. I could have stayed in that place, but I chose not to. I knew in order to move forward in my life, I had to leave RHOBH. No pain, no gain, we used to say back in the 80s with our leg warmers pulled up to our vaginas. So far, my leap of faith has paid off in ways I never dreamed of. This most recent phase of life has become a renaissance. I thought about using that as the title for this book, since my very first New York Times best-selling book was called Renovation, but Renaissance kinda sounds like the name of a waitress at medieval times who serves giant turkey legs. And it turns out I've never felt better, and I've been told I never looked better. And jobs are pouring in. So many people ask me, how do you look so hot? How do you feel so good? How are you still married? How have you raised 2 kids that are still alive and not in prison? Why are you so happy? It's much more complicated than you think, and my answers to these questions will surprise you. And in truth, I don't like getting older, but that's the reality, baby. So I'm trying to figure out what you do with it. How do we make the best of this stage in life? Just because I'm a certain age doesn't mean I'm supposed to put myself out to pasture. More than one person has said to me, why don't you step aside and let your daughters be in the spotlight now? As if I'm a horse that ran its last race and is headed to the glue factory. Are you kidding? Because I'm not in competition with my daughters, because there is room for all of us at every age to take up space. There is no reason why a woman has to hit a certain age and just chuck it all. That's ageism and I'm gonna fight it, fuck that. I know so many of the things I'm going to talk about here are relatable to so many women. Grief, aging, my body, my face, plastic surgery, navigating female friendships as you get older, raising daughters in a crazy world. The crazy world part is partly my fault, I admit. Keeping a long-term relationship fresh, and I'm not even talking about sex because I already did that in my second bestseller, The Big Fun Sexy Sex Book. Harry and I have been married 120 years by Hollywood standards. It's beyond sex at this point. Why would I be writing another book? Why is now the time? From my signature lips to God's ears, I have a lot to say about the ongoing evolution of being a woman. The last time I wrote a book, I just had my second child, Amelia, and I was trying to figure out how to get my mojo back. Now, a decade and a half later, after leaving RHOBH, I'm at a totally different place in my life. It's weird, but mostly it's exciting. I'm going to reveal a lot of things and share stories that I hope might ultimately help anyone reading this book and at the very least will make you laugh. That is my motivation and my true reason for doing what I do. If my story can help other people, it's worth it. I think of this book as a gift not only to you, my fans, but to me. And I promise it's a hell of a lot better gift than a stuffed bunny. Just ask Kim Richards. So get comfortable, pour yourself a short glass of Belvedere vodka soda and 3 lemon wedges, carcass out and read on. It's going to be a wild ride. Rinna 1 oof, you're so angry, or grief turned me into a monster. I said this to Denise Richards in one of my most merciless moments in RHOBH history when I confronted her about her alleged sapphic affair with Brandi Glanville. But karma kinda came back and bit me in the ass for this one, because by my last season I became the super angry one. The fallout from that volatile episode set me on a path I never saw coming. You never forget the exact moment you get the call. You know what I'm talking about when you receive unexpected news that shakes you to your core. There's a you before it happened and a you after. The call happened on a Monday in November 2021. It was sunny and 72 degrees, a day as beautiful as any in LA. It was the end of COVID when things were opening back up again post-vax and masks. I was meeting a friend for lunch, winding my way up Sunset Boulevard to Pacific Palisades when the number of my mom Lois's assisted living facility in my hometown of Medford, Oregon popped up on my phone. My heart sank. It's never a good thing when they call you. I hesitantly picked up. Hello. The attendant on the other end of the line told me that I needed to call the local hospital ASAP. She explained to me my mom had walked down to the front desk of her facility with her purse on, makeup askew, drooling. They went up to her room and saw makeup containers strewn about. My mom must have known she needed help, but she never left home without her hair and makeup done perfectly. God bless her, she had even tried to put on a cute jacket but couldn't. She had a stroke. They called an ambulance immediately and she was rushed to Rogue Regional Medical Center. This was not my mom's first rodeo stroke-wise. She had won 7 years earlier and was never quite herself after that. Lois would say it took away the negativity in her brain, that she became happier and nicer. I disagreed. My mom had never been a negative person. She was naturally happy-go-lucky, but she still wasn't herself after the stroke. She was different. Like she was a little off-center of her normal self. I'd already lost a part of my mother then, and I was not even slightly prepared on this random fucking Monday morning to lose the rest of her. When I spoke to a doctor at the hospital, his words might as well have been the gibberish adults in the Peanuts cartoons speak, wah 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 wah. The only thing I heard loud and clear was, there will be no rehabilitation. To say I was gobsmacked would be an understatement. Lois had been living on the independent floor of the Springs at Anna Maria in Medford, Oregon in her own apartment. I never want to be on the first floor because the first floor is the nursing home with 24-hour care. Do not do that to me, my mom pleaded with me several times. However, after this stroke, she needed a lot of care. She's not going to be able to speak, the doctor explained. She's not going to be able to walk, she's going to be in bed. By the time I arrived in Oregon the next day, my mom had been moved to a different hospital due to a shortage of beds thanks to COVID, a smaller sister facility in Ashland, 13 miles away. When I walked into her hospital room, we locked eyes and she started to cry. I started to cry too, but tried so hard to hold it back because I didn't want her to see in my tears how bad this truly was. Suddenly I had become the parent and the caregiver. But I needed to pull it together to be brave for both of us. My mom was angry because she couldn't communicate. She seemed irritated, but the stroke had taken her speech. We thought she was uncomfortable in her bed frame, so we put the mattress on the floor. We finally figured out she had to go to the bathroom. When the nurse inserted a catheter, about 4 gallons of urine came out. Nurses are the kindest, most amazing humans on the planet. I don't know how they do it. My mom had so much pent-up anger, which I knew came from fear. She was helpless. She was never going to be the same, and we both knew it was the beginning of the end. It wasn't going to get better. After a couple of days in the hospital, it was time to move her to hospice. My mom's hospice facility was a big white mansion high on a hill back in Medford. I was very familiar with this house. It was built by architect Todd Starr's Paul R. Williams in the 1930s and remade into a hospice facility in 2017. My dad worked for fruit purveyors Harry and David for 25 years, and the actual Harry and David lived in that house for decades. I played in Bear Creek Park right below it my entire childhood, tennis and softball. Little did I know back then how significantly that house would impact my life. My mom always dreamed of living in the fancy white house on the hill in Medford, and now that was where her beautiful life would end. Choosing hospice care for a parent is one of the most difficult decisions you'll ever have to make. I'm still not sure if it's better for them to go quickly or to sit there and watch death unfold at an agonizing pace. Hospice is an in-between space where you want to hold on to every second but know any moment you'll have to let go. When we moved my mom to the big white house, it was November in Oregon, so it was cold and damp and foggy. She died 1 week later. I've never really talked about this, but my dad was one of the few people to die from assisted suicide in the United States thanks to Oregon's Death with Dignity Act, which allowed the option for terminal patients. 6 years before my mom died, my dad got very sick at the age of 93. He was miserable. He couldn't see or hear, and he wanted out. He got 2 doctors to sign off, then they sent us a bag of pills in the mail. We felt that we had to go along with it because it's what he wanted. I felt terrible about it, but when a loved one asks you to help them, you do it. All I could think at the time was, I don't fucking want to do this, but my father doesn't want to suffer anymore. The pills were supposed to come on a Tuesday but didn't arrive until Thursday. My dad was really mad that they were late. When someone is planning to die, they want to do it right fucking now. My older half-sister Nancy and I sat on stools at a high-top table in my parents' assisted living apartment kitchen, opening every single red seconal and pouring the white powder into a white casserole dish. The death doula, which is what they call the nurse who supervises it, said we had to put it in orange juice because my dad had to be able to hold it and drink it. You can't just hand the pills to them directly, that's illegal. On top of that, when you assist in a suicide this way, the patient has to hold the glass with meds in it and administer it to themselves while you watch. And it takes a lot longer for them to die than you think. We said our goodbyes, sobbing, put on Frank Sinatra, his favorite singer, and as my mom sat behind him holding him, we watched my dad die, tears streaming down our faces. It took 4 to 5 minutes. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was streaming in through the windows. As agonizing as it was, the moment was also quite beautiful. At the end it was very peaceful, he just went to sleep. My friend Lindy had lost her father a year earlier and she told me, whatever you do before he passes, say everything you've ever wanted to say to him. So I did, I forgave him, I forgave myself. I told him everything I ever wanted to tell him, and I am grateful to Lindy for suggesting that because it was everything. I think that's why I'm able to be okay with it at the end of the day, because I said everything I ever wanted to say to my father. Nobody teaches you how to deal with stuff like death or with hospice. So many people have to make this horrific decision to basically unplug the ventilator. Then you sit there like a lump, powerless to save someone you love. Meanwhile, as the end nears, a lifetime of love, memories, regrets, and coulda, shoulda, wouldas play on an endless loop in your mind. It's a surreal experience. Coincidentally, not long before my mom entered hospice, my girls had been talking to a psychic medium named Mama Netta. She kept talking about birds and seeing them everywhere, and we were like, what is she talking about? What birds? But one day before my mom died, we looked around the hospice room and finally noticed there were birds literally everywhere. On the chairs, every painting on the walls, the upholstery on the window seat, all birds. In those last days, as I stared at my mom for hours, immense love and gratitude flooded through me. As fans of RHOBH know, because she appeared on the show many times, Lois was such a special lady. She's 110% responsible for giving me my strength, which is something that I took for granted for a long time. Back when she was herself, I never perceived her as strong because she was sweet and positive and never came across as bold and ballsy as I am. But the truth is, she was way bolder and ballsier than I am. I may be louder on the outside, but my mom had strength on the inside. She taught me that positivity is not the opposite of strength. My mom is why I am who I am. And Lois had every right to be a bitter, angry woman. In 1960, a couple years before I was born, my mom was kidnapped by a coworker named David Carpenter. He drove her down a deserted road where he stabbed her and hit her over the head with a hammer multiple times. Thank God, a military policeman had seen Carpenter turn off and thought it was odd. When Carpenter realized they'd been followed, he got out of his car to attack the policeman, who shot him in the stomach. My mom had half of her head taken off, but she opened the car door and then her purse spilled. She was so in shock, all she could do was put the items back in her purse. She was in the hospital for 3 months. My mom and dad had started dating just 6 weeks earlier. Carpenter served just 7 years for my mom's attack. Then, after getting sprung from prison, he was convicted of murdering at least 7 more people near San Francisco between 1979 and 1981, and was dubbed the Trailside Killer. Last time I checked, he was moved out of death row. Horrific, right? Here's the thing. My mom never went to therapy. Well, she went once and they gave her a Seconal. It made her too tired, a detail I recognize now as ironic since the medicine she didn't like was the same that ended my dad's life. She never went to therapy again. Today, several of my friends have multiple shrinks on speed dial, but my mom dealt with her trauma, not to mention metal plates in her head, totally on her own. She could have been a substance abuser and a fucking mess. Instead, my mom chose to wake up every day, put on a cute outfit, do her makeup, and go about her life. That's the kind of strength I'm talking about. Listen, I'm not trying to glamorize repressing trauma, so don't at me. It was different back then, and women who went through the ringer like my mom and still ran a household are superheroes. They were experts at sweeping everything under the carpet. My mom didn't have a choice. She grew up in a time when you were supposed to be a good wife and cook for your husband and clean and fill a traditional female role, which I didn't necessarily know how to do, but she did. She played those parts perfectly. My mom didn't even tell me about carpenter until I was 18. One day we were making lunch, standing in our kitchen. She liked to repaint the kitchen every 10 years, and I recall that it was bright yellow that day. You know when I would tell you I was hit over the head with a hammer by kids down the street? She said. Well, that's not the case, and I think you're old enough now to hear what really happened. As she told me the harrowing story, I instantly compartmentalized it. It was so bizarre and surreal that I wasn't in shock or freaking out. It was like someone reading a novel to me, and all I could think to say was, oh, that's why you can't smell or taste anything. I wasn't mad at her for lying to me my whole life, but she should have told me sooner. I told my Housewives co-star Dorit Kemsley after she was robbed at gunpoint in her own home to tell her children sooner than later because they deserve to know why their mother is the way she is and what she went through. My mom's trauma made me cautious and untrusting of other people. But Lois always had a sense of humor about her ordeal. I mean, how many people do you know who not only survived a serial killer but can laugh about it? The weird thing is that I never thought really hard about any of this until my mom was dying. It all came into focus, and I was finally able to see her clearly. Of course, because of the generation I grew up in, I did all the inner self-work, I did all the therapy, and I came to better understand generational trauma. I subscribe to the philosophy that when someone has that kind of trauma and you're birthed from it, you come out of the womb dealing with that trauma subconsciously, then eventually it comes out consciously in your life. So trauma and grief are part of my DNA. But wait, there's more. Picture me saying that out loud like I'm on one of my QVC shows selling a duster cardigan. When I was 6, I lost my half-sister Laureen, who was 21 and accidentally overdosed. Laureen was my sister on my dad's side. She was kind and beautiful and had short hair parted on the side with a bouffant in back. She was married at 16, then again at 19. I don't remember her husbands. I don't have many memories of her at all because I was very young. But there is one image permanently etched in my memory of going to my Italian grandma Nanny Lee's annual Christmas dinner in Berkeley, California. Nanny Lee loved to cook and feed everyone, so she'd prepare a giant spaghetti dinner and homemade chocolate-covered raisins and Rocky Road candy for my dad's side of the family. Nanny Lee set up long picnic tables in her basement where she stored homemade barrels of wine. I can picture Laureen sitting on the bench, smiling and smoking, but I had no clue she was a troubled young woman. After Laureen died, I never had my dad again. Rinna checked out. I think he was terrified to lose another human being. If he loved me, he could lose me, so he subconsciously put up a boundary. It wasn't anyone's fault, it wasn't malicious, it was a protection mechanism. That's probably why I'm so driven to get attention, that and the fact that my mom had the performing bug in her DNA. She really wanted to be an actor, but she was too scared to ever do anything about it. She manifested her dream through me. She encouraged me to give it a go and made me believe in myself. I was so lucky to have parents who thought being an actor was cool and didn't make me major in business in college just in case. My mom loved my career. She loved fame and me being on a show anytime I was working. We would take her to LA hotspots like Craig's and the Polo Lounge, and she'd love to see celebrities there and get photographed by paparazzi. Unfortunately, her favorite celeb encounter was Ken Todd, Vanderpump's husband. Much to my chagrin, that was her greatest thrill. I think the greatest part of her last few years was being able to come on RHOBH. She loved those girls and the girls loved her. She thought we were all crazy, of course, but she had so much fun, and she was so funny the audience loved her. The girls were so lovely with her, too. They would never be mean to my mom, and when she was around, they were much nicer to me. My favorite moment with her on the show was when we all were fighting at the table and I asked my mother, Lois, what do you think about all this? She looked around and just shot back, I think it's all bullshit. So yeah, I watched my mom die. I saw both of my parents die. I'm actually very grateful for that because not many people get to be with their parents when they pass. I'm very blessed that I got to take that time with them because I was so busy. Between filming Housewives and all the other things going on, it would have been very easy for me not to be part of either one of their passings. I could have been somewhere filming, but I wasn't. That was a true gift. This goes to show you don't know what's going on behind the scenes of other people's lives. Even though all the ladies loved Lois, during both of my parents' deaths, my RHOBH castmates were awful to me. When my dad died during season 7, I was accused of being a drug addict and Lisa Vanderpump and Dorit were tag team torturing me. It was rough. The BH Housewives posse was even worse after my mom passed. I must say though, Kyle Richards called me at one point because her mom had died in hospice. I think you might want to know that we needed to leave the room and tell her it was okay to go before she would go. She wouldn't go when we were all in the room. I hadn't thought of that. So that last night in her hospice room, Harry, my girls, and I said our goodbyes to Lois, told her it was okay to go, and that's exactly what happened. We left her that last time and she went in the morning at 5:05 a.m. I was very grateful to Kyle for that advice. I didn't want to see her body after she passed. I didn't want to remember her that way, but my older sister Nancy said to get my butt in the car and go see her. I'm so glad I did. Now this is funny and I know Lois would want me to tell this story, so I went into the parlor for my last viewing and one of her eyes was open and one was closed. She was winking at me, are you kidding? But I know she did that on purpose for me. My mom and I had one last laugh together. 3 days after my mom died, RHOBH producers asked me to go to Mexico to film the very first scenes of season 12 with the girls. Who am I kidding? It wasn't an ask. Bravo should have said to me, Lisa, don't worry, I know we're just starting this show but you take as much time as you need. No, I was being pressured to not only film my mom's funeral in Oregon but to get my ass on that trip, so I went to Mexico, which in hindsight is insane. I was in shock. I had so much logistical stuff to take care of. The business of wrapping up a life is a full-time job and a really traumatizing one. Thank God for my sister. She stepped in and did all that stuff you need to do because I couldn't make a decision to save my life. And I felt like nobody from the show helped in any way. When I showed up to Conrad Punta de Mita in a bikini, nobody said, oh my God, you just lost your mother and here you are. In their defense, when they went through traumatizing personal stuff, I wasn't always there for them either. The attitude on the show was, okay, we gotta get this done. We gotta be good girls and we're here to do the work. And I admit I had played into that mentality too for 8 seasons. But coming back with a new perspective after my mom died, it was just like, what are we doing? Technically, I could have waited a couple weeks, then shown up, but they couldn't afford to be without me. They could not have made the show without me. They had to have me and they knew it. They had bajillions of dollars at stake and they couldn't rely on those other women. That's the truth. It's always about money. At first, production was careful with me because my mom had just died 3 days earlier. The producers focused on other things. The Mexico trip was about Crystal Kung-Minkoff and Sutton Strachey and a bunch of drama I don't even remember. I was a walking zombie through that whole thing. I didn't have my own meltdown until a couple weeks later at the Rose party. I cursed out Sutton over an argument we'd had about Elton John's Oscar party tickets. Sutton claimed she purchased the tickets for me, which she didn't. We were personally invited by the charity and Elton himself. Apparently, I never said thank you for the Oscar tickets, even though I didn't get them from her, while at the same time I demanded a thank you from Garcelle Beauvais for giving her a jar of Harry's pasta sauce. Oh, the hypocrisy. I will fucking cut you down, I screeched at Sutton before kicking her out of the house. Was my anger misplaced? Totally. Looking back, I know it was the grief. But I got fed up, I was sick of the bullshit, and I fucking lost it on the girl who pushed my buttons the most. I full-on raged at her, and I continued to take it out on Garcelle. Erica Jane posted someone throwing Garcelle's memoir in the trash. Feel free to return the favor now. At the reunion we copped to the truth. I made the video tossing it in my garbage because she discussed my daughter's eating disorder without permission and it pissed me off. That's not okay. Erica posted it and got all the grief because there were plastic bottles that Harry had put in there, so it looked like Erica didn't recycle. Oops. I went a lil rogue on social media, bad-mouthing the show, my castmates, Andy Cohen, anyone in my line of sight. I posted a screenshot of a private text message I'd gotten from a crazed fan that said, I'm gonna get you. It had his phone number on it. In retaliation, he doxed me and posted a message of mine that had my phone number on it. I got thousands of phone calls and had to change the number I'd had for 25 years. I reached out to everyone at Bravo, Senior VP Kathleen French, Andy, Alex Baskin, all the producers, and begged them to help me with the stalking. I'm in a tremendous amount of pain, please somebody help me. And none of them would. They just tried to pacify me and said they would see what they could do, but nobody ever did anything. I get it now. I can see where it looked like I was going a little crazy, not only on the show but on the internet. I really was going through some scary, traumatizing stuff, and it felt like no one was listening or offering a helping hand. Maybe it was a cry for help, but I think that situation would drive anyone a little mad. Andy publicly called my rampage disastrous and said I lacked impulse control. At BravoCon, waiting backstage to go on, Erica turned to me and warned, just be prepared, you might get booed. Really, Aki? That took me off guard, but I'm glad she told me. That warning was helpful because when I got booed, I wasn't shocked or hurt. In Medford as a kid, I used to go watch live WWE matches at the Armory, and the fans always loved the villains the most. So pumped on adrenaline, I flipped off the BravoCon audience and took my seat like I was one of those guys headed into the ring. By the way, there were also a lot of fans cheering for me. It wasn't quite as dramatic as what was reported, but I considered the boos a badge of honor thanks to my love of wrestling. I wasn't devastated, it was more like, wow, I really hit a nerve, didn't I? Listen, was I deserving of some of this backlash after 8 years on the show? Absolutely. People were gunning for me to take a wrong step, and I handed it to them on a silver platter. I had so much repressed anger from my mother's death then and the feeling that I was forced to go back to work too soon. After that, the rage, which you feel in grief, was real and it was on. I really lost my mind. I started acting out loudly on social media. I was just calling people out. I even called Donald Trump out. I mean, who knows what I even did? I was in the fog of my own grief. The thing about grief is it makes people very uncomfortable. In part because it reminds them of mortality, but also because everyone handles grief differently. It's volatile, and no one knows exactly the type of person you're going to be or how you're going to behave while grieving. It forces out ugly, uncomfortable emotions. In my case, we all know what happened. I definitely could have handled myself better, but I also think everyone could have had a little more patience with me at the time, all things considered. I've always had my lovers and haters, but the audience really turned on me full force. I was called vile and evil, and I got death threats. People thought I was legit nuts and needed a 51-50 hold. Somebody should have pulled me aside and said, okay, Rinna, enough already, but instead they were judging me, calling me names like stupid monster. Andy Cohen begged me to get off social media. He was admonishing me and making me feel like I was crazy too. Nobody was doing it in a way that would help me. Nobody took me aside and hugged me and said, girl, I'm here for you. What do you need? No one. So the rage happened. It felt out of control because it was out of control. Listen, I had to grieve in public. Most people don't have to do that. My grieving process was to rage on a television show and on social media in front of the world. It was embarrassing. At the same time, it was hurtful that people didn't allow me time. Instead, they villainized me. In my opinion, I was not trying to push people's buttons. My grief was too much for the fans to handle, so they had to make me the bad guy. I became the scapegoat for whatever reason, whether the girls or the fans were just waiting to come for me. I'm not sure, maybe I deserved it for what I had done in the other years, but there always has to be a villain on the show. If you watched all 8 of my seasons, you wouldn't say, oh my god, Lisa's so different in season 8. I'm really the same. Let's not forget, in my debut season way back in the Mesozoic era of 2014, I hurled a wineglass at Kim. But after my mom's death, I became public enemy number 1 in the RHOBH verse. It was beyond horrible, so much so that continuing on the show didn't seem worth it anymore, but leaving was easier said than done. And the truth is, I always wanted to leave. That was not new. At the end of every season, after I'd gone so hard and gave my all, I would turn to Harry and say, I'm done, don't ever let me go back, I'm not going back. Then I'd go back. It's kind of like childbirth. All the stress, the drama, the trauma. Then months would go by between seasons and I'd kind of forget how hard it was and think, it wasn't that bad. All right, I'll go back and do it again. I was still trying to make a decision when a few months after my mom died, she came to me in a dream. You need to leave now, Lois said. It's time for you to go. This is the juncture where it all changed, the aha moment. And my mom orchestrated the whole thing because guess what? If she hadn't come to me, I would still be there. I am a worker bee actor and we respond to a paycheck and a steady gig. There's nothing better than that. Also, as Harry will say, that show made you so famous. And who doesn't love that? I mean, that's the truth of it. Look at all the people who want to do the show who have plenty of money. It's 'cause they want the fame. I was more famous than I'd ever been. I was making a salary. What would make me leave the show unless it got so bad that I couldn't take it anymore? And that's exactly what happened. I just couldn't do it. There was no way I was going to live my life in this negativity anymore. I thought about announcing I quit on the season 12 reunion show but decided not to. Maybe I should have. Because when I arrived at the reunion taping, it was clear I was a sitting duck. We had already been filming for hours when Kathy Hilton came into the studio to film her part. We had one of the most brutal dust-ups in franchise history, so she was obviously coming in for the grand finale, guns blazing. Here's the true story. I witnessed Kathy's bad behavior over the course of filming that season, especially on our trip to Aspen, and I think the Hiltons had tried to hide it. That had been their goal the entire time. They spent years and years covering it up, and all of a sudden I've called it out on national TV. But I wasn't going to protect her. I was going to call her out on it, and that is what I did. That night in Aspen, she came back from the club to the house we were staying at and had an absolute meltdown in the dark. There were no lights on. She flipped out, was pounding on the walls, screaming and yelling, and absolutely losing her fucking shit, and it scared me. I had never ever had anybody behave like that in front of me in my entire life, and it freaked me the fuck out. I spoke of it and I was villainized for that. I didn't understand, although I do now, because that machine, the Hilton Richards machine, has really done a lot of work to keep that undercover. They were not about to let Lisa Rinna fuck that up. Bravo went along with it, and so did Andy Cohen. I went down for it and took the fall because they'd spent too many years and too much money protecting their name. The show doesn't allow us to bring anyone, no publicists, no agents, no assistants to the reunion. You can bring a hair and makeup person, so I always used either Scott King or Joey Malouf, but allowing anyone else on set is very rare. That way we have zero protection and we are forced to engage with each other and are at our most vulnerable. We get a producer assigned to us, but they are foe, not friend. You're in enemy territory from the moment you step foot in the studio. Just picture us all safe in our dressing rooms for 3 hours while getting ready. Then we emerge from our cocoons in couture with makeup and hair rivaling RuPaul's Drag Race contestants. We look each other up and down, head to toe, before entering the arena for battle. FYI, Bravo does not pay for our outfits. We have to buy our always short dresses ourselves, which we had to get approved by the network prior to taping. We were supposed to give them 3 choices, but I always just said, this is what I'm wearing, deal with it. I'm ashamed to admit that I bought my first season reunion dress from Ned A. Porter, left the tag on, and returned it right after the taping. But I felt so guilty about it, I never did that again and almost went broke buying bazillion-dollar dresses for the next 7 finales. No designer is going to loan a dress for the toxic mess that is a housewives reunion. We see the set for the first time and find out where we're sitting. And that's when you get the first inkling of what's about to go down, who you're on the couch with, how close you are to Andy, it all matters. I always made sure to come to the couch with my receipts, face powder for touch-ups, and any other props needed to make a point. I did 8 of these things, and they were all different and weird. Anywho, back to the season 12 reunion. All of a sudden I saw Kathy's publicist, Andy Gelb. He's big time. Bravo must have allowed it because normally we were not allowed to have anyone there with us. She had her weighted security blanket, and I had nobody. They were coming for me. So my hackles went up, my claws came out, and I began preparing for war. I remember the moment Kathy sat down across from me with her purse. It was such a setup. Kathy's and my confrontation was the big act I meet of that year's reunion. Everybody had been waiting for it. It was all fluff up until that point, and off we went. The only person who was there for me was Erica. Right after the reunion, she came into my dressing room with tears rolling down her cheeks. You must never come back, she insisted. I thought about the first time I met Erica. She came over to my house for a dessert party. We were making chocolates. I didn't know anything about her, but I instantly liked her even though she showed up with Yolanda Haddad. Yolanda and I had history and beefs. For some reason, when Erica was leaving my house, I felt compelled to give her some advice. I pulled her aside and said, "We work for gangsters. Don't ever forget that. It's like Vegas. Bravo is the casino where the players and the house always wins." We'd come full circle. I knew my time on the show ended the minute season 12's reunion was over. I knew I was never going back. Nobody believed me when I talked about it. Some of the other cast members were like, "You're not going anywhere. You're fine. Whatever." "Surely you can't be serious," they said. I was dead serious, and don't call me Shirley. After the reunion, I sent a resignation text to Chris Cullen and Alex Baskin, two big wigs of the show. I sent an email to Kathleen French and she responded, "Go eat, go get some sleep, and we'll talk Monday." Andy claimed in his tea-spilling book that I changed my mind and that a pause before coming back would be best. They have their story and I have mine. We can settle on it being a mutual decision. But the way it went down really pissed me off. Andy had given me a heads up that I was in his new book. When anyone gives you a heads up that you're in their book, you know you're fucked. He'd never given me one before and I'd been in his other books, right? So he included my personal text messages. It was so shady, so Andy, so Bravo, so unnecessary. After I read it, I was so mad, I threw his book in my fireplace and watched it burn gleefully. When I actually up and left, they got back at me by posting that email on the air when season 13 started. Tache, let that be a lesson to you kids and men who send dick pics. Anything can be made public at any time. It was so sketchy of them to post my private resignation letter, but that's the game they play and they play it with everybody. Bottom line is nobody fought for me. Nobody said, "Oh my God, please stay, don't go." You always hope someone's going to fight for you. They fought for me before. There were times years ago when I threatened to leave and they begged me to stay. This time there was no begging. I was pretty much left for dead by everyone who had been in my life for 8 years. Dare I say there was a little bit of reveling in my demise? I brought that show so much. I gave my all. They knew what I brought to the table, and that's why it was so crushing to be dumped so unceremoniously. Nobody had my back, not even Andy, especially Andy. He left me in the ditch to have my eyes pecked out by the vultures. Even after I gave the performance of a lifetime and was the hype man of his baby shower and got all those fucking housewives to get up on a table and dance for him. Damn, when I bounced from RHOBH, I had no job and zero plans. I was terrified. I was praying that by leaving a toxic situation, the universe would reward my healthy decision-making and provide, and thank God it did. Bravo announced my resignation on January 6, and there was a flurry of press about me. I was in Interview magazine, I was everywhere. By January 20, I was flying first class to Paris, invited to sit front row at the KNZO show. I'd never been asked to sit front row at any fashion show in New York, Paris, or anywhere on planet Earth. Your lowest moments really are what change everything, and my mom's death triggered it all. Since that moment, my life has changed monumentally for the better. I want to be clear, this is not bragging. It's important to talk about, especially at this juncture in my life. I was 60 years old when I took a gigantic leap of faith into the abyss. I didn't plan it, but my vibration was so low while I was doing the show, and it had just gotten lower and lower and lower. I believe that once I removed myself of my own volition, my vibration was able to rise again. Since I made the decision to leave the show, opportunities have poured in, thank God, and not just for me but for my entire family. My daughters Amelia and Delilah and I are walking in Paris runway shows. We're on the covers of magazines. I'm being sent couture from high-end designers for the first time in my life. We're filming movies and TV shows. My vibration went from rock bottom to the stratosphere. It's that simple, and I'm not the only one. I'm watching women out there like Demi Moore and Sharon Stone and Pamela Anderson, all of whom have gone through some really rough times publicly, and suddenly at 60 plus they're having an amazing renaissance. It's so inspiring on so many levels. I think there's a movement happening. If you hang in there at any age, you can change your life. I had some help along the way. Right after my mom's death, I got myself into therapy, but not with my normal therapist. I knew I needed someone different. Don't judge, I found my new therapist on Instagram and I talked to her for an entire year and she helped me get to this better place. So I didn't do all of this on my own. I'm totally different now. I'm not living in that unhappy place anymore. My rage has subsided, though the grief remains. I'm better. I still have my moments, obviously, but I've learned how to process it healthily. I went through the 7 stages, but grief is not linear. It's back and forth all around. I miss my mother more than words can express, but I wouldn't change what happened to me after she passed because I had to go through that. I might still be on the show if I hadn't gone off the rails. I expressed myself fully and that's what matters. I think people are truly shocked because they really wanted me to go away. Not everyone, but the ones who never liked me on the show or in life. They were hoping that it took me down. They genuinely thought, she's done, that's that. In fact, it went 180 degrees the opposite way. I might be the most successful housewife to ever leave and do my own thing that you can call bragging. Andy agreed. He said I had 11 lives. On his podcast, he admitted, I did not have it on my bingo card that Lisa Rinna would become not only a model, but she is walking in couture campaigns in Paris. She has become a real player in the fashion industry, and I am really impressed. I've got to give it up to her. You better believe I was going to share that quote on my Instagram. You better believe I was like, look at that. Everyone underestimated me except me and my family. I was Lisa fucking Rinna before Housewives, and I am Lisa fucking Rinna after. Recently, I got a call from Alex Baskin, the executive producer of RHOBH. He wanted to have dinner. Well, isn't that interesting? They had just started filming season 15 that same week. I thought, do I really want to go there? Do I really want to have dinner with him? Do I really want to lower my vibration? You know what? I'm going to go do it because my vibration is so high. I want to see the power dynamic and how it has shifted, and so I did it. We went to the same place we always go, the Tower Bar at the Sunset Tower Hotel in West Hollywood. I wavered a bit, even considered canceling. But then I thought, nope, I'm going to do it because I want to see how far I've come. He didn't necessarily want me to come back to the show. He wanted to be in business with me somehow, someway. I told him I'd think about it. I'm so glad I did it because I had a great time. I was so in my body and I was so grounded in the sense of where I am in my life now. And to be honest, I was really uncomfortable during my 8 years on the show. It could be a very miserable existence. At the same time, I learned a lot and I wouldn't change it for the world. I made some really good friends for life. We're trauma bonded forever and I own all my behavior. I'm not going to make excuses for it. I take responsibility. Now that I'm out of it, I don't deal with any of that gangster mentality. I'm free. Recently, one of the girls reached out to me desperate to leave the show. She was in the middle of contract negotiations and they had cut her pay, making her feel worthless. She left for a couple days, then they got their hooks back in her. They made her feel like she'd go broke and made her panic and freak out. In her heart of hearts, she wanted to leave. She pretended to be like, fuck you, but she ended up staying. Everything was on their terms. It was such a sad moment, but it made me think, wow, look how strong you were because you were able to actually get out. I am so happy I can control my own destiny again. It's so much better for my family. It's not just about my vibration. Everybody's vibration rose after I got off that show. We talk about it all the time, how it's Nana, that's what my girls called Lois, orchestrating the whole thing. I always see her. She's always around me. I feel her energy. I see her protecting us, and I know that she watches over the girls. I really do feel her presence. That gives me great comfort. I know that she is enjoying every second of our new success, and she helped make it happen. When Amelia attended Cannes for the first time in 2024, she stayed at this pretty little hotel on the beach. A seagull came up on her balcony and just stared at her for hours. Amelia took a video of it and sent it to us. This is freaking me out, she said. Harry replied, that's Nana there with you. She didn't want to miss it. My mom would have given an arm to be at Cannes, to walk the red carpet and see the movie stars, and she was there in spirit. When I look back on my time on RHOBH, obviously it wasn't all a horror show. I talk about this with Harry a lot, about finding the good in it. It's important to find those moments and acknowledge them. Here's one of my favorites. Anytime my mom could be on it, that was a moment of pure joy. It was a gift I was so honored to give to her. We helped each other fulfill our dreams. She helped me finally realize that fighting with a bunch of bitches on the daily in couture with big hair and a face beat to the heavens was indeed undoubtedly all bullshit. To dance like everyone is watching, or I earned every ounce of this confidence. This was my tagline for season 10 of Housewives, and at first I absolutely hated it and lobbied the fans to change it. I wanted it to be when people ask my sign, I say dollar. But you know what? The dance thing has grown on me. I mean, I do dance online a lot. In fact, more people come up to me and talk to me about dancing on social media than Housewives. And it's about being uninhibited, which if you've seen my most recent magazine covers, I'm all about that. I may seem loaded with confidence, but it hasn't always been like that. I absolutely wasn't always this confident. Everyone thinks that I've always been crazy and out there. The truth is, I used to be super meek. Starting at the age of 3, my mother jokingly called me Sarah Bernhardt. Like the famous French actress, I was ballsy, I pushed boundaries, and according to my mother, you'll never shut that mouth up. And up until the age of 7, I thought I was pretty groovy. Then my family moved from Newport Beach, California to Medford, Oregon, and I had a rude awakening. The vibe of the Pacific Northwest was night and day from Southern California. Newport Beach was sunny, so we were outdoors all the time. I played a lot of tennis, and I'm Portuguese and Italian, therefore I had darker skin than everybody else in Medford. I looked different, and they'd never seen anything like me before. Plus, my mom put me in these super short Florence Eisenman and Izod mini dresses. My new playmates were all pasty white wearing flannel, while I looked like an advertisement for Coppertone. Because of my skin color and skimpy outfits, I was made fun of constantly. Kids called me Black Cow. I thought they were just calling me a literal cow that happened to be black. But my new classmates created a whole scatological song about me. Lisa Rinna fart sound. Some people think she's funny, but she's really dark and runny. Lisa Rinna fart. She's like diarrhea. I'm sure I have some PTSD over it because I remember the song like it was yesterday. Their message was loud and clear. You're weird. That changed me a lot. I just wanted to blend in, if you can believe that. Having my knee size squashed is a battle I've been waging most of my life. I've alternated between being my authentic self versus trying to fit in. As a little kid, I was very much like I am now, expressive and larger than life. But losing my sister, moving to Oregon, and being the butt of the joke for my peers stifled my expressive side. On top of that, my parents were very waspy when it came to emotions. Growing up, I was taught to not have feelings or opinions, just be nice, be Switzerland, just make everything okay. It's not safe to have too much joy and too much fun, find a way to fit in. The problem is I'm a born fighter, I've always been determined, so I made it my mission to elevate my social status at my school. I befriended the right people, willed my way into their hearts, and by 7th grade you better believe I was popular. I even made the cheerleading squad. My mom always wanted to be an actress but was too scared to try and fail. I believe performing is in my DNA, and I knew in my family that performing would be very accepted if I went down that road. I mean, if that's not a mixed message. On one hand, it was pipe down toots, on the other hand, it was we're not going to be mad if you choose to entertain the masses. I got my start in the biz putting on talent shows in my garage with the neighborhood kids. At first, my only talent was hitting a tennis ball against the garage door, which must have been enthralling for our audiences. Still, our parents loved it. Gradually, I moved into lip syncing. I dressed up in wild outfits to play Cher, and my bestie Holly Jones was Barbara Streisand. I had 2 older half-sisters, but one had passed away by that point and my other sister was much older and long out of the house, so I was basically an only child and I spent a lot of time at the Joneses, who lived up on the hill in the town's only other giant white house. Mr. Jones invented the top of an oil rig or something, so they had gobs of money. I literally wanted to keep up with the Joneses. Holly's mom, Joannie, drove a BMW, so chic for our neck of the woods, and she snuck us into every single movie, even the R-rated ones like The Exorcist and Earthquake. That's when my love of film began. I took dance classes, sang in the choir, and did musical theater in junior high and high school. I was too scared to be a thespian because they were so serious. I never felt comfortable in dramatic plays, but I loved a good jazz hand or kickball change. The musical theater nerds were my people. They were less intimidating and had much more fun. The fact that I was able to hang with both the cheerleaders and the theater geeks foreshadowed who I am today. I can hold my own in the popular girl clique no problem, but I can also dance around on social media and make people happy. My first shows were Carousel and the Rocky Picture Show, but I never got any part above supporting because of Brie Tolefsen, the silken voice of Medford. Brie always got all the solos and the leads in everything. She was our local all-American girl with her long blonde hair and blue eyes. I was never the lead, but I did snag a solo in Fiddler on the Roof playing one of Tevye's sisters. Brie was the star, so she had the currency to be a total diva if she wanted to, but she was always very nice to everyone. Brie taught me 2 valuable lessons. 1, she set a stellar example about how to be the main character in our community theater, proving there's a huge difference between being cocky and confident. 2, I don't care if you're on a movie set or on Mr. Jones's oil rig, the fish rots from the head. Your leading lady man CEO sets the tone, then the underlings and understudies follow their lead. Both are lessons that I carry with me to this day. I might not have beaten out Brie for the role of Janet Weiss in the Rocky Horror Show, but I found a way to be a leader among my peers in other ways, namely fashion. When I turned 15, my style took on a life of its own when I got a hold of Mademoiselle, 17, and Vogue. Those magazines were windows into a world outside Medford. The pages I thumbed through were bold, original, brazen, and empowering. Inspired by avant-garde editorial spreads, I'd stroll through I. Magnin, the fancy department store, like I owned the joint and try on Gucci, Chanel, and Yves Saint Laurent. I couldn't afford any of course, so most of my actual shopping went down in the teen contempo section at Macy's. But that didn't matter. I was influenced by the top designers of the day, and ever since fashion found me, I've used it to express my individuality. In the Rinna family, we excelled at shopping. If shopping were a sport, we were Olympic gold medalists. Simone Biles on the bar, Michael Phelps in the pool, and Lisa Rinna among the racks. Once we arrived at our destination, we would split off like hunters and gatherers, each with our own specialty. My dad bargain hunted at Kmart or little vintage stores anywhere he could get a deal. My mom hit the high-end stores. She'd buy something, then return it the next day. She never kept anything. For Lois, it was all about hitting those dopamine receptors. Like I said, my mom really should have been in therapy. Instead, she self-soothed with retail therapy. Even in her later years, my mom shopped like a fiend. She'd slip out of her assisted living facility in Medford every single day and peruse Macy's and chat with the salespeople. Shopping was her comfort zone and her social life. Every time we traveled, the trip centered around shopping. When we visited my grandma near Berkeley, we hit Neiman's and I. Magnin in Union Square. We got all dolled up like we were going to meet the Queen of England, then sipped tea and ate crunch cakes at an adorable little restaurant called Blum's. We immersed ourselves in a world where people had money and could buy whatever they wanted. That's how we escaped all our problems. Oh, I think I'm having a feeling. Let's go shopping. You'll feel better. Worked like a charm. My mom never spoiled herself, but she spoiled me. When I was 16, we went to San Francisco, and she let me buy Kemen de fur jeans and plastic candies slip on mule high heels. I got a maroon sweater dress that buttoned down the back and chocolate brown suede pumps. These 4 items were fashion-forward in San Francisco, but when I got back to Medford, it was second-grade trauma all over again. I was called a freak and ridiculous in my new outfits. But this time I refused to be bullied. The taunts and stares were annoying, sure, but I realized they didn't upset me nearly as much as my haute couture rankled them. Imagine the simple act of wearing a sweater made people react aggressively. I recognized that there was great power in my sartorial choices. Approval is a funny thing. Even though she would buy things just to return them, when it came to something she really wanted, my mom would never buy anything without running it by my dad first. This always used to make me crazy, and I swore that I would never do that. I didn't want or need anyone's approval. Excuse me, but why do I need your permission? I was like that with a lot of things, except for one big blind spot. When it came to boys, I took a back seat and let them take the lead. Take my very first high school sweetheart. Our families were from different sides of the tracks. His family hunted duck, cooked it, and ate it. Which means I ate it once too, even though I didn't want to, but that's exactly what I mean. If I was with a boy and they were into something, I'd go along with it, letting them take the lead. It's not like I let men control me my whole life. In fact, I haven't been with that many men, only 6 in my entire life. After dating for 2 years, he and the duck flew the coop and I rebounded with Bob. I don't remember how we met, I just remember he paid attention to me, he was cute, and that was that. We fell into a serious relationship that lasted the next 8 years. Bob was very all-American with a cute smile and happy-go-lucky attitude. Bob and I were dating during my senior year when I auditioned for and got into Emerson College in Boston, the prestigious performing arts school with famous alumni like the Fonts, Jay Leno, and Jennifer Coolidge. Bob left college at the University of Oregon to follow me to Massachusetts. My parents didn't seem to mind that Bob and I were cohabitating. They weren't thrilled I'd bolted for the opposite coast, but I think they liked having Bob there to protect me. We drove across the country and moved into a dirty little studio apartment. My heart sank when I saw it. I could feel it in my bones that something wasn't right. 4 days after Bob and I arrived in Boston, I took a bath in our filthy tub and had a massive panic attack. It hit me that I was 3,000 miles away from my parents and I freaked out. In that moment, I did not want to be there anymore. I couldn't do it. A wave of homesickness washed over me and I knew I had to go back stat. Somehow we got our deposit back, turned right around, and drove home. I fled so fast, the truck with all my stuff in it hadn't even made it to Boston yet. They turned the truck around and sent it all back home before we even got there. I felt guilty about giving up too easily. I also felt weak and pathetic, and everyone thought I was a lunatic. When I look back on it, I'm proud I asserted myself because I had such a strong premonition that it was not the right choice. For whatever reason, I must have known I shouldn't end up with Bob in Boston. It seemed like a rash decision, yet it wasn't rash at all because I really listened to my gut. I mean, if somebody had slapped me in the face and screamed, "Snap out of it," like my idol Sharon Moonstruck, who knows, I probably would have stayed. I don't know, but my gut was screaming at me to get the hell out of Boston, and thank God I did. My life would be so different if I had stayed and graduated from Emerson. Maybe a house in the vineyard and a Southie accent, who knows. Within days of returning from Boston, I enrolled at the University of Oregon and Bob Ray enrolled. I don't remember taking any classes other than acting. I had 2 teachers, both bitchy men. The first day of class, they went around the room and labeled all of us, "You're a leading man, you're a character actor," and they dubbed me the ingenue. I had no idea what an ingenue was. I thought it was a dig. I learned later in life it was a compliment. Oops. I'd never been around bitchy men that I knew of. Even then, it wasn't something that was conscious in my brain at all. I just thought they were funny. But little did I know I wasn't immune to their wit and their wrath. They gave me an assignment to do a scene from a contemporary play. I didn't know what contemporary meant either, so my scene partner and I chose The Importance of Being Earnest, which is about Victorian societal norms, obviously not contemporary. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and obviously neither did the girl I was working with. My teachers ripped us a new asshole and gave us a failing grade because we did a period piece. At the end of the semester, they graduated my scene partner into acting II, but not me. I was devastated. That was my first experience in life feeling wronged for no reason. I did not understand it, and I never probably will. But if I'd been accepted into acting II, my life would have had a completely different trajectory. I might be doing Shakespeare in Ashland. I wish I could say I used the rejection as fuel to achieve greatness. Not so much. Instead, I thought, well, if I can't act, why am I in college? I might as well just drop out. I folded like a cheap suit. "You're not good enough" was the message I got, so after 3 months at the University of Oregon, that was it for school. I never went back. I would have to learn big words like ingenue and contemporary on my own from now on. The whole experience burrowed into my psyche, and I let that insecurity derail me for a couple years. Floating aimlessly, I moved into Nancy's house in Portland. I couldn't go home because then I was officially a failure. I got photos taken and sent them to a tiny modeling agency that made me a Z card, basically a mini portfolio with my best headshots and measurements. That's how I got my first big modeling job, shooting the Nike catalogs in the early days of the brand before it became a behemoth. I went on road trips in a van with a group of models to do athletic shows. We jump around, do aerobics, and model Nike shoes and clothes at the Magic Conference in Las Vegas. I thought it was the coolest thing ever, and I really thought I'd made it because Nike was quite the ingenue in the early 80s. See how I did that there. Not long after, Bob left college and I moved with him to San Francisco when he landed a job at the fashion label Esprit. Shortly after, I was signed by the Grimm agency, the hottest modeling outfit in town at the time. It was run by charismatic talent scout Jimmy Grimm, who launched the careers of Susan Summers and Christy Turlington. I did a lot of ads for Emporium and Macy's before being shipped off to Japan on a one-way ticket at the tender age of 19. Despite my experience in Boston, I've always had some bravery in my system that makes me say yes to things. I guess it's the difference between saying yes to new experiences versus making decisions that'll affect your life forever, especially when it feels wrong in your gut. I am a walking contradiction, and here's a perfect example. This seemed like a really cool experience. Something was telling me it was the right thing to do, and the universe had something in store for me. But as soon as I landed in Tokyo, the culture shock set in. I panicked, a doe-eyed deer in the headlights. Nobody came to pick me up, I couldn't speak the language, and it was September, so it was hot as balls. I had to go to the bathroom, but when I went in the stall, there were no toilets, just a porcelain hole in the floor. Despite my initial panic, though, I made it through. I lived in a small apartment with 2 other models, shooting for magazines and catalogs all day. I remember being hungry while they worked us like crazy. I don't eat fish, so sushi was out of the question. I didn't even know what sushi was, but Japan had the most incredible bakeries. I will never forget that smell, so I subsisted on loaves of bread because that was the only familiar food I could get my hands on. This was way before we knew what we know about carbs today. I was supposed to stay for 2 months, but only made it 6 weeks before I got homesick again. It took them 2 weeks to give me a return ticket home. It was a scary time, though I did power through it. But deep down, I felt bad that I could never see anything through. I lived in San Francisco with Bob for 3 years, but I wasn't brave enough to take a single acting class there. It wasn't until he got a job in LA and we relocated there when I was 24 that I built up the courage to try again. That's it, I said to myself, it's time. I want to pause and give a big shout out to Bob here. I was with Bob at a very formative time in my life. Ours may have been too serious of a relationship too soon, but Bob was my anchor. He's the reason I finally went to Hollywood to try to be a real actress. Without Bob, I might have been like my mom and never taken that leap of faith. I wasn't crazy in love with Bob, and he probably wasn't crazy in love with me either, but he was familiar. We helped each other, and I give him a lot of credit for getting me to where I am today because I'm not sure I would have done it on my own. Do I wish I didn't need a man to motivate me to achieve my dreams? Sure, but I like to think that we motivated each other to get out of Medford, Oregon, and hardly anybody ever got out of that town. Bob served a very valuable purpose in my life. I would not have ended up in LA if not for Bob, and that was always my goal. Bob helped me feel confident enough to do it. We ultimately outgrew each other, went our separate ways, and it was over. But I was acting again. The very first class I took since college was taught by acting teacher legend Bill Cackmes. After my first scene, I sat on the stage with 25 other students waiting for my notes. You know, Lisa, Bill said, you have no opinion, you don't know how you feel, and until you figure that out, nothing's going to happen for you, you can't be an actor. Bill wasn't like my university teachers, he was lovely, but his constructive criticism was brutally honest, and he was right. I did not have an opinion. I did not know how I felt about anything because that's how I grew up. My dad barely said 2 words. No one literally said, don't show your emotions out loud, but that's the message I received. I was very good at following my family's rules. When Bill explained that I had no point of view, I didn't take it personally. I knew Bill was talented because when I watched him critique other people, he was right on. Instead of quitting like I always had up to this point, I was determined to get better at my craft. I had to build a tough skin if I wanted to stay in a profession where rejection was inevitable and constant. So my goal became to find my voice, to tap into my feelings in a way I never had before. I started dating a soap opera actor named Peter who was on The Young and the Restless, and that relationship opened up my world in Hollywood in a big way. I watched his show growing up, so I was thrilled when he introduced me to the iconic stars who played Danny Romalotti and Lauren Fenmore. Tracy Bregman, who played Lauren, was one of the first actors I was in awe of, and we are still friends to this day. Melody Thomas Scott and Eric Breeden also became friends. I liked all of them more than I liked Peter. I'll get to that in a minute. I loved being around my people and could feel myself blossoming by the minute. I also took Joanne Barron's 2-year-long method acting class at Barron Brown Studio, learning the Meissner technique. It was very intensive and intimate with only 12 other students in the class. It was one of the most awesome things I did. It forced me to be super vulnerable. We had to do an exercise called superlatives where you had to be the most of something. I played Madonna and had to dress like her and dance like her on stage by myself in front of everyone. When you're in a safe environment that feels accepting and nurturing, it helps you take risks. The critiques could be rough at times, but my teacher was Lisa Melillo, who was very patient, and that is why I think the class worked so well for me. I was finally able to build up my bravery and point of view on stage. The classes made me realize there are 2 types of people, those who grow by nurturing and those who grow by critique. I grow from nurturing because it breaks down my walls while critiquing builds them up. It's kind of like what happened the last year on The Housewives. I needed to feel nurtured in my grief. Instead, I was critiqued for it. We weren't supposed to work any outside acting jobs during the entire 2 years of the course, but Mama had bills to pay, so I got special permission to get my ass out there. Acting auditions were much harder than modeling go-sees. Modeling is all about your looks. It's very objective and there's not much you can do about it. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't. Acting is about talent. You can be good or you can suck, so the stakes are higher. The very first role I landed was on Murder, She Wrote. I got to hang out on set and watch the Angela Lansbury act. To witness a legend perfectly executing her craft was earth-shattering to a rube like me. I almost thought I'd made it just being in her presence. I certainly was no Jessica Fletcher. My part was so small that my character didn't even have a last name. But that blink and you'd miss me guest starring role opened the floodgates. Suddenly I was booking national commercials like a boss, which helped pay the rent because TV commercials were lucrative back then with a steady stream of residuals every time your spot aired. The best I got was scoring a Bud Light Spuds Mac Kenzie spot. My friends, including commercial vet Kimber Sissons, were hired to play the three Spudettes, and I was simply a cute girl running around in the background. I wasn't allowed to get within 50 feet of Spuds. Of course, he was a huge star and had his own security detail. Still, I felt like I was hot shit for a second because I was in a Spuds Mac Kenzie commercial. My Spuds cameo led to 13, that's right, I said 13 Taco Bell commercials. We're talking vintage Taco Bell with the old bell ringing. We drive out to the desert and in blazing 100-degree weather run around in the skimpiest vests and cutoffs and boots. They'd wrap the burritos we had to eat in baby wipes to keep them glistening and moist and fresh in the violently dry sun. We'd take a bite, dance around, then spit it out in a bucket. Those commercials kept me afloat for nearly 3 years and bankrolled a new Isuzu Trooper. But to this day I can't even look at a bean and cheese burrito without gagging. My career was blossoming, but my boyfriend seemed disinterested. While I was getting better at using my voice performing in my personal life, I was still sort of a blob who didn't assert herself where men were concerned. Peter just wasn't that into me despite all my efforts to make him love me. He was very self-involved, and if I'm honest with myself, he probably barely thought of me. He was more concerned about his own weight than I was about mine, so he worked out like a fiend. He rarely paid for any of my meals, we often went Dutch. Plus, we didn't even sleep in the same bed. I slept on his pull-out futon. It was a struggle to get him to touch me, maybe because he wasn't attracted to me. Our whole relationship was weird, and I cried about it every day for 3.5 years. Finally, I had had enough and dumped his ass. After Peter and I broke up, I was auditioning like a maniac. And to supplement my burrito income, I worked part-time at an eyeglass store in the Beverly Glen Center in Bel Air owned by my friend Brad. One day, as I was polishing a pair of oversized aviators, in walks Harry Hamlin, the devilishly handsome actor who played Michael Cusack on LA Law. In my family, big stars were the coolest thing ever, so my eyes were definitely a little swirly. But I knew Harry was married to Nicolette Sheridan. They were all over the tabloids together, so I kept my flirting to the bare minimum, handed him his glasses, and that was that. Another night, after working until 10:00 p.m., I needed to return the key to Brad before I went home, so I met him at Shane's, a restaurant 2 doors down, and there he was again, Harry Hamlin, sitting at the table with Brad and a small group of people. I sat down for a drink and chit-chatted with Harry like I'd known him for years. I can't remember if I was starstruck, but if I was, I would have hidden it well. I had just gone to Cirque du Soleil for the first time, and I regaled Harry with stories about trampolines. I could tell Harry was impressed. For some reason, I was not self-conscious at all. I was exuding confidence. The next morning, Brad called me and said, "You know, if Harry was single, he'd really like to date you." You. That was my first reaction because he was married, and I didn't go in for that sort of thing. What I didn't know was that 3 days earlier, Nicolette had left Harry for singer Michael Bolton, and Harry was going through a very painful separation. She had gone to a Michael Bolton concert while Harry was out of town and had an affair with him. BTW, she still denies the affair to this day. The night I met him, Harry was just trying to go out and not deal with his life imploding. The affair would become a huge public scandal, but it was so fresh when I met him it wasn't in the news yet. This was pre-social media days when gossip didn't spread like wildfire in 4 seconds. When Brad called me, I was clueless. I thought, "That's gross, sorry, no thanks," and moved on with my life. I was focused on my career anyway. I'd recently screen tested for 7 daytime soaps and was rejected by all of them. I was the Susan Lucci of soap opera screen testing. It was so ridiculous I had to laugh. After I flunked my last audition in New York City, I was resigned to the fact that a soap opera was not in the cards for me. Then shockingly, I got one right after that, the best one if you asked Lois. I landed Days of Our Lives playing Billy Reed. When I called my mom to tell her the news, I had to pull the rotary phone away from my ear because of her squeal. She was beside herself, like I'd already won an Academy Award. Every time I've done something that everyone tells me not to do, it always produces something good. Case in point, I'd auditioned against exactly 211 girls for the role of Billy Reed on Days. I went to the first audition with long hair and got the coveted callback. You're supposed to go back into your second audition looking exactly the same, but meh, I wasn't feeling it. I'd just broken up with Peter, and you know how people drastically change their hair after a relationship ends. Think PK's buzzcut after the split from Dorrit. In a perfect storm moment, I met a girl with gorgeous hair in my acting class. I asked her if her stylist would come to my place to do my hair. And that is how the infamous Rinna vintage pixie shag came to be. This random guy came to my little apartment in Brentwood and chopped off my hair. I have no idea who he was and never saw him again, but it was 1992 and I was 29 years old. Never forget that Brandy skewered it mercilessly on RHOBH, tossing out the dig that I'd had the same haircut for 20 years. Fine, you got me, but that hairstyle got me my first real acting job, so forgive me for being sentimental about it. I cut my hair off between the first reading and the callback. It was a bold and beautiful moment. See what I did there? I truly believe I got that part because I took a risk. After 7 freaking soap opera screen tests, I was like, fuck it, and that's when everything changed for me. So here's the thing about Days of Our Lives. Soaps may have been the lowest rung on the ladder in terms of Hollywood clout, but they were still huge in the 90s. There were like 12 of them. My mom watched Days religiously. It was a big deal in our house, therefore I watched it. For most actors, getting on a soap opera is not cool. But being hired to be Beau Brady's love interest was one of the greatest things you could ever do in the eyes of the Rinnas. For me to get a part on Days of Our Lives was an instant ego boost. When I showed up to work on day one, I went in with the mindset that it was the greatest thing since sliced bread and vowed to myself that I would make my character one for the ages. My goal was to work my butt off so Billy Reed could become one of the most popular characters of all time on Days of Our Lives. It turns out, being on a soap was the greatest acting training ever. I had to learn 20 to 40 pages of dialogue a day, 5 days a week. I never could have gotten the immersive experience I got on Days anywhere else. They were pushing all the boundaries right smack dab in the middle of the day. One of my favorite scenes involved the character Marlena being possessed by a demon. I still, to this day, for the life of me, could not tell you why she was possessed. She put this other character named Carly in a coffin alive. The actress who had to play her, Crystal Chappell, had to lay in a coffin with a hole in it where they'd film her. I felt so bad for her. When they called action, it started to rain giant gumballs, and we all had to run around picking up gumballs off the floor. Confused. Welcome to the soap opera world. It was one of the most wackadoodle yet most popular storylines of all time. Billy's storylines were equally bananas and tested every ounce of my acting ability. Billy arrived in Salem with dreams of becoming a famous singer, so in my very first episode I had to belt out "Come Rain or Come Shine." Thank God for my Fiddler on the Roof solo. It only got crazier from there. Billy was a coke addict, a porn star, a stripper. A down-and-out survivor of her abusive father who gave her acid and molested her. Down the line, I had a fling with the actor who played my brother Patrick Muldoon. We were making out in dark corners and not hiding it from everyone very well. One night we had to shoot until 3 in the morning, so we spent the night in our separate dressing rooms and no one kicked us out. I loved that Billy Reed was the badass who got the hot guys. Rinna was no slouch either, meow Patrick. Billy replaced Beau Brady's true love Hope, played by Christian Alfonso, who left on maternity leave. 6 months in, the audience started loving Billy Reed and rooted for her. I got so much juju from the giant fan base. That kind of validation meant so much to me, even more than being awarded Newcomer of the Year at the Soap Opera Digest Awards. I thanked my frequent scene partner, Robert Kelker Kelly, who played Beau Brady, even though behind the scenes we hated each other. We were named Best Couple a few times during my 3-year run. I'm convinced that happened because there's a very fine line between love and hate, and our disgust for each other made for fiery chemistry on screen. Remember when Kathy Hilton claimed that I was the biggest bully in Hollywood? Not true, not even close. I've been working in showbiz since I was 24 years old, and I have legit stories about the real bullies in this town. Robert Kelker Kelly was one of those bullies. He made my life a living hell on the set of Days. He was horrible to me, and I'd go so far to say verbally abusive. He was passive-aggressive and manipulative and played weird mind games. It was the craziest shit I've ever experienced with a co-star. I had to work with him every day, often half-naked, to do love scenes. If I didn't do what he wanted, he'd give me the silent treatment. My theory is he was attracted to me, and when I wasn't available to him, it made him snap. He was a ticking time bomb. I never knew when I arrived on set each morning if I'd get nice Robert Kelker Kelly or dark Robert Kelker Kelly. He was unpredictable and it was exhausting. I regret that I never stood up to Robert because I was too young and I was not willing to make waves at my new awesome job. Even though big things were happening in my life, I still lacked assertiveness and self-confidence when it came to men, professionally and personally. 6 months after I met Harry Hamlin and spun yarns about circus performers, we officially became an item. Harry was 12 years older than me and very successful and had money. Even though I was on Days at this point, I still felt I did not have anything interesting to say. Zero. Harry took me to Tahiti on our first big trip, and I remember he wanted to take a picture of me. This was before cell phones. I just stood there like a mannequin with my arms at my side. "Can't you do something?" he said. And I thought, well, what the fuck do I do? I had gotten down the art of expressing myself when it came to acting, but when it came to men and relationships, it still didn't come naturally to me. It's so ironic that you look at me now and I'm dancing on Instagram 24/7. I really have come so far from where I began. Now we always joke that he created a monster. It's kind of a miracle that we ended up staying together. If Robert Kelker Kelly was in my housewife's orbit today, he never would have gone away with his behavior. I would have at least had a glass of wine thrown in his face. But back then I let him walk over me like a doormat. I wasn't the only one with issues with Robert, because suddenly one day he disappeared from the Days set, and next thing I knew, Christian and I had our own full-time security detail. I wasn't worried about physical harm, but NBC had to cover their ass. We had rent-a-cops parked outside our houses and trailers for 3 weeks and were driven to and from work. It could have been a plotline for a Days script, but it probably was cuckoo enough. Christian and I commiserated and looked out for each other. All the women on Days did. Christy Clark, Allison Sweeney, who it turns out is a second cousin of Harry's, we all had one another's backs. We were very young at the time and we all bonded. I could have stayed on Days for the next 30 years, but when my contract was up, I decided to try to strike while the iron was hot. I had some serious popularity at the time, and I feared if I didn't take that risk to branch out, I would never leave. Right after I left, I snagged a Danielle Steele period piece movie, Vanished, and filmed it with George Hamilton in Montreal. I shot another movie in Charleston, South Carolina with actor Rob Estes, and that was my stepping stone to primetime soap immortality, baby, Melrose Place. I had an absolute ball playing Taylor McBride on Melrose Place. I was hired to replace Hunter Tylo, who was fired by Aaron Spelling Productions when she got pregnant. It was awkward replacing someone who got fired just for getting pregnant, but fortunately she sued and won a $4.8 million settlement, the first time a mega amount like that was awarded to a woman terminated for being pregnant. Ironically, when I testified at her trial, I was pregnant with my first child and my other co-star, Heather Locklear, who played the iconic Amanda Woodward, was about to give birth. Because so much of that show was about the drama and catfighting among the female characters, the tabloids back then always reported that the fighting extended into real life. Nobody wanted to hear it at the time, but just like on Days, all the women on Melrose Place had one another's backs too. I came onto the show in its 5th year, so I was the newbie. Those guys were already thick as thieves. They could have hazed me or ignored me, but they welcomed me with open arms while the tabloids had Heather and I tearing each other's weaves out. Because our characters were enemies on the show, they wanted us to be enemies in real life. One of the rags wrote that I was so jealous of Heather that when she'd gotten out of her car, I rammed my car into hers and took the door off. Preposterous. Lies. Hilarious. The truth was, Heather was a huge mentor to me. I was only on Melrose Place for 2 years, but they were very informative years. Heather led by example and took me under her wing. She showed me what it was like to be a hardworking professional actress who walked onto that set every day with class and dignity and knew her lines. She always came on with a smile and was never mean to anybody. Her attitude set the tone beautifully for everyone. I learned everything about how to carry myself on a set from her. There's so much jealousy in our business. Women are often taught that there's only one seat at the table and you better fight like fucking hell for it. It's just not true. There's room for everyone to succeed. We have to keep saying that out loud. My biggest issue on Melrose Place wasn't the women, it was the men. I had to make out with 2 different guys in back-to-back scenes, Thomas Calabro, who played Dr. Michael Mancini, and Jack Wagner, who played Dr. Peter Burns. That was a first and a last. Jack and I butted heads a lot. While he was singing all I needed was for him to stop bossing me around and controlling me. We were in a trailer rehearsing one day when I had enough and barked at him, "Don't fuck with me." It worked. He backed off. I gained back my respect by sticking up for myself, and he never did it to me again. Jack was so nice to me from that day on. I've been bullied by male co-stars, and I've definitely experienced plenty of sexism in this industry, but thankfully I've never experienced a Me Too moment. I'm not sure what vibration I was putting out because truly no one ever fucked with me in that way. I was never assaulted, no one ever made sexual advances toward me. I'm so fortunate to have skipped that trauma because sometimes it seems like I'm the only female actor in the business who can say they weren't accosted or downright abused. When I stood up to Jack, that was a game changer for me. If you're told growing up not to feel anything and not to speak up, you don't even know where to find that strength within you, but somehow that day I found that courage. I don't think it's a coincidence that the 3 signature shows I've been on in my career, Days of Our Lives, Melrose Place, and RHOBH, were all super dramatic. I've always been in that soapy world, and I think now I know why. I was so numb for so long. It took me a lot of time to be able to voice my opinions. Maybe acting was the only way I was ever truly going to discover my voice. It's okay, we can call Housewives acting, and that is where RHOBH has served me the best. That show allowed the real Rinna to reemerge, the Rinna who had been holding so much in since leaving Newport Beach. When I first started the show, we had a great executive producer who I really loved working with named Chris Cullen. Before my first shoot day, Chris came over to my house, and mind you, I'd already been acting for years, but the first thing he said to me was, "In doing this new genre, you need to think out loud." What the hell does that mean? Well, that means how are you feeling? Then you're going to say it. What is that other person doing? Then you're going to say how you feel about what that other person's doing. With that direction, the floodgates just opened. He gave me permission to see what I'm looking at and say how I feel right on the spot. It also kind of unleashed the hounds because now you can't stop me. Today I'm outspoken on just about everything under the sun. People think they are who they are and can't change, but I'm here to tell you can grow into your confidence at any age at your own pace. For me, it was mostly about giving 0 FS. I also realized that superpower had always been in me, I just hadn't tapped into it. At times, my mouth has protected me, but it's also gotten me into trouble. I've run the gamut of what it's like to use that kind of superpower once you let it out. It's a double-edged sword. The real trick is knowing when to use it. 3, I need a drink and a Xanax, or bitches can be hard to get along with. In the 3rd part of the season 7 reunion, I got stuffed from every angle. Kim Richards had temporarily returned to the show and rejected my stuffed bunny gift olive branch, thereby trying and failing to humiliate me. Kyle said I was physically incapable of closing my mouth, insert lip joke here, and Dorrit griped that I slandered her by asking on camera if people were doing coke at her dinner party. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a liar. As we all screeched over one another, I had enough. I got up, sashayed off camera, cackling, and blurted out the drink and a Xanax line, which instantly became a phenomenon. You can still buy all kinds of I need a drink and a Xanax merch on Etsy. In hindsight, it's a miracle any of us still talk to each other. Honestly, some of us don't. Because I grew up an only child, I learned so much about female friendships on the show. I feel like I'm an expert after being a housewife. I will share my wisdom now, but I'm gonna need a stiff one and an anti-anxiety pill to get through it. I'm pouring myself a Belvedere and soda with 3 lemon wedges as I type. I recently met Dorrit, Erica, and Kyle for dinner at Cipriani. Teddy was supposed to come, but she got COVID. It was a very special night, and not just because we were celebrating our birthdays all within a couple weeks of one another. When I was on the show, I could count on one finger the number of times I attended a social engagement with my co-stars that wasn't for the cameras. The only time I can remember, we argued the whole time about the Denise Richards threesome situation, so it might as well have been work. Now this dinner at Cipriani, it was real. It wasn't for the plotline or the press or to piss anybody off. We were behaving like normal girlfriends do, talking about everything under the sun. We feasted on bread, pasta, and curry chicken. God forbid we ever stuffed our faces on camera. That was a big no-no. You can't argue with a mouthful of food and spray crumbs and spittle all over the place. A lot of good food went to waste during my time on Housewives. I'd take doggy bags home because I was starving after a day of filming. We were secluded at a discreet table in the back like in The Sopranos, but a lot of people walked by us on the way to the bathroom and stopped dead in their tracks. They had to rub their eyes like a cartoon character to make sure what they were really seeing. I don't blame them. It's a miracle that I made it out of RHOBH with even one friend. In real life, I have such a small, tight circle of real girlfriends. I'm very careful about who I let into my life. Friendship is hard. I've had good ones and I've had shitty ones. For me, it's big ups and downs, but I know a lot of other women feel totally different. My sister loves her women friends. I don't necessarily connect the same way. Too many of the women on RHOBH are Virgos. I don't get along with Virgos. I'm a Cancer, so Virgos and I do not mix. It's like oil and water. Camille, Sutton, and Surprise. Lisa Vanderpump are all Virgos. That's a horrible thing for me to say. I don't mean to diss an entire astrological sign. I know there are some really lovely Virgos out there. It's not about Virgos being bad. It's about my relationship to them as a Cancer. For some reason, we just clash, and those feelings usually go both ways. If you ask those other women how they felt about me, they'd say the same thing. To them, I'm a snake, I'm dangerous. Well, I didn't start out that way. I came in with good intentions. I think we all do. The producers of the show are brilliant at hiring people who don't know what they're getting into every year. They have no clue what's coming. That's what happened to me. It started out very simple. A lovely lunch was set up, just Dorrit and me. We were told you'll talk about this and that. A week later, there was a group party at someone's house, and the little issues we talked about at the lunch got thrown into the mix subtly. It was all guided by the producers. It's all done so well, no matter what season, no matter what city, no matter what group of women you put together. Some groups are better than others, some years are better than others, but it works. It's evil genius. In the beginning, my fellow housewives trusted me and I trusted them, but as time in the producer-manipulated RHOBH fishbowl went on, we lost trust in one another. In the housewives world, trust can be a 4-letter word and as ugly as Crystal's leather pants. Just kidding, the pants were fine, but I gotta hand it to Sutton for such a great line. I was destined for conflict from day one, but I swear through no fault of my own, I blame the stars, the literal ones, not the ones on the show. Okay, let's get into it. My relationship with Lisa Vanderpump, well, it's complicated. That's so Facebook status circa 2007. LVP and I were acquaintances long before we became housewives. By the time I joined the show in season 5, she was already a producer on Vanderpump Rules, so she knew the game better than anybody. I looked up to her and I let her lead the way. In an early episode, she took me shopping for small ponies that she wanted for her villa. We literally flew to see these ponies and ended up bringing one back with us on a private jet. It was real Green Acres buddy comedy kind of shit. I'll give it to her. LVP was good. She had lines. She was clever. But that was the only time we had fun together. LVP's very smart. When I first came on the show, she called me every single morning. I was so gullible, I actually thought she cared about me. While I was drinking my first cup of coffee and prattling on about my day's boring errands, she was molding me like clay into a henchman to do her bidding. Nice phone calls were all it took, and I fell in line. I was ready and willing to do all of LVP's dirty work. That's how the whole Yolanda Foster fiasco came about. After one of those calls, I went after Yolanda about her Lyme disease and questioned if she had Munchausen syndrome, basically inventing or exaggerating her symptoms for attention and sympathy. I stepped in that villain role, but it was driven by LVP. That's the truth. I think it's obvious now she had Lyme disease, and my heart aches that I ever questioned her. When I first came to LA and I was with Wilhelmina Modeling Agency, I would go to castings, Yolanda would walk in, and I thought she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I knew of her before I got on the show superficially, and I always liked her. I never wanted to become enemies. LVP's an expert at manipulation. It's why she makes such a good producer on her own show. She knows how to use other people like chess pieces. She spends every waking hour figuring out her next move. She's not spontaneous. She has a plan going on, but you don't know that because she's quite good at keeping it hidden. One time we were at Pump for her birthday, and she got me to get up and sing, which normally I wouldn't do. It was her special night, and she wanted everyone to sing so she could sing. So she got me to sing so she didn't look like an idiot. Kyle succumbed to LVP's spell too and became her partner in crime for a while, so did Teddy Mellencamp. Thing is, Teddy and I are no slouches in the brains department, and eventually we woke up from the trance. It all came tumbling down when we caught Lisa lying about Puppygate. LVP owned a dog shelter and gave Dorrit a puppy named Lucy Apple Juice. The dog had behavioral issues, so Dorrit ended up passing the dog off to another family. LVP concocted a story that the new family brought Lucy to a kill shelter, and then leaked that story to the press, causing all hell to break loose and using the opportunity to lampoon Dorrit for an entire season. In reality, the dog was renamed Lulu and is still alive and chasing squirrels last time I checked. Lisa has proclaimed her innocence, swore on the lives of her children, and passed a lie detector test about Puppygate, so you be the judge, dear reader. The truth is that it was a shitshow. LVP fabricated a juicy storyline just for the plot, and what most people didn't know was that she wanted her own spin-off dog show. But I knew why it was happening, and Teddy knew why it was happening. We had a big meeting at a hotel with the producers because LVP wasn't filming with anyone and we were trying to figure out what to do. I looked right at a producer and said, "You're doing a dog show with LVP and I don't think it's right that we are forced to do this demented storyline." Said producer looked me right in the eye and said, "We are not doing a dog show with Lisa Vanderpump. That is absolutely not true." I shot back, "I don't believe you." A couple months later, Vanderpump Dogs the TV show was announced. The producer had lied right to my face. The new show flopped and was cancelled, but I hate injustice. Be straight with me and say, we need to do this storyline because we're going to spin off a show for her dog shelter. Maybe I'd understand that, but to be sneaky about it and create unnecessary drama and hurt Dorrit, she didn't deserve that. None of us did. I'm good at smelling and calling out bullshit from the get-go. The producers didn't like that. They want you to call the cast out for their bullshit, sure, but they don't want to be the target. So I was already starting to be a problem way back during Puppygate for calling it like I saw it. When it came to my entanglements with Lisa Vanderpump, once our power dynamic evened out and I saw her game plan with clear eyes, she lost control of me and she never got it back. I didn't allow it. I tried to find ways to get under her skin, like saying she smelled like Chardonnay, cigarettes, and mothballs. In one of my interviews, I blurted out that her house looked like a disco. More than anything I ever did and said on that show, the disco dig made her nuts. I loved the cat and mouse game I had with her because it made for great television. One time I was in Paris staying at the Four Seasons George V and was having dinner in the lobby with my publicist, Jeffrey Chasson, and the then new hot young actor Christopher Briney, who's having quite a big moment right now. The first season of The Summer I Turned Pretty had just aired, and now we know that the show had a very big finale in Paris, so basically I can proudly say I was in Paris with Chris Briney before Belly was. Anyway, who do I spy at the hotel? Lisa and Ken Vanderpump. LVP kept making Ken do laps in front of our table just to prove that she was ignoring us. It was peak LVP passive-aggressive behavior. We kept seeing each other at the hotel and ignoring each other. This went on for an entire day and it was so fucking funny. Then she had the audacity to try to clap back at me after. She went on WWHL and sniped. I have no idea why Rinna was there. I didn't need to take the bait because a Vogue story had just run with the title, "Is Lisa Rinna on her way to becoming a fashion icon?" I just reposted it with the caption in case you were wondering why I was in Paris. As they say in French, touché. Having said all that, for the record, I think Lisa Vanderpump is the Bobby Fischer of housewives, one of the greatest of all time. She knew how to play the game better than anyone. You cut through all the manipulation and maneuvering and she was funny. She had the English accent and Jiggy the dog and it served her well. Everyone's always jockeying to be the queen of the franchise and it's a blood sport. We all start out as pawns and before you know it, you're piloting the plane. If you watch closely, you can see it in real time. It's not happening every second, and one time I even sat back for a whole season after my dad died. I remember one time Dorrit and Teddy were fighting and I just watched them like an audience member with popcorn. I was having a ball because it wasn't about me and they were doing the work while I just sat there with a Cheshire Cat's grin on my face. I knew that was the only time I would get one free pass though. The producers gave me one season to recover, then it was, alright, get your sweet ass back on board here. Don't think you can't show up, Rinna. The longer you're on the show, the more conscious you are of trying to attain Queen Bee status. The Queen Bee gets to hold the diamond front and center in the title card. Kyle always got that spot, which was understood and was not up for negotiation. If you had a good season, you might get to stand next to her, but it was always Kyle. She was steering the ship because she's been there the longest. She was a good leader and she knew how to run the show. While I have always been an ensemble player, I was a very good driver of the plot. For example, sometimes you'd find yourself sitting at a restaurant picking at the breadbasket for 3 hours because everyone was beating around the bush, and no one was willing to stick their necks out or be the lamb for the slaughter. Eileen and I were the ones who would blurt out, "Oh, for God's sakes, just say it so we can go home." Eileen knew her goal at every moment and would cut to the chase within 5 minutes. We'd barely have our drinks ordered and she'd say, "So did you smoke pot last night?" Or whatever it was the producers wanted us to bring up. Eileen, we'd all shriek, feigning indignation, but then we'd get to go home quicker. LVP always wanted to be on top, but after Puppygate she knew she was demoted. She couldn't stand that, but at the same time refused to take accountability. Instead, she doubled down and would never ever admit she was wrong. The same thing happened with Denise Richards. Kathy Hilton too, all those women are cut from the same cloth. Once we really called LVP out, the whole cast pretty much turned on her and she ran. Halfway through the season she disappeared and she never filmed the show again. She didn't even show up for the reunion, which is a big no-no. LVP was the biggest coward we've ever had on that show. Everybody else would go head-to-head. Kim Richards went head-to-head with me. Kathy Hilton went head-to-head with me. They didn't run, sister. That's why we get paid the not-so-big bucks to sit there and take it. Is it easier not to confront people? Absolutely, but that's what we're hired to do. The job is about being messy. LVP was a sniper from the side who turned into a coward, so we took her crown away. Her famous saying was, "The crown is heavy, darling," and my comeback was always, "It's not so heavy." LVP was not the only person I had a history with before Housewives. I was friends with everybody until I had acquaintance-type relationships with Denise, Kim, and Sut. I'd known all of them for many years. Beverly Hills is a small place with a few key players. All were women who I liked very much, and they would say the same about me. But after I got on the show, I ended up being enemies with all three of those women. The irony is I'm the one who got Denise and Sutton on RHOBH. They both came to me and begged to be on the show, and I bent over backward to help them. I knew that Sutton would be a good housewife because she's super rich and wacky, so I told producers to take a look at her. Sutton's clever, but she's a different kind of crazy. She's the kind of kooky audiences like to watch, so I had a hunch she'd be good for the show. Even though we ended up on the outs, I think fans rooted for her because of her goofy attitude and that thick Southern accent. Denise's first season was uneventful, but she came into the second season on the rampage. I noticed right away she wasn't being buddy-buddy with me. Maybe she knew she didn't make much of an impression on her first season. Maybe producers told her she needed to step it up. Who knows, but that's when she came at Garcelle, Erica, Kyle, Dorit, and me at her backyard barbecue saying we were talking about threesomes in front of her kids. She'll never cop to this, but Denise came in with an agenda and it pissed me off. I thought it was shady. I got a lot of grief from Denise because I was there for her. Maybe I wasn't, but I'm only going to be there for you if you're a good person or you're there for me too. I realized my relationship with Denise was superficial and there was no there. When I turned on her after the barbecue fiasco, she gaslit me to no end. Later that season, when Brandi revealed that she and Denise bumped rugs and giggled, all hell broke loose. Denise vehemently denied it. Remember way back, I said Brandi was lamenting that the show was getting a little stale and they were desperate for some red meat. Sometimes our fellow housewives like to get brownie points with our producers by secretly narking on one another. In the case of the Brandi and Denise situation, someone went to our producer Chris Cullen and set the bait about their alleged hookup. Kim and Brandi had been close in previous seasons but were estranged at the time. There was another element to it, which was that the show was stagnant. The producers were dying because we had nothing going on, we had no story. We were about to go to Rome, and that is the tidbit that was dropped like a turd in a punch bowl right before we left. I'll never forget, they wanted me and Kyle to be the ones to bring it up by confronting Brandi with the rumor, and I said, no fucking way, I'm not doing it. So they had Teddy and Kyle do it. My hands were already dirty as far as Denise was concerned. Can you imagine if I did it? It would have been horrific. Pre-Housewives, there were two more ladies who I also saw out and about in social circles and pecked on both cheeks. Then I got closer to them on the show and discovered they were as phony as our air kisses. First was Garcelle, who had been friends with Harry and me for years. She came to all our parties and I went to all her parties. She's another one who came onto the show with an agenda. We mixed like oil and water and she was firmly on Denise's side. Once people take sides, that's that. The second was Camille Grammer. I really liked her mom. She was lovely, so I know there's a better person deep down in there. But Camille's biggest problem is that she went down the wrong road and made bad decisions. She could have been a good person on the show, but she just couldn't help herself. It was more comfortable for her to be a mean girl than to be a good person. I don't know how to express it better than that. In season 10, Camille came back for a cameo and showed up at one of Kyle's parties. She had gone after me in a Twitter post calling me trash and the girls a coven of witches. When I saw Camille there, I marched straight up to her and sniped, "You were an asshole to me on Twitter, I didn't like that." That line went viral everywhere and it was hilarious. But now that I'm off the show, it's been easy to forgive everyone. I saw Camille recently at a party and went up to hug her. She looked at me like she'd seen a ghost and I said, "Camille, we did our job, and you know what? We did a really good fucking job." I was always called a bad friend because I didn't support these newbies when they first came on the show, but it was because I found out they were bad dudes. They put on a good show, but on a fundamental level we just did not vibe at all. It's fascinating to me that the Virgo-ish ladies have all bonded together and have a love fest now. That's the most honest thing any of them have ever done because they all belong together, peas in a pod. From Billie Eilish's lips to God's ears, birds of a feather stick together, you attract who you are. Everything was fine when the mostly Virgo gang were merely social acquaintances because I rarely saw them. But working with them every single day is when the issues started. If I hadn't been on the show, I'd be good with all those girls on a superficial level. Let's not get it twisted that there was anything deep going on with any of them. They all served their purpose. Toxic workplaces are not exclusive to Bravobrities. The show is a microcosm of real life. It doesn't matter if you don't want to have anything to do with your catty coworkers. If you take the paycheck, you have to work together. I think that's why our show resonates with so many people. We're all forced to be around and deal with people we normally wouldn't every day. A lot of people are more comfortable in conflict because it's the only thing they know. According to research conducted by Rinna University, women tend to create drama, often subconsciously, in situations with other women because it feels normal. Because from a young age, girls are taught to be in competition with one another. And I admit we fed into it because it gives us adrenaline and something to gossip about. That's the whole basis of this show. I still think it's super fucked up even if I played a part in it. It's funny because in most industries, women of a certain age are kind of ignored or pushed out for the younger generation. But the Housewives franchise is not stocked with spring chickens. The reason the shows work so well is because the women are aging out. They're in the midst of midlife crises, their faces and boobs are drooping, their hormones are wackadoodle, and they have a lot of lived experience. They've played the role of mom and wife for years, and they're desperate to keep the facade of a perfect life going. Whether that's about aging or feeling less desirable as women, it causes them to be out for themselves in so many ways. Social standing is the one thing they can control, and they cling to it for dear life. And before you call me out, I'm admitting this as a former housewife myself. That desperation brings out people's true colors. By the way, all those women are full-blown narcissists. I'm talking Garcelle, Sutton, and Denise. That's just coming from my experience. They play the victim, and I can't tolerate that. I do not believe in victim mentality. I call myself the narcissist hunter of Beverly Hills because I'm really good at sussing them out. They didn't like that so much. Once I see what I'm dealing with, I go right after them. It's very hard to tangle with a narcissist, you almost can't. But every once in a while, I would prick them just enough to get under their skin. It really is that hard to figure out when people are lying. Just pay attention and look at their body language. Especially if you've been with somebody and they've told you what they've done and then they lie in front of your face to the group. Maybe it's easier for me as an actor because I've studied humanity. When I come across a lying narcissist, my gut tells me they're not being honest and authentic, and if I call them out on it, they'll lie about it some more. They'll lie to cover their lies. The audacity is astounding. I would not trust these people as far as I could throw them, yet my reputation was in their hands. There were unspoken rules among the ladies about lines not to cross. Stuff about our personal lives that was absolutely off limits and that we would agree wouldn't be brought up on the show. Remember season 3, when Brandy shared a huge secret about Adrienne Maloof that caused her to leave the show? I wasn't part of the cast then, but it was something about Adrienne's family that the cast agreed never to bring up. Until Brandy did, we all had stuff like that we wanted to keep off the show and had to trust one another that we'd all honor that. Someone might actually say aloud, "Please, I can't go here," and I would respect that because at the end of the day, I didn't want to ruin someone's life or destroy a family or make anyone suffer. There were times I looked the other way or didn't go there. Then again, I have morals. Other people would cross those boundaries without batting an eye. The hot buttons for me were my kids and my husband. The producers knew this because every time you have an interview with them, they dig up so much vital information. If you're sitting there for 6 hours doing an interview and underling is on a freaking computer writing down everything you said, then they send those notes to the producers and to Andy Cohen. Throughout my interviews, from the questions they asked me, they knew that I would be a vicious mama bear and a vicious protector of my husband. And that, my friends, is how Amsterdam happened. My whole first year I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, having so much fun calling people out. I had no idea it was all going to come back and bite me in the ass. Boy, did I end up paying for it. It started with my ride to Malibu with Kim Richards. She was a lil out of her mind, so that's when I said my unforgettable line, "It's wackadoodle time." I was thinking out loud like the producers told me to do, but Kim didn't like that. That's when producers turned the tables on me and set Kim up real good with ammunition for revenge. By the time we got to the girls' trip in Amsterdam, Kim was prepped to come after me at dinner, and that's exactly what she did. On the flight over, Kim was giving me attitude the whole way. She was dissing me and making sure I wasn't part of any conversations. I clocked Kim's animosity toward me at the very beginning of the trip. In my heart of hearts, I knew the fix was in and it gave me a pit in my stomach. She had already pushed me so much before we got on the plane. For the previous 4 months, everybody was calling me crazy. By the time this trip rolled around, we were at the top of the pyramid. There was already so much resentment and hurt. So imagine 12 hours of Kim's tude, then we arrive in Amsterdam so jet-lagged and worn out. I went to my room to get my bearings, but almost immediately had to get ready for dinner. I went down to the lobby and said hello to some actors I knew from The Bold and the Beautiful, which weirdly happened to be filming in Amsterdam, and their cast was staying at the same hotel as us. We sat down at our table, and within 5 minutes the fight started. No one even had a glass of wine yet. Nobody was ready for it, the perfect storm of sneak attack and jet lag. Producers encouraged Kim to push my buttons. She knew my marriage was a non-starter for me, and so she went in as soon as she could. I was the perfect foil. I was emotional, and I opened up about my own sister dying of an overdose and how my family had deep-rooted drug and alcohol abuse in our DNA, and that I was terrified my own children would inherit the addiction gene. "I'm sorry if I've ever gotten into your business," I said sincerely as a white flag. "Well, you have," Kim shot back aggressively. She yelled that I should be more concerned about my own family issues. Next thing I know, the wheels and gloves are off, and Kim is screaming at pretty much everyone at the table. She called Eileen a beast, claimed that I should eat a piece of bread, insinuating an eating disorder, and that Kyle was a shittier sister than Kathy Hilton. "What is wrong with you?" Kyle croaked on the verge of tears. Kim started jabbing her finger in my direction and threatening to expose secrets about my Harry. "Let's talk about the husband," she taunted. That's when I lost my fucking marbles. I nearly reached across the table to strangle her. I had a split millisecond of God saying to me, "Don't touch her, you'll go to jail." Instead, I screeched, "Don't touch my husband, never go near my husband, don't you ever fucking touch my husband." Then I picked up my glass, threw water all over Kim, and smashed it on the table in front of us. I mean, you could not have written that scene, but the fact that it happened in the first 5 minutes we were sitting there was beyond. It was the setup of all setups. That moment cemented me in unhinged housewives lore like Teresa's table flip or the epic slumber party brawl in Atlanta. It was not normal. Something had changed in my brain makeup where it became acceptable to behave like this in the world. We all have it in us if we're pushed to the edge of madness. I'd never done anything like that in my life, and I'd never do that again. The physicality of me going across that table to grab her scared the shit out of me and made me grab that glass because I had so much anger inside me. I didn't know what to do with it, and that's what I ended up doing. But I was completely rage blind in that moment. To this day, I barely remember it. The aftermath was so emotional. It was like a death had happened. Everyone was so shook. I was in shock. Kyle was in shock. Eileen was in shock. I remember going to her room and we sat up crying for most of the night. We didn't know what we'd gotten ourselves into. It was so horrifying. I didn't sleep all night. Everybody wanted to leave, but we knew we couldn't. In fact, get this, they made us get together the next day and go shopping. I should have said, no way am I going to go shopping with Kim. That's ridiculous. But it was my first year. I didn't know any better. They had Kim come knock on my door. It was sick. Looking back on it, I should have just walked off that set, gotten on a plane, and flown home. I remember calling Harry a lot and crying. Kim didn't even know my husband. She came to me years later and confessed. They told me to say that and do that. That's the truth. There was never anything there, Lisa. They told me to do it, so I did it. Well, now we all know that, but we didn't know it at the time. The damage was done. The prize fight is the biggest draw of Housewives. Even when you're not involved in the main event, there are undercard skirmishes going on or about to go down at all times. You never know who's going to come after you, when, and why. It's inevitable that you'll brawl with just about everyone. Therefore, a loyal ally who has your back unconditionally is extremely rare. That person for me is Erica Jane. I've always been a lone ranger thanks to my older half-siblings moving out when I was very young. Erica and I both grew up as only children. Not having siblings is a little bit of a deficit when you come on a show like this because these girls know how to fight with sisters and siblings and make up. Erica and I didn't know how to do that, so I think we also connected on that level. It is not in our nature to know how to deal with siblings or women. It's not in our nature to ask for help. It's in our nature to get all the attention. I think I can speak on her behalf. We have a bunch more things in common. Our birthdays are one day apart and we're both Cancers. Teddy, Erica, Dorrit, and I are all Cancers. Go figure. Kyle's a Capricorn. I've never had any issue with Kyle personally, only with her sisters. We've had our ups and downs around her sisters, but really Kyle and I have not had any issues between us. At the end of the day, I do understand, though it was painful at times, why she would always protect her family. When I first met Erica, we were not on the same side because she was Yolanda's ride or die. We had it out a couple times, but were able to move on with little drama. I came on the show with Eileen Davidson, and we bonded as a team because we were rookies who both came from the soap world. After Eileen and Yolanda left, Erica and I gravitated toward each other like magnets. I understood her and she understood me. I wouldn't have expected that I would bond with Erica necessarily. Sometimes you have chemistry, sometimes you don't. It's either there or it's not. Erica and I just hit it off. We can relate to each other and we have fun together. Flash forward to season 10 when Erica's seemingly perfect world came crumbling down. Her husband, Tom Girardi, an attorney, was accused of embezzling millions from clients. This is going to be difficult, she told us. Hang tight with me, be patient. Please just be there for me and let me go through it and I'll appreciate that. I took that to heart. As Erica's bestie on the show, it was my job to listen to her, have her back, and stand by. I was pretty much the only one who did. The rest of the ladies feared associating with her would make them look bad. They were too busy worrying about themselves, not Erica. They still don't give a shit about Erica. Sutton in particular was focused on her own reputation. She griped after an LA Times article about Erica and Tom was published that she was on the board of the American Ballet Theater and couldn't lower herself to stand behind Erica. I had my ride or die Erica's back, and that two-faced snake definitely did not. Princesses worry about their reputations, queens don't. I clapped back. I actually stole that line from Harry, got to give credit where credit is due. After some other random preposterous wig-pulling catfight, my husband said to me, "You're no longer a princess, you're now a queen and you need to act like one." He was right, of course. I knew exactly what he meant. Those words of wisdom catapulted me from damsel in distress to top dog. So when I said that to Sutton, I think it resonated with a lot of people. It's a great line, and I think it's true. Queens would never act like sniveling nincompoops. It was all pretty fucked up. I didn't understand my co-stars' reactions, especially because most of those women are divorced. They've all had issues with their husbands. Garcelle caught her husband cheating, so she should have understood more than anyone what it feels like for a marriage to fall apart. Same with Sutton and Kyle, they both have had public marriage problems. Selfishness never looks cute in a group situation with women if they've experienced what you're going through. I trusted my gut and I was the only one. Everybody else was too concerned about how the public would view them if they stood up for Erica, and the audience turned on me for sticking by her. But if I wanted to manipulate the audience like most of those girls do on social media, I would be miserable. I can't live like that. I could have done it easily and been the most beloved character on a reality show ever if I wanted to, but I don't think that's authentic and I never wanted to do that. I went with my gut and did what was authentic to me. I took a big hit for it, but I would do it again. I've certainly been accused of being the worst friend on that show. I've always thought that was funny. In the Housewives cosplay orbit, it's kill or be killed. The truth is, in the real world, if I like you, I will be your best cheerleader, your best hype man. I will sing your praises. I will promote whatever you're launching. I will post about whatever you're doing. That's what I do for my children, for my husband, for all my friends. In the real world, I am very capable of being a good friend. The more that I celebrate my friends' successes, the better I feel. That's how I've always been. I have a very small group of authentic, loyal friends that I've had for nearly 30 years. Great friends that have nothing to do with show business. Those are my true everydays. We became friends through our kids at school. I call them my everydayers because I'd see them every day at morning drop-off. There's 3 of them. One is a stay-at-home mom. One runs the publicity department at Netflix. The other one is an investment manager. They're all very smart women and totally different from any of the women I know in the entertainment business. They are my touchstone connection and they always have my back. If I were ever to reach out to them because I was in trouble, they would drop everything. They've helped my kids. I've helped their kids. We have supported one another and helped one another through many, many trials and tribulations. They're invaluable to me. They're chosen family. You don't need too many of these kinds of friends because it takes quality time and effort to nurture and sustain the relationship. We're all in our 60s now. We recently all had breakfast together and we were laughing about how we all need glasses, like when the fuck did this happen? Maintaining friendships as you get older is difficult. As you age, the circle gets smaller because you have less tolerance for bullshit. Who's got the time anyway? I've learned invaluable lessons about female friendship from my time on the show. First and foremost, it's a two-way street. To have a friend, you need to be a friend. Next, expectations are resentments waiting to happen. If you're expecting someone to be a certain kind of friend, that never works. Finally, friendships are transitory and that's okay. Not everyone is meant to be in your life and not everyone is meant to be in your life forever. I've worked with all these people and gotten so close and had so much fun, then poof, it's gone. Out of sight, out of mind. That has happened so much over the last 20 years, that's life though. But I can tell you now, here's where I stand with all of the women from the show, and you might be surprised at a couple of them. I would consider Eileen a friend and feel comfortable talking to her at any point. I keep in touch with Teddy. We don't get to see each other all the time, but she is very special to me. She really is one of the strongest humans I know. But watching her go through everything is really painful. It's heartbreaking to see your friend who is only 43 years old, so young, having to fight this cancer with 3 young children. It is very, very hard to see your friend who you love go through this. I check in with her and send her a lot of love and prayers. I've stayed very close to Erica. I've stayed connected to Diana Jenkins, who had a horrific time on the show. I've tried to apologize and make up with some of the others. I'm big on apologizing to people if I feel like I've done something shitty or wronged them or said something way out of bounds. I don't want to carry a heavy backpack full of shit and trauma around with me everywhere I go. Sometimes saying sorry works and sometimes it doesn't. With Yolanda and Denise, I reached out and I apologized. Both accepted my apology initially. A very close friend of Denise's and mine died and it brought us together again, so we actually got on a call together and it was a hopeful moment. Then a couple days later we got into it again about something stupid. She took my olive branch and stuck it back in my eye. I haven't communicated with her since. You'd have to ask her why she would do such a thing. My hypothesis is that she'll never get over the "oof, you're so angry" comment. She'll never forget it. Brandy and I were full-on enemies. We had a horribly tumultuous time. It was not good on any level. But we've reconnected over the years in a way that I would have never expected, and we're friendly now. Brandy made a real effort to reconnect with me, and I was able to see her making that effort. She reaches out to me quite a bit. I'm happy to talk to her. Brandy was a great housewife, I'll give her that. Likewise, I love Dorit now, and we had really gone through it. We came out the other side, and we've been good ever since. My friendship with Kyle is complicated. Kyle and I have had our ups and downs, but we always end up on our feet. I love Kyle. She's smart, very loyal. She has great empathy and cares for people. She's a great mother. She's really funny and witty. Kyle is one of the most enjoyable people to spend time with. I love her idiosyncrasies. She's got this anxiety thing where she counts numbers on her fingers and in her head when she feels anxious to keep her calm. It's fascinating. Kyle is in a kind of box of her own because Kyle does what's right for her and what's right for the show. She's also a product of her upbringing and she was trained to be in show business from a very early age. I think that when you're trained to be in the business from that point, you are in it no matter what. I think she's been saddled with so much guilt and shame and anxiety, and I have empathy for that. I like her as a human being. I don't really like to talk about Kim. It's just not necessary. Kathy has humanity deep down in her. We made up privately and have healed. If I ran into Kathy today, we'd be fine. I don't speak to Garcelle. She is a huge disappointment, period. It's really strange what ends up happening on these shows with women. No matter what has occurred between us, we can never take away the fact that we have been through a wild experiment together that no one else on earth will ever fully comprehend. It's like when soldiers go through a war together, go back home, have a few years of space to process it, then reconnect and marvel over it all. I don't want to get canceled for comparing real combat to woman yelling at cat, but the shoe fits. This unbreakable bond goes as far as the other franchises, too. As I'm writing this, there have been about 150 housewives so far. We're in the same battle and part of an elite club. We don't have a secret handshake, but there's almost like a wink-wink we have with one another. I've made wonderful friendships with several housewives from other cities. I like Kenya Moore from Atlanta, Tamara Judge from Orange County. I go way back with Heather Dubrow. We took an acting class together 30 years ago. I love Dorinda Medley and Countess Luann from New York. Dorinda and I actually got much closer while filming The Traitors together. Luann and I like to meet for drinks anytime she's in town. It's always enjoyable because she's so entertaining. She thinks she's Barbara Streisand. Then of course there's people like Teresa Gitis, one of the most resilient human beings on the planet. I appreciate she understands this game and has made it work for herself after prison and divorce. I mean prison. Jen Shaw from Salt Lake City is in the slammer too, but I guarantee they'll have her back on the show the second she busts out. I was a huge fan of the first year of Salt Lake City. The first reunion they had, I was texting with Andy saying, please tell them hi, I love you and I think you're doing a great job. I think it's nice to be recognized by fellow housewives. It has to make them feel good. I have DM'd Heather Gay, Meredith Marks, and Lisa Barlow when they were going through a bunch of stuff. I did it more when I was on the show, not so much now. I know Erica's in touch with lots of different housewives. Tons from the other shows were so supportive of her when she was going through the worst time of her life. They messaged her a lot, which made me happy because no one on our show was even doing that. You really can make quite deep friendships when you're vulnerable in situations and you're there for one another. The other day a picture came up on my phone of Erica and Dorit and me in Hong Kong, which was the first year Dorit came on the show. The trip was tumultuous and none of us were getting along. I forwarded the picture to them and we had a spirited text chain about it for an hour. It was so fun to reconnect, talk about where we've been, how far we've come, and where we all are now. For years we were kind of in a fog, but lately it seems like we're all coming into the light and joy has returned to our lives. We are absolutely trauma bonded for life and there's nothing we can do to erase it. That's why Kyle, Erica, Dorit, Teddy, and I have started meeting for 3.5-hour dinners at Cipriani. It says a lot to me that we're able to come back to those relationships even though we've been through hell together. We can laugh about the bad shit now too. We laugh about Hong Kong and how it was pouring rain and we were in a gondola and Dorit was terrified and thought her life was over. We can laugh about the time Dorit and I fought going round and round in the bubble Ferris wheel in Las Vegas. We can laugh about Erica being drunk on that boat in Mexico. We can laugh about all the ridiculous shit we've been through. There are so many amazing memories. My favorite moment of all was when there were just 5 of us in Provence. We got a lot of pressure from the producers to perform like circus seals because all the women who we were supposed to fight like animals in Provence were dealing with raging Malibu fires and weren't there. We couldn't fake it because we were all getting along so well. We knew we had to do something because they spent a lot of money to send us there, but nobody wanted to. We ended up going to a wine tasting, getting drunk, and Kyle started imitating people. And we all started to imitate one another and former cast members. It's the funniest episode we've ever shot. Erica coined us the Fox Force 5, a reference from Pulp Fiction. People were so triggered by us calling one another the Fox Force 5, there was a whole backlash about it. The powers that be really wanted to break us up. It was so stupid. And it inevitably devolved into a dinner where Teddy and Kyle attacked Erica because that's what the producers wanted. But in the end, it didn't mean anything. And for us, being able to laugh together was a freeing moment. Everyone always asks me if I have regrets about my behavior, especially during my last season. I do not regret lashing out at Sutton or regret handling the Kathy of it all. I do not regret a minute of it. I was doing the best I could on a reality show a couple days after my mom died, and now that I look back on it, I say shame on them for the way they handled me. As I watched it, I didn't think I was any different than I was any of the other seasons. I was as sassy and as mouthy as always. I think the perception of me was different and I never understood that. I mean, yeah, when I lashed out at Sutton, that was not normal for me, but I also was not in a normal state, and so I understand now that rage is the first thing you feel, or it certainly was the first thing I felt in grief. And you always hope that people will be a little bit more empathetic and understanding, but they're not. And that was what I saw in this situation. I will say it's challenging to watch the episodes, but that goes for all 8 seasons. We had to watch them while they were airing because in the early days they made us write blogs about them. They wanted you to get engaged because when you're pissed off, that's the best way to keep it all going. I'd watch the episodes on the computer sitting on the floor in my bedroom or sometimes with Harry. Once is enough. Now I see random clips and some of them are so fucking funny, but I will never rewatch any of it. I don't have any desire. I did it and I lived it. I'm the type of person who's moving on. My life motto is always, what's next? Now that I'm far enough removed from RHOBH, I can be a better friend to my gal pals who are still on the show. I have a certain amount of wisdom that I didn't have while I was there. I can share with them what it's like on the other side. I tell them it's good, don't be scared. Obviously, a lot of the stuff that we talk about at that table doesn't ever go anywhere, and if you can believe this, we actually talk about going on a trip somewhere together. Without cameras, Kyle insists. We want to spend time together in a real way, and I think that's really cute and cool. Despite everything that went down, up, sideways, I made real friends on RHOBH. I think I'm good with what I've got. Listen, I don't need any more close girlfriends because I barely have time for the ones I have. Now it's just about being around good, honest people and having fun. I don't want to work in a toxic Hunger Games atmosphere ever again. I'm too old for that shit. Life's too short. Besides, I'd rather spend my free time with my darling husband, Harry, Major Honey. These are the questions I get asked the most about housewives, so I'm putting the most controversial rumors to rest. Did you really ask for $2 million per episode? That never happened, ever. The press makes shit up. They said Denise Richards was getting $5 million. Sometimes it would affect our relationships, but we all understood what we made on that show and we knew better. Did you rat out Kathy Hilton to the press for her off-camera breakdown? No, I did not. What's the truth about Kyle's rumored affair with country star Morgan Wade? She's never confirmed anything. You'd have to ask Kyle. I met her and didn't suspect a thing. Kyle brought her around and I never thought twice about it. I did not put that together at all. I never thought Kyle would be the one to switch teams. It just never came up for me, but to each his own. Everybody goes through what they go through. I don't like to label anybody. I just want everyone to be happy. I don't think Kyle Richards is a lesbian, but I don't know what kind of relationship she had with Morgan. It really isn't any of our beeswax. Who was the housewife who pushed your injustice button the most? Kim Richards. Which housewife do you think never should have been put on the show? Catherine Edwards or Crystal Minkoff? They just weren't great housewives. Which housewife do you think is the biggest people pleaser? Kyle. Which housewife do you think is the biggest asshole? Vanderpump. 4. Never go after my fucking husband. Or why I'm wild about Harry Hamlin. Fine, I'll eat a piece of bread, but nobody, especially not Kim Richards, is ever going to challenge my love and loyalty to my honey, Harry Hamlin. Harry and I have been married for 28-ish years. That's like 150 in Hollywood years. It's unheard of. Everyone always wants to know how we keep our relationship going strong. Now it's about that time when the kids have flown the coop and it's just the two of us staring at each other every day. Like, now what? Are we going to be that couple who makes it till death? OMG death. I came this close to never even being a member of the Beverly Hills housewife feudal fiefdom, and we can all thank my intrepid husband for changing the course of Bravo herstory. After Melrose Place, 4 years on SoapNet Soap Talk, and my QVC collection being torpedoed by Karen's, more on that soon promise, my career stalled for a minute. I had to do something to reinvigorate my life. I needed a win. I needed something to happen. I was very aware that Bravo's super popular franchise was prime real estate, so I threw my hat into the ring for the very first season of RHOBH. I auditioned alongside LVP, Kyle, Camille, and Adrienne Maloof. They came to my house and the 4 of them shot a sizzle reel with me, and then with me and Harry sitting in a chair chatting. Harry didn't want anything to do with it, but he was game before he really knew what it was. Neither of us had ever watched BH Housewives. I'd seen a little of the Atlanta and New York shows, but it didn't matter. I was rejected. I was told they didn't want famous personalities or known actors at that point. Cut to 4 years later, 4 long years of wig snatching, nail scratching, and cat screeching among acquaintances and Harry's and my social circle. Producers asked to meet with me again. I went to Harry and I told him about an opening on the show. At this point, he was a lot more familiar with the show because of how popular it had become. If you do that, he said in his signature dry monotone, I'll divorce you. I could tell he meant it, so the conversation was done. So, okay, I hear you, my darling. I'm not even going to push it. Yeah, right, exactly 24 hours later, I went back to Harry and dropped a little bait into the water. I just want to tell you one thing. I did some research and some of these women have made millions thanks to exposure on this show. As Harry's devilishly sexy brows peaked, I sashayed away. Always leave him wanting more. 2 days later, we were hanging out in our bedroom when Harry turned to me and said, I did some research and I'm changing my mind on this a bit. I think this could be a rather good opportunity for you. And that's how it happened. I must mention that Harry's approval hinged on 2 non-negotiable conditions. First, he would not appear on the show, which in that world is blasphemy. House husbands must be on the show, period. I struck a deal with producers. Because Harry is a very well-known actor, I said, listen, he doesn't really want to be on the show. He doesn't want this to hurt his career. I don't want this to hurt his career. So how do we figure this out? I even called Shari Levine, who was the head of the whole damn Housewives kingdom, and told her I'd really like to do the show, but I also needed to protect my husband. So I offered to give them Harry 3 times during the season. No parties, though. I didn't want him mixing it up with all the women and getting his beautiful brown eyes scratched out. Miraculously, Shari agreed to it. This was unprecedented, unheard of on a Housewives show. We shot scenes at our house and he came to one party at Kyle's house, but they didn't even use the footage. They kept their word and I kept mine. I made a conscious effort to keep Harry in a positive light, and I never fed him to the wolves or threw him under the bus. The second condition of me accepting a slot on RHOBH was a deal I made with Harry that nobody knows about. No drinking on the job or on camera because I'd make a fool out of myself. As we all know, alcohol is the devil's poison and causes the biggest fights and the most humiliating meltdowns. Look at the biggest blowouts in Housewives history, not just Beverly Hills, and you better believe alcohol was involved. The producers don't encourage you to drink. Nobody has said, do you want a cocktail? But there's plenty of alcohol around at all times. Kyle is sober now, but sober housewives are rare because they don't make for great television. I do not have the alcoholism gene. My parents drank every day. They had cocktail hour every night at 5:00 p.m. on the dot. My dad made old fashions and my mom had vodka, then wine with dinner. I don't ever think I saw my dad without a drink. But nobody at my house was ever shit-faced. However, on the rare occasion when I've been really drunk, I've been known to do stupid things, so on the show, everybody drank except me. For the first 5 years of the show, I didn't have a drop. Then in season 8, on the trip we took to New York City, I was bored, so I said to myself mischievously, I'm going to have a cocktail and see what happens. I made a conscious choice to have a vodka soda. There's a scene where I'm plastered, and it's the first time you'll see me like that on camera ever. Dorrit was fighting with Teddy and I tried to slip by them. I was wearing a super short skirt, trying not to show my underwear. I started talking gibberish. I was drunk and everyone knew it. LVP was still there at the time and she took her hand and pushed my face back as if to say, just be quiet. It was hilarious. The next 3 years after that, I always had a cocktail in my hand. I was a lot more fun when I was drinking. We called the wildest version of me Drunk Rinna. Drunk Rinna was as elusive as Bigfoot. She appeared maybe 3 times in 8 years. There was New York City, the wine tasting in Provence, and when I was in Rome on a car ride and I kicked my leg up and called myself Roadie Rinna. Every other time I would have only one cocktail. I was never drunk in Aspen. Hong Kong, no sir, no sake. Dubai, dry as a bone. Some of my kookiest, most classic moments went down when I was stone sober and crystal clear. The big Amsterdam blowout with Kim. I was not under the influence of alcohol or hashish, but I'm not sure if that makes my outburst worse. I was on the wagon at Dorrit's house when I asked if people left to go do coke in the bathroom. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not a druggie. In season 7, after my father died, people accused me of being a drug addict, and that was laughable. I had my pill bag, so they assumed I was a junkie. That legit pissed me off. All I simply did was joke about throwing a Xanax in a smoothie. Naturally, that was the story they rode with because it made good TV. I've never had an addictive personality, though I will admit for the first time right here, right now, that I did struggle briefly with kicking sleeping pills. I wouldn't even call it an addiction per se, but they did create problems for me. The sleeping pills really messed with my memory. It was around the time we went to Mexico in season 7. I got so much shit for saying that Kim was close to death, then claiming I didn't remember saying it, but I swear I couldn't. I'll never forget, a producer called me and said, "I just saw the film, you said it." I did. "Yeah, you did, so now we have to figure out a way for you to live through this." I was shocked. For 4 years, I had been taking Restoral, which is a sleeping pill. I wouldn't say I was addicted to it, but it was something I was afraid not to do because I desperately needed my sleep. I was taking 1 pill per night. Studies have come out showing that Restoral can really erase your memory. During that time, my brain was foggy and I couldn't remember things. When I finally realized the sleeping pill was causing my confusion, that's what made me go, you know what, I gotta get off this. But it's a benzo, so it's not as simple as just stopping cold turkey. I called a friend of mine who weaned himself off Ambien and he helped me through it. It took me about 4 months during a hiatus. By the time I came back for season 9, I was off sleeping pills and back to my old self. When you're on a reality show like Housewives, you need to be sharp every waking moment. During my last season, I stayed sober intentionally for my pal Erica, who was going through the worst time of her life. She got shit-faced because she was taking antidepressants and drinking, and I took care of her that season. I was very controlled and made sure I held it together, so I knew what I was dealing with at all times. I didn't want to be like Lewin falling down in the bushes. I very easily could have been. Having said all of this, I truly believe if Harry had not insisted on those contingencies ahead of me going on the show, we might not have made it. One of the biggest reasons we've lasted as long as we have is because we've never started devaluing each other, which is what too many people do in a relationship, including a lot of my sisters stuck in reality purgatory. If it ever happens in our relationship, Harry and I are good at calling each other out on it. Everyone knows I'm a licensed professional at calling shit out, but Harry's just as good. And it's super important because once you start pointing out all your partner's faults, especially to your frenemies on national television, you can talk yourself out of a relationship faster than a Morgan Wade country ditty. Harry's and my love is rare to find. We lucked out when we came together. I met him when I was 29, so I was not exactly a rube when it came to relationships. He's 12 years older than me, so my initial gut reaction when he asked me out was, he's just another Hollywood actor. He drives a Porsche, he's kind of slick, he's been married twice, one of those times to Nicolette Sheridan. I was a little bit leery, so I did not jump right in head first. Then he bought me a $3,000 Alea dress and I was in. Just kidding. He did buy me several couture gowns, but those came later and that's not what sold me. I talked to Harry for 2 weeks on the phone before I ever spent any time with him. I got to know him that way, and what I found was kindness and thoughtfulness, which made me move forward. Plus, he was Harry freaking Hamlin. I was enamored by his talent and his intelligence and his hotness. He had riz for days. It's usually about sex in the beginning, and I think we were very compatible from the start. From his point of view, he probably thought I was game, which I am. I am curious, I am a risk taker, and I am a hustler. I was excited about life and dreams and possibilities, and so was Harry. Back when we were dating in the 90s, LA was really happening. We did dinner at hotspots like Toscana and Brentwood and Dry S in Hollywood. We'd sit on the patio and smoke cigarettes, no judging. Everybody did that back then, and hit the clubs on the Sunset Strip afterward. Harry had paparazzi tailing him because he was tabloid fodder, and I loved it. I was not mad when people came up to him and stared at us. I was born for that life, and here it finally was. Harry was really famous at the time, and I was not. I'd be low-key in jeans, V-neck t-shirt, and cowboy boots, but Harry was fancier back in those days. He'd wear a Yohji Yamamoto white shirt and painted on jeans. He's still very stylish, but the older he gets, the less concerned he is about labels. Harry loves to dance, so on Friday nights, we'd trip the light fantastic at Private Club Bar 1, owned by Mötley Crüe lead singer Vince Neil, and mingle with the pretty people. There was no social media, so it was anything goes. Nobody was documenting our sins with their phones. Bar 1 was the place to go. Kyle Richards was there too. That's where she met Mauricio. We were probably there at the same time, but we didn't know each other at that point. Harry still loves to dance. He'll get on the dance floor by himself. Believe it or not, Harry's the one who gets the party started. Harry took me to list parties and charity events, all kinds of fancy affairs I'd never even thought about before. He initiated me into the most exclusive Beverly Hills social circle, a precursor to the RHOBH world I called the Loop Group. A lot of the housewives come from that group, or they desperately wanted to be in that group. That's how I met Kathy Hilton 30 years ago. She was in the Loop Group. The very first party Harry ever took me to was to the Carousel Ball, thrown by Hollywood DN and fellow Loop Grouper Barbara Davis and her powerful husband Marvin. Harry bought me a Versace dress to wear because I'd be rubbing shoulders with showbiz icons. I could be seated next to Antonio Banderas, or I could be clinking glasses with Don Rickles. I had to be prepared and look hot and classy. I've never been more starstruck than when I would go to a Davis party. They were magical. The best Beverly Hills housewife ever, Jackie Collins, used to invite Harry and me to her palatial $24 million estate on Beverly Drive for the most elegant dinner parties. Jackie was always so lovely to me, and she'd have the most fabulous people over. She'd have 10 tables stacked with Alistairs. One night I broke bread with Melanie Griffith, Sidney Poitier, Michael Caine, Kathy Griffin, and Sylvester Stallone. Those were the pinch-me moments. Harry has always liked the finer things in life. He'd jet me off to Aspen to ski and drink hot cocoa in front of a roaring fire at the Little Nell. He loves to travel and go on exotic vacations. Until I met Harry, I'd never flown first class. I joke with him that he spoiled me so much that it's his fault I became who I've become. We had the best time. For 5.5 years, it was a long courtship because Harry was terrified of getting married again. He'd been burned so badly, and learning to fully trust again was a full-time job. He needed to make sure I wasn't out to get him, and I wasn't going to hurt him. I also wasn't the type of woman he typically dated. Before me, he'd always been attracted to a different type of female, much more like his mother, who was a very mean, very high-functioning alcoholic. She and Harry's dad literally shot each other up with vitamins they got from Dr. Max Jacobson, aka Dr. Feelgood. Miracle Max was known for lacing vitamins with various illegal substances. Harry grew up in Pasadena, and he would have to get dressed in a jacket and tie for dinner. His mother didn't eat. She'd sit down at the big table and set a glass of straight gin on her plate and would drink that while they ate. I never met her. She died before Harry and I met, so Harry used to be attracted to high-strung, crazy bitches. I was cut from a different cloth, not his usual go-to kind of girl. I wasn't a screamer or a diva. I was much demure at the time, moi. I was a tad more traditional. I always wanted to settle down and have a family. My upbringing was pretty classic. You get married, have kids, play tennis, go to cocktail parties. My parents had issues, but they were content in their lives. They were active, had a lot of friends, and were all about a good time. Going down his usual path never seemed to serve Harry, but he was comfortable. When he saw me at first, he thought, well, I like it, but it doesn't feel normal to me, so I need something different. It took him a minute to figure out, no, maybe this is better. We never had that aha epiphany moment when we knew we'd fallen madly in love with each other. That's not love anyway, that's infatuation. By the time we met, we'd both done boatloads of therapy. I'd already been going for 11 years and dove in deep during my disastrous relationship with Peter. Harry and I had already done the work separately, so we were therapized in a healthy way. We always came at our relationship in a very clinical, logical way. That may be the opposite of sexy, but 30 years later, here we are. Nothing Harry and I have ever done has been cookie cutter. I mean, the man proposed to me sitting at a dinner table. We were at our house in Canada, and one day out of the blue, he just looked at me and said nonchalantly, I think we should get married. As we were talking it over, we wandered into the bathroom. That's where I made Harry Hamlin get down on one knee. Spoiler alert, she said yes. Then she brushed her teeth. Then, of course, we went to therapy together before we got married. Harry was still processing his last relationship, and I understood. It takes a while to get over someone who leaves you when you weren't ready to leave. He still had issues around that, so we wanted to make sure that was healed before we got hitched. Harry and I got married on March 29, 1997. We held a fabulous wedding at our house in Beverly Hills, the same house you see on RHOBH episodes. I wanted our ceremony to be super un-Hollywood, so I didn't hire a videographer, and we only had black and white photos, which are gorgeous, but I could kick myself a little for not capturing those memories in color. A few bold-faced names bought us toasters, and our friend Kenny G played the wedding song on his sax while I walked down the aisle in my custom Vera Wang wedding gown. But I'd call our affair much more personal than star-studded. A designer that Harry used to go to flea markets with, Sue Bomforth, owned a store on Abbot Kinney Boulevard in LA called Bountiful. She did all the decorating for the wedding. I wanted to hire Colin Cowie, who's a major wedding planner and friend of ours. Harry nixed it. He doesn't believe in spending money on frivolous things, so he definitely didn't want to pay $100,000 for a party. The man insisted, I'm going to do it myself. Even though it was Harry's third shot at love, he wanted to be directly involved in every intricate detail of our special day. Sue came over with a truckload of fabulous old vintage urns and chandeliers that they hung in a clear tent out in the backyard for the reception. It was stunning. We had a cigar bar and cozy shabby chic couches for everyone to lounge on. Our guests were so comfortable they were still dancing and drinking at 5:00 a.m. We ditched everybody to consummate at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Harry is a real Renaissance man. His dad was an actual rocket scientist and helped build the Saturn V, which launched Apollo 11, putting the first men on the moon. Harry got the nerdy genes. He's into quantum physics and fusion energy and all sorts of heady stuff. Harry always listens to podcasts and books. He's so smart, therefore his brain needs food. It must be filled at all times. Mine does not. Talk about opposites attracting. Harry and I have nothing in common. Activities, hobbies, nothing. Our tastes in television are completely opposite. Although we will come together to watch an epic drama like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad, he likes going up to the mountains, and my idea of camping is anything below the 10th floor of the Four Seasons. I love fashion. At some point, Harry stopped caring about it. For the last 25 years, he's had the same clothes in his closet. I have to beg him to go get a new suit and a pair of shoes. He likes to garden and grow things from scratch, to plant a seed and watch it grow. He has infinite patience. I have negative patience. As long as you're interested in what the other person does, you don't necessarily have to do it. You just have to be supportive of their passions, and your eyes can't glaze over. For example, I don't cook and he's a great cook. He grills lamb chops and steaks and bakes chicken and broccoli. I'm a great cleaner-upper and that works for us. He prefers to cook alone anyway. He gets very meditative about his craft. When Harry's gone and I must fend for myself, I will choose Uber Eats or indulge at the fancy pants grocery store Ruhin, which costs $300 every time I step a pinky toe in the door. It's ridiculous, but I'm all about it. Besides, if a $20 Hailey Bieber strawberry skin glaze smoothie falls into my cart and Harry isn't around to see it, did it really happen? It may sound wackadoodle, but having nothing in common works to our advantage. If you have totally separate interests, you don't compare yourself to each other. There's no competition. And even though we are two actors, I never feel like I have to one-up Harry. He was a huge star before I even started acting. Envy doesn't exist between us, so when either one of us gets a new job, we celebrate the win because getting a gig is nearly impossible to begin with. It doesn't matter who makes more money, as long as it's rolling in, we're happy. Like many couples, the biggest arguments we've had with each other are about our finances. Across the board, our downs have always revolved around money. Being an actor basically means being a freelancer, and it has its peaks and valleys. It can be feast or famine. You work, then you don't work, you work, then you don't work. Even if you're on a series, it ends. Your income changes every year. If we're in tight times and I shop too much, that infuriates Harry. He's a fan of therapy for sure, but retail therapy, not so much. Accessories are my jam. Purses, shoes, and sunglasses are such a treat, and I have a hard time controlling myself. To avoid a fight, I've been known to sneak my haul into the house so Harry has no idea. Sometimes I keep my shopping bags in the trunk of my car or in the garage until he leaves. I'm not above running down to our gate and grabbing a box from the UPS guy before he rings the bell. Listen, I don't like keeping harmless little secrets from my husband, but I work and I make my own money, so I'm going to buy myself things. I'm firmly in the treat yourself camp, yet I have to be somewhat fiscally responsible in my marriage. When we first were married, Harry and I pooled everything together. About 15 years ago, he got his own little push-key bank account to have a little side action going. I thought I'm going to open my own account then too. I put my own money in there and I feel better about it. Now we have joint accounts and our own accounts. So my new philosophy is that you must have your own account, especially if you're making your own money. I'll die on that hill. It's tricky for women when they're married and don't work and their partner supports them completely. In that case, I still think they need to have their own pot. If you're home raising the kids and running a household, you should be compensated if your partner is the sole breadwinner. Otherwise, how do you ever feel equal? It's important for women to be aware of everything that's going on with money in their relationship, whether you're making it or not. I try and oversee our finances and I make sure I always sign the checks. That's a big mistake that most women make. They just let the husbands deal with it. To the young girls reading this, go out and get a job, and if you don't, make sure you know exactly where the money comes from. Look at all the bank records, be a part of all the financial decisions. Do not play dumb and put your head in the sand. I often wonder if I didn't make money how I would feel. I don't think I'd like it. I have a girlfriend who has never worked since I've known her for 25 years, and frankly, I don't know how she does it. I wonder what she does with her day every day. I'm not talking about homemakers. I'm talking about people who grew up wealthy and live off trust accounts and never do anything. They're the most unhappy people I know because they're not making their own way. The one thing Harry and I do have in common is that we love to work, we love to create. That's when we feel our most connected. We've done TV movies together like Sex, Lies, and Obsession, and had a time and a dime on Broadway in Chicago where he played cool cat lawyer Billy Flynn and I got to give my Roxy heart. During the performances, we would meet underneath the stage before we would each go out and we'd stand next to each other and go, "Can you believe this? Is this not the coolest thing ever?" We've even done a Depends commercial together because it paid so much damn money, more than I'd ever made in my life on anything. On top of the astronomical salary I earned for that, they gave $250,000 to my charity of choice. They asked if Harry would do it, and he agreed when they dumped a truckload of money on him, too. At this point, we were between jobs, had zero money, and we were desperate. We've never taken ourselves too seriously, so we were both like, who cares? 50 million people suffer from incontinence. Why be ashamed about being a part of advertising something millions of people need and use every day? I'd just been on the red carpet with Joey Fatton for TV Guide for 2 years, so when they came to me with the mood board for the commercial, it was me on the red carpet wearing the Depends underneath a Herve Ledger bandage dress. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. To this day, I think that commercial is still really groundbreaking. That's what Harry and I both love to do. We love to shock. We love to take risks, and that fit right into that category, and it paid us a lot of freaking money. Let me tell you something, get yourself a husband who will star in an adult diaper commercial with you and I promise you're golden. Another thing Harry and I do share is our work ethic. More importantly, we are on the same page when it comes to key core values like trust, honesty, respect, and my personal fave, effective communication. We try not to go to bed angry. Maybe once or twice we've gone to bed with our backs to each other and woke up and continued the silent treatment. But that's rare because I like to talk. Sometimes I talk too much and I repeat myself over and over and Harry will say to me, "I get it, babe, I got it." We've gone back to couples therapy a few times over the last 3 decades. If we are having issues, we have zero hang-ups about admitting that something isn't working and we go get help for it. Sometimes you can't see out of it yourself and you can't do it alone. When you need help, you need to ask for it. An objective third party can be a huge help that way and really gives you a new perspective. One time we went to this therapist who was kind of freaky, but she said something interesting that stuck. Both of you need to look at each other and ask for help because you're both so self-sufficient. You don't think you need anybody. That was one of the greatest pieces of advice I've been given because that's exactly how I operated. Now, anytime we're stuck or things aren't working out well, we're both good at going, okay, you know what, our life isn't working the way we want it to, what do we need to do? And we end up figuring it out. Are we confrontational with each other if need be? Absolutely. Has he blown his top at me? Absolutely. Have I blown my top at him? Have I flipped on him? Has he flipped on me? Absolutely, 100%, 1,000%. It's what you do after that, how you continue to move forward. It's so much about self-reflection. If you can't self-reflect, it'll never work long-term. Luckily, Harry can self-reflect, and I can too. The little things add up over time. My girlfriends' husbands bug the shit out of them. One of my best girlfriends is getting a divorce now at 61 years old. It's brutal. They were married as long as us. How do you start over at that age? Just thinking about it is exhausting and terrifying. Kyle Richards had 27 years under her belt when she separated from Mauricio. All these people are breaking up at this stage, and I understand. They call it the 7-year itch, but it's more like the 27-year itch. You've been together so long, and everything that could have bugged you bugs you 10 billion times more now. I think what they feel is that they are settling with someone who is not making them happy any longer. They're not necessarily looking for somebody else. They want to feel loved and appreciated, and they're tired of putting up with this person who they really don't like anymore. And that's sad because you put in all that time and raised a family together. That's another reason why I think Harry and I work. Very little drives us crazy about each other. During the day, he's doing his thing, I'm doing mine. We spend most of our days on dreadful Zoom calls, then come back together for dinner and catch up. Lately, we've been going to a funky little Mexican place I found in Studio City. I got hooked on their chorizo and egg tacos and made Harry go 7 days in a row. Harry doesn't even really like tacos, but that's the kind of thing he does for me. Acid reflux is no match for his love. I don't want to make it seem like we're perfect. But the truth is, it hasn't been that hard for us, and overall I think people recognize how happy we are. The majority of our fans think our conscious coupling is pretty cool, but of course there are some cave-dwelling internet trolls who live to tear us down and start rumors. I get that. I love when the couples on Ultimatum and 90 Day Fiancé implode. It's way more fun to see fights than cuddles. So I just laugh when I read that we don't live together anymore. He's having multiple affairs in Canada and he's gay. Go Harry fucking Hamlin. The gay rumors have been following Harry since he starred in the groundbreaking film Making Love in 1982, playing an openly gay and hedonistic novelist named Bart who has a tumultuous affair with Kate Jackson's straight husband. Mainstream films about gay men are still rare today, but back then it was unheard of. It had never been done. It was way before its time. He does a lot of things that are way before their time. Philadelphia about the AIDS crisis came 11 years later and Tom Hanks won the Academy Award. But Harry did that movie because he doesn't care what people think. He does what rings true to him. It was something that he felt was absolutely necessary to do. Harry made a brave decision and it bit him in the ass. He was blacklisted for years afterward. He couldn't get arrested in this town after Making Love, and that hurt him deeply. When LA Law finally came along, he really loved the script. He decided to do it because no one was offering him movie work. This was back in the era when TV stars were much lower on the ladder, and it was considered a career failure to fall back on television after being a movie star. To this day, Harry says he would do Making Love all over again because it was so impactful. It took Harry 40 years to book another studio film, 2024's 80 for Brady. But Harry changed so many people's lives, and that's why he wouldn't have it any other way. To this day, people come up to him all the time and tell him their coming out story or how he helped them realize they were gay when they had no one else to look up to. How he touched them and reached them in a way that they never thought was possible. It gives me chills every time I see it. Harry marches to the beat of his own drum. At the peak of his career, he was offered everything. He read for Star 80, which Eric Roberts ended up starring in. He was up for every Richard Gere movie. He was offered First Blood, one of Sylvester Stallone's iconic films. He was offered $1 million to do the miniseries North and South, an astronomical amount at the time. He read it and hated it. They gave it to Patrick Swayze instead, and it made his career. Harry turned all of those down because he wasn't feeling it. He was offered a 3-picture deal with Warner Brothers, including to star in Tarzan, and he turned that down too. Nobody did that back then. Hollywood may be bad, but in my opinion, the Bravo machine operates eerily like the abusive studio system of the 30s and 40s, where they make you sign deals that basically mean they own you. Harry knew that Tarzan would have just not been right for him. That's the kind of actor Harry is. Most anybody when they're 29 years old would have taken any movie deal contract like that, But he didn't. It tells you exactly who he is as an actor and as a person. He doesn't want to be owned by anybody if he doesn't feel that it's right. At the time he was repped by megastar agent Sue Menger, he was the first actor to ever leave her. He went to her office and said, "Sue, it's not working out, I'm going to leave you." She looked at him and said, "Are you insane?" She called her assistant, "Get a psychiatrist up here, Harry Hamlin's going to leave me and he is out of his mind." I wouldn't have done that. I'd have taken all those jobs and stayed with Sue Menger for eternity. I'd have climbed into her casket with her. That's where Harry and I are super different. We maneuver through our careers in our own way, yet we both stay true to who we are. At the same time, I can see what might be good for him and he can see what might be good for me. Harry is bold and I am attracted to Harry's strength and confidence because I aspire to that. At the end of the day, if you don't like your partner's character and you don't respect them, it'll never work. I always cared a lot about what people thought, but not Harry. I've gotten to the point where I don't, but it's taken me a long time. Where it just comes naturally to Harry, I had to work on it. By the time I met him, he was on LA Law and a big star again, but there was a vulnerability to him because of what he'd been through. That's another reason I was attracted to him, because meeting somebody like Harry, 12 years older than me, super successful, would have normally been very intimidating to me. He'd almost lost everything he worked for his whole life, and it humbled him and made him more accessible. He was at a point where he couldn't hide it, so it was just there. Couldn't keep his guard up, and it made him more authentic. But not gay. When you're a good-looking man in Hollywood with a good sense of style, that adds up to, is he gay? Let's just clear this up one last time, once and for all. Harry's heterosexual. He is not a gay man in any way, shape, or form. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I had actually never heard those rumors until Housewives. I just figured bitches will say anything to get my hackles up, so it never concerned me. My reaction was always more, "Why you mad, boo?" Besides, every husband's sexuality has been questioned at some point on that show. Kelly Dodd from The Real Housewives of Orange County had the nerve to call me Harry's beard. Me a beard? I had my social media guy put a beard on me in one of my photos and we posted it for some laughs. No matter how many times we deny the gay thing, somebody doesn't believe us. Every time I simply cut my shag shorter, TikTok goes bananas with hilarious conspiracy theories. Have at it, guys, we remain unbothered, don't get me wrong. I adore my LGBTQ+ fans. They've supported me the most of all, from Billy Reid to Bravo. I get such a kick out of it when drag queens dress up like me and call themselves Lipsa, Rinna, or when they turn me into a Halloween costume and post it on TikTok and Instagram. It was such an honor to be the Grand Marshal of the Miami Beach Pride Parade in 2024. I love being an ally. I will never stop fighting for equality. Harry and I have a great amount of trust. I don't ever worry about Harry. I am not jealous. He's not jealous. That's why I was always so shocked by the response of the fans when they would get mad and want to hurt me by saying things like, "He's gay, he's having affairs with women." I always thought that was so strange because that was certainly not something I ever even contemplated. I would be shocked if I found out he was having an affair. I mean, Harry leaves his phone facing up, and guess what? I would never look at his phone. I don't feel like I need to. In fact, we have the same password. But Harry and I do love reading the rumors about us. He cracks up about all of it and thinks it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. But then sometimes real consequences come from it. There were times when shit hit the fan on RHOBH and it wasn't funny at all, but my husband was always there for me. I could not have made it 8 years on RHOBH without his support and help. As tedious as it was to come home and hear all the nonsense going on with the women, he'd listen to all of it. Harry's a saint. I tried not to unload too much of the drama on him, so I tempered it by leaning on my assistant and my castmates. But during the toughest moments like Amsterdam, Harry was my rock. When I got home from that trip, I was literally curled up on the floor in the bathroom in a fetal position for a couple days. I kept thinking about it on a loop in my mind and how it was going to air to the public in 5 months. It was so frightening, I really thought it would ruin us. But he was there for me the whole time, even though he was newly sober at that point and had his own demons to deal with. Harry didn't just listen to me, he actively helped me weather so many storms. He gave me 2 pieces of advice that were my mantras whenever I was going through hell on RHOBH. He'd say, "What other people think about you is none of your business, and expectation is resentment waiting to happen." You could use that all over the place when it comes to the housewives. Even better, Harry studied psychology in college, and he had the DSM-5 diagnostic manual on a bookshelf in our house. Anytime I'd come home exasperated, dumbfounded, or in tears over a backstab or betrayal, he'd pull the book down and turn to the exact page that explained the personality disorder I was up against. That's how I learned what a narcissist is. I'd never even heard the word narcissist until Harry showed me the definition in his DSM-5. My husband's an evolved man. He's also a sturdy, salt-of-the-earth mountain man type who can fix anything. He's also sensitive and emotionally intelligent. Sometimes when we debate, I picture us as if we are physically fencing, because fencing is not just a physically brute sport, it's kind of intimate and there's a lot of thought and strategy involved. Harry's brain keeps me on my toes. I've learned more from Harry than I ever did in school. He's a history buff and a Shakespeare aficionado. It's almost like living with a teacher, and I'm hot for teacher. I absolutely love Harry's voice. It makes me melt. I was upstairs one afternoon and we had a guy downstairs with Harry measuring for curtains. The sound and the timbre of Harry's voice floating up the stairs made me feel so calm and safe. It's one of the best and sexiest things about him. And yeah, the sex is still great because we're still really attracted to each other. Thanks for asking. Even if we don't do it as often, when we do, it's as good as it's ever been. I was talking to my girlfriends about that the other day. They said to me, "Do you still like him? You guys seem to still like each other." I said, "We do. After all these years, Harry and I still feel like a team. I could go to him for anything. Well, maybe once or twice I've been scared to tell him I paid $960 for a pair of Gucci cat-eyed shades from Net A Porter, but that's it. We have forced each other to be better, the very best we can be. We have weathered so many ups and downs together. We have navigated the fame bullshit side by side. I mean, no one was more famous than Harry, and he loves to say nobody escapes what fame can do to you. What he means is that if you're a famous person, you're going to have that moment when you know you're famous and you work it and you're obnoxious about it and you need to chill. You're rolling around in it, which is great, and you should. But you let it go to your head for a minute and you believe you're special. The ones who navigate it the best are the ones who realize it's all just smoke and mirrors. An exciting night out used to be dancing at clubs on the Sunset Strip, but now the best nights are sitting side by side on a picnic bench eating salsa and chips from our favorite Mexican joint, shooting the breeze and taking selfies with any fan who comes up to ask. I love the evolution of our relationship. We take it all one day at a time, sometimes one moment at a time. We are new empty nesters and we are adjusting to staring at each other's mugs every day in a much quieter house. We are planning a lot of bucket list vacations. Harry's traveled a ton and I've traveled a ton, but we haven't done a ton of traveling together. We want to go on an African safari, float down the Nile in Egypt, and go scuba diving in the Red Sea. I have a feeling that the coming years are going to be about Lisa and Harry together. We just started our podcast, and maybe down the road we will do a docuseries or a reality show. The question I get asked the most often is, how do I find my own Harry? I never thought I'd find my own Harry, and then I did. I can thank Michael Bolton for that. In fact, I did thank Michael Bolton for that. About 10 years ago, I was having dinner with friends at the Polo Lounge in the Beverly Hills Hotel when I spotted in the flesh a few tables over Michael Bolton. Michael wasn't a stranger to me. I'd met him a couple times through Kenny G, but I had not seen him since he had been with Nicolette and since I've been with Harry. So I marched right over to him, and as he looked up at me, I said, "I have to thank you. Because without you, I would not have this beautiful husband, this beautiful life, and my beautiful children." He grabbed my hand and held it between his two hands, looked me in the eye, and said very tenderly and earnestly, "You are so welcome." He really took my compliment to heart, and I wasn't surprised by it at all. 5 guilty as charged, or sorry girls, mommies make mistakes. One of the most popular gifts of me is me raising my hand, laughing, and saying, guilty as charged. When my beautiful daughters were going through the lying stage, around 8 to 11, I was in the kitchen one morning with Amelia and noticed cookies I'd made for a bake sale mysteriously disappeared overnight. I asked, "Did you eat them?" "No, mommy," with the giant doe eyes. Instead of screaming at her or punishing her, I said, "You know what's great? When you don't want to be honest, but then you go, oh shoot, I've been caught. Instead of feeling guilty, just throw your hands up and go, caught red-handed. And then it just goes away because you've owned it. Then you can move on." After that, and I'm sure I did it with Delilah too, if anybody in our family fibbed, they did my signature move. I think that was a really good tool for the girls because they didn't get in trouble and they learned how to tell the truth rather than lie. I've been caught red-handed doing not great things enough times that I don't even deny it anymore. Calling yourself out is a baller move because it takes away the power of others to criticize you. Except for your children, they will judge you every day. Raising Amelia and Delilah, I freely admit to many parenting blunders. I mean, it's not like I ever talked about hookers around them, but I've made my fair share of mistakes. My daughters are Nepo babies. They don't know any other life. They can't help it, and it's not their fault. They can blame their parents, but I also blame Matt Damon. In 1997, when I was 7 months pregnant with Delilah, Harry and I were invited to the Vanity Fair Oscar party because my husband is a member of the Academy. By the way, that's the last and only time I got to go to the Vanity Fair Oscar party, until I get invited again, and you bet your sweet ass I will be invited again. This was back in the Mesozoic era when the Oscar after-party was still at Morton S., and it was much smaller than it is now. That year, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck won Best Original Screenplay for Good Will Hunting, which instantly launched them to superstardom. I was on my way to the bathroom for the 400th time because when you're pregnant, you have to pee constantly, and I ran into Matt Damon, who was on cloud 9 after his win and cradling his Oscar like it was his baby. He took one look at my bump and kissed my pregnant belly with his Oscar. That's when my firstborn was officially anointed into the Hollywood life. There was no going back. If you dare think you can get out, Matt Damon just pulls you back in. Harry and I have been through it all with our babies, starting with my crippling postpartum depression. I discussed it all in my first book, Renovation, if you're interested, but that feels like a lifetime ago. Flash forward 20-plus years, we are at the stage of parenthood where we are building real, deep friendships with our adult children, Delilah Bell and Amelia Gray. We feel lucky and relieved to have made it here. The best you can hope for is that you did a good enough job that your kids can be off on their own and thriving. We kept them out of jail and alive, our goal in a nutshell. Harry and I always joke that we kept the bar low. They didn't go to prison and they aren't dead. Thumbs up, it's a win. But honestly, it didn't come easy. Nobody escapes the teen years unscathed, and we were no exception. Before I continue, I want to add a disclaimer here. I'm careful not to tell my daughters' stories because those are theirs to tell. I'm sure both will end up writing books someday. hopefully not titled Mommy Meanest, the true story. If they want to talk about me bribing them to be on RHOBH or dating Scott Disick, that's their prerogative on their own timetable. Thankfully, they're out of the stage where I must get explicit permission to post a picture of them on social media, and so I can talk about them without them being completely embarrassed. But I'm not gonna spill their tea. That's their business. Moving on. If you're a parent, you know as well as I do you're only as happy as your least happy child. Everybody has issues at school with bullying, but when it's your own kids who are having the issues, it's much rougher. Delilah was the first. She acted younger than most of the kids in her class and has always been a little bit more naive, I would say. Her bullying started in 6th grade at the Buckley School. One night she came into my bedroom and announced, "I'm not going to take the bus tomorrow." I said, "What do you mean you're not going to take the bus tomorrow? You have to take the bus." She said, "I'm not taking the bus again ever." She was 11. Eventually, the bullying got bad enough that we pulled her and Amelia out instantly, homeschooled them for a short time, then sent them to another school the following year. Mean girling starts young, and as we are all aware from watching Housewives, it doesn't end until we're 6 feet under. Even then, at least one catty cow is going to criticize the dress you're wearing in your casket. Anyway, Delilah wasn't feeling good about herself already. Then around the same time, at 11 years old, she was diagnosed with pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders associated with streptococcal infections, PANDAS, which can start with a strep infection then manifest into tics and severe obsessive-compulsive behavior. Don't ask me how, they're still studying it and it's extremely rare. PANDAS drastically affected the trajectory of Delilah's life and it equally altered the dynamic of our household. This thing got a hold of her and she started to have expansive panic attacks. She had never had a panic attack. She was screaming, yelling, pounding on the windows of our house trying to get out. It was terrifying. We called our pediatrician and he gave us the number of a psychiatrist who happened to live down the street. He came over and diagnosed Delilah with PANDAS. To say this era of our lives was challenging would be a massive understatement. Delilah couldn't go on a bus. She couldn't go on an elevator. She couldn't fly. There was a point where she wouldn't go to school unless Harry came and sat outside the classroom for 4 hours. And he did it. She didn't want me. She wanted Harry. We have a duck pond down the street from where we live, and after school, they would sit with the ducks to keep her calm. I would drive her in the car like how new moms drive babies around to self-soothe. At night, the panic would creep in again, almost like the sundowning patterns dementia patients exhibit. I would sit with her and pull her away from the windows as she was screaming and pounding on them to try to get out. One time, she was having one of these attacks, melting down, screaming, almost like she was possessed by the devil when Harry scooped her up, put her in the car, locked the doors, and drove her to the hospital, all while she was yelling and kicking. It was the most devastating time in our life and threw our house into chaos. I felt helpless and I was anxiety-ridden 24/7. We didn't know what we could do for her and we didn't know if it would ever get better. At one point, she got mono while still suffering from PANDAS and couldn't get out of bed for a month. She was as sick as you've ever seen anybody. We felt we lost our child and would do anything in our power to get her back. We sent her to multiple therapists, every kind of doctor imaginable, even a woman who did tapping. We took her to Hollywood's most renowned ear, nose, and throat specialist, Dr. Joseph Sugarman, the go-to guy who has treated every rock star on the planet with vocal damage. Still, Delilah was melting down and everything in our lives revolved around taking care of her. Amelia, who is 3 years younger, felt a bit left out. She was also put in the position of not daring to rock the boat because everyone was already so worried about Delilah. That dynamic lasted for the next 9 years. I really encourage anyone to visit pandasnetwork.org to learn more about it, or if you think someone you love may be showing symptoms. Nobody meant to neglect Amelia, and I don't think we did, but our focus was on Delilah. It really did take a village to help my family through this time. While Harry and I were busy dealing with Delilah's illness, so many women stepped in and helped us. Amelia spent many nights with Lorna, our housekeeper and nanny, and her family in Inglewood, and it brought Amelia great comfort because she was able to get away from the stress of the situation. I really think it saved her. My friends Jonna and Robin let Amelia play at their houses all the time, and of course, both my girls were so close to my mom. So as a mother, I never felt like I had to do it all and be it all. I'm beyond grateful they got love and care and so many other things from the other women in my life who were there for us during our family's darkest time. Smack dab in the middle of all of this, I started filming RHOBH. We weren't super public about Delilah's struggles until I was on the show. I was willing to talk about it openly, but nobody from Housewives really understood what PANDAS was and they didn't care. It wasn't exciting to them. It was like it wasn't a sexy enough disease. If Delilah was in the midst of a full-on eating disorder, they would have shown every freaking second of it. They told me PANDAS was too confusing and didn't air any of the conversations I had about it with the other women or in my confessionals. They cut it out, thereby making one of the biggest struggles in my life at the time invisible. I had to put on a happy face and sweep that shit under the carpet, just like my parents had raised me to do when I was a girl. At the time, I was offended. In hindsight, I got lucky. Since they didn't understand nor care what Delilah was going through, I was able to protect her. My family didn't have to live it publicly because the show was too stupid. That turned out to be a blessing. Delilah's pandas, which would come and go with no rhyme or reason, was just the cherry on top of all the other normal teen angst, homework, hormones, acne, frenemies, boyfriends, girlfriends. We were constantly putting out fires. Fortunately, Harry and I have always had similar parenting styles, so we were able to tackle our problems with a united front. This is crucial when it comes to child rearing and discipline, especially when your kids are teenagers. If you're not, you must figure out how to get there. Most important, you can't let them divide you, which is of course what they try to do. I think that we did that well. Believe it or not, Harry's scarier than I am. Whenever the girls did anything wrong, I'd say, I'm going to get Dad right now. Don't get me wrong, they're scared of me, trust me, but he's scarier. They would agree with that because at the end of the day, they'd rather have me to deal with than Harry. When it comes to getting their way, however, they'd probably say I'm easier to manipulate, but I'm convinced we're equally manipulatable. Delilah and Amelia are very skilled puppeteers. They think they're so sly, but behind their backs, Harry and I laugh about it. We may give in, but we always know when they're trying to get something out of us. And the girls laugh about it with Harry and me separately. There are times when I say to them, go talk to Dad about it, you can easily get him to do it, just go do your thing. He says the same about me. There were many situations when I didn't agree with Harry, he didn't agree with me, and we would have to find a way to come together and be a united front. We've gone through some rough things publicly that people know about, including Amelia's eating disorder, which the show exploited like crazy. Amelia wrote a paper in school on eating disorders, and she said in studying it, she learned how to do it. That's how it began, and then it took on a life of its own. She doesn't blame it on me, she doesn't blame it on Hollywood. It's tricky living your life in a public way and on a reality show when you're raising two teenage girls in Beverly Hills. The status quo among their peers was having divorced parents and little to no rules. It helped that we didn't have a chaotic household. We weren't screaming and yelling and drunk all the time, our daughters felt safe. Harry and I were also consistent, and we had set routines. Like every Sunday come rain or come shine, as Billy Reed would sing, we had family dinner at California Pizza Kitchen. We even ordered the same thing, always the spinach artichoke dip, penne pasta with butter, and a brownie ice cream sundae for dessert. The regularity created a warm nostalgic feeling, one the girls have never forgotten and talk about fondly to this day. They loved our weekly foodie field trip because they could always count on it. Stability equaled security. We also took Delilah and Amelia to Disneyland a lot before it cost the same as a down payment for a house. Sure, we spoiled our girls a little bit, but we always made it clear that we were not their friends, we were their parents. We set firm boundaries, which was rare for the Hollywood kids they grew up around. To their friends, I was Mrs. Hamlin. My driver's license says Lisa Rinna Hamlin. I wanted to take Harry's name, but he insisted I keep my own name for my career. My girls call me Mom, not Lisa, at least not to my face. Whatever, they can call me anything they want, just don't call me before I've had my first cup of coffee. I made both Delilah and Amelia get jobs at our local deli as soon as they turned 15. Nobody else's kids were working, but I told them, I don't care how much you cry to me and try to get out of it, you're going to make pastrami sandwiches on rye all day and like it. I think it was by far the greatest thing we did for them. Harry and I were strict, especially with Delilah because she's the firstborn. We were steady and firm on our expectations, and the girls were always mad about it. We were not above threats, which are the greatest things ever. Gotta start early. When Amelia went through a spitting phase when she was a toddler, I told her if she didn't stop, she'd grow a penis. Worked like a charm. In our day, being grounded was the most severe punishment. Now it's I'm going to take your phone away, or telling girly girls they'll grow a penis. Despite our best efforts, teenagers are gonna teenage, and my angels were no exception. One time when Delilah was about 16 or so, I got a phone call from the mother of one of her girlfriends who had spent the night at our house a few times. She was not someone we knew well, so I was a tiny bit suspicious of her to begin with. I was always very cautious about everybody because I'm my mother's daughter. This girl was only 14 but sassy. She was acting too old for her age. We took her out with us for sushi, and as I was dipping my tuna avocado sashimi into my ponzu sauce, she cooed, "Oh, Mrs. Hamlin, you're so pretty." I could tell she had a little Eddie Haskell in her, who's a more modern example of a sneaky little sycophantic bastard. Maybe Tom Sandoval. Anywho, I wasn't born yesterday. I knew this girl was buttering me up for something. Sure enough, the night of the sleepover, the girls headed off to bed. Or so I thought. They snuck out like ninjas in the middle of the night, squeezed through the doggy door, climbed down a hill, jumped into an Uber, and went to a party in Encino. All that work just to go to Encino? I guess they had done this many times. They were Ubering all over Southern California, but nobody knew until the other mom got a bill for $500. I had no clue they were out carousing until 5:00 a.m. the next morning. They'd be sitting at the breakfast table eating their yogurt. I guess Delilah got the acting gene from Harry and I because she gave an Academy Award-winning performance. That was the exact moment I discovered that Delilah's a way better actress than I'll ever be. I grounded her and took away her phone for 3 months. For sneaking out, not for being more talented than me. Delilah's curfew was supposed to be 11:00 p.m. and she was never happy about it. "My friends don't even have a curfew," she groaned, to which I replied, "Well, I'm not their mom," thereby officially transforming into my own mom. See how that works? I was sympathetic to Delilah's plight. I mean, I snuck out when I was in high school, but I was doing the sneakier stuff a little bit later. We'd always go to Pam Woods' house because that's the place we could get away with a lot. I remember the air conditioning was always set at an Arctic 60 degrees. perhaps because her mom Janet smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day and believed the frigid air cleansed the thick smoke. Luckily, Pam's dad, Harvey, was a dentist in case all that smoking turned her mom's teeth yellow. Pam's mom was the cool mom who gave us so much freedom and had tabloids like Star and the National Enquirer splayed out on the coffee table. She was always there, just holed up in a back room doing arts and crafts or crocheting blankets for the damp winters with a lit cigarette dangling from her lips. I was the opposite of Pam's mom when I became a parent. Not cool, though there were a couple of things that qualified me as less square. I got both of my daughters on the pill at age 15. The other thing I was lenient about was junk food. It's not that I didn't care about nutrition, I just didn't know jack shit about cooking. I was never interested in learning either. I grew up eating all the processed crap from the middle aisle and I survived, so who cares? I let Harry or Lorna handle the cooking. However, I'm proud to say that I made my daughters lunches every day to take to school, usually a peanut butter and jelly or marshmallow whip sandwich, Cheetos, and either fruit roll-ups or a ding-dong. If I put it in a Laverne and Shirley lunchbox with a thermos full of Campbell's chicken noodle soup, it could have been 1979. Delilah and Amelia's lunches were the talk of the cafeteria. All of their classmates wanted their lunches and would enthusiastically trade their sushi seaweed rolls or bucatini for the heart attack in a paper sack I gave my girls. These kids didn't want homemade granola, they wanted sodium and a real sugar high. That's exactly how I grew up, so I didn't know any other way. I remember Harry taking one look at my spread on the kitchen counter one morning, raising an eyebrow and crying, "Why are you buying the kids this junk? It's terrible." When Whole Foods arrived on the scene and sold their own brand of designer Cheetos, which tasted like cardboard, I'd buy those instead and brag, "Look, I'm being healthy now." My philosophy was to give the kids as much junk food as they wanted, because if you make it forbidden to them, they'll just want more. But if you allow them to have the bad stuff, they don't want it so much. My girlfriend Lindy, who was married to Kenny G, always had a huge bowl of candy in her movie screening room. You could get anything, anytime you wanted. My kids would always just be so crazed by it because it was right out in the open. "Leave the candy out," Lindy would explain, and 3 days later, no one touches it. She was right. The minute I started to leave candy and gum out, 3 days later it just sat there untouched and unloved. But I definitely made some mistakes along the way too. Actually, I don't like to call them mistakes. It's more like if I were to do it over, I would change some things. Like I'd be home with them more in the beginning. I was working a lot on Soap Talk and Dancing with the Stars, and I would trade that because it goes by so fast. I also wouldn't have bribed my kids to be on RHOBH. As they got older, they didn't want to be a part of it, I can tell you that. Our family has had huge struggles, but we've come out the other side okay. The reward is the profoundly intimate, mature relationship we have with our girls that evolves and grows deeper by the day. If you put in the good work from the start, you can end up with that kind of bond with your kids, which luckily we have. But you really go through it before you get to that point. You're all over the place, up, down, sideways. In her early 20s, Delilah started to come out of her panda's nightmare. We don't know why, other than it's a childhood issue possibly. All I can tell you is one day I noticed that she woke up. She was a different human being. Her skin color was healthy, her eyes were bright. There was a time when her eyes were almost dead inside. 10 years of pandas was a painstakingly long time though, and Delilah really suffered. But she is finally healthy and flourishing, singing and modeling. She recently booked a Vogue cover. Who would have ever imagined that was a possibility? Before pandas, Delilah had always been the most outgoing and bossy one. She would do skits and be gregarious. She was the leader, it was the Delilah show. When she got sick, sadly, that all went away. She lost her self-confidence and her feeling of self-worth when she was just a little kid. But she's starting to come back to herself, and it's a miracle. I think a lot of mothers can relate to that, because to look at Delilah from the outside, you see a beautiful young woman who has everything going for her in the world. But she was very sick for a long time. You never know what people are going through behind closed doors. I really believe the reason Amelia became so successful was to get the attention she was lacking in Delilah's shadow. Subconsciously, she was like, you know what? I'm going to be so big they have to pay attention to me, they can't avoid it. Now she's literally a supermodel. She made it. She's on billboards all over the world and in every fashion and beauty campaign you can think of. Every child has their own path. I didn't have any siblings in my house growing up, so it's been like an anthropological study to watch my girls interact. I'm like Diane Fossey observing her gorillas in the wild. To see the dynamics of an oldest and a youngest is eye-opening. I was always the center of attention. I didn't have to share with anybody, and I got pretty much whatever I wanted, but I certainly wanted much more than I ever got. Delilah and Amelia's sisterhood was my first foray into seeing girls fight. This was before I was on RHOBH, so at first I was like, what the fuck? Who are you? You guys are barbarians. They would hit each other and pull each other's hair. They'd love each other and then they'd hate each other like you've never seen. I saw a glimpse of this when I'd sneak off to Pam's house or couch surf at the Joneses as a young girl, but it was a whole other monster in my own laboratory. Sometimes when they were in the middle of a vicious fight, I couldn't help but laugh because it seemed so ridiculous, and that just made them flip out even more. As they got older, the green-eyed monster reared its ugly head. Meaning, as long as the older one is the more successful one, everything's great. But when the tables inevitably turn and it shifts to the younger one, whoa, look out. Delilah got weird for a minute when Amelia was crushing it, and Harry and I saw it coming and squashed that quickly. It took working on their self-esteem to get each of them to the point where they were sincerely happy for each other, where they wanted to express that support publicly. It also helped that they didn't grow up seeing Harry and I competitive or jealous in that way professionally. After childhood, Delilah and Amelia did have a couple years in there where they were really not getting along. They went through the I don't like you and I want nothing to do with you phase. Now they're best friends again, which makes it a whole lot easier. My house with Harry and the girls has always been very loud and dramatic. The hormonal level of 3 women under one roof can get out of control. The fish and the dog are also female, so Harry is outnumbered. Poor guy has succumbed to too much estrogen over the years. To cope, he has become an expert mediator. He should replace Andy Cohen at the reunions because he is like the SWAT team guy in the movies who can defuse the bomb with the most delicate touch. There have been times when I'm fighting with Delilah or Amelia and he'll come in the room and say, "Okay, Lisa, walk out, just walk away." When I retreat to my corner, he'll come over to me and put his hands on my shoulders, so I know he's on my side and has my back. Harry always knows how to calm everybody down in the heat of the moment. Then again, sometimes all us girls gang up on Harry and that's so fun. He's like, geez. And then we always laugh about it because he's the odd man out. There were times when the girls turned against Harry the way all teenage girls do to their father at one point, and then they have to push away the mother. Harry was bad cop earlier from ages 13 through 15 and I got the cold shoulder from 16 through 18. They turned on both of us because that's how they learned to be autonomous. One of my girlfriends who was a couple years ahead of me raising kids warned me they're going to push you out of their room. They're going to slam the door, just keep going back in, keep reaching back to them and don't take it personally because it's a waste of time. Number 1, it's not personal, they're learning how to set boundaries. Number 2, you'll just end up getting defensive with them and that's not what needs to happen. Not taking it personally was really important, plus making sure they knew that they could come to me and or Harry and tell us whatever they needed to tell us. We tried to create an environment where they didn't feel judged, which is hard. At the end of the day, we wanted them to feel loved and listened to and heard. Now we're finally at the point where we all like each other and like to hang out together 95% of the time. They FaceTime me to update me on their lives. Amelia always calls me to tell me her good news and she'll share news of new jobs with me. We have that connection in fashion and she knows I love it. Delilah's really getting into her acting career and we talk about her auditions and technique. We're having a great time together at this point. They're not even embarrassed by my social media presence anymore. I have a tendency to post dancing videos and memes and pictures of myself on Instagram and TikTok. At this point, they truly get a kick out of it. There were a couple times during RHOBH when they politely recommended that I get the fuck off the internet to save myself and our family's reputation. With a gentle mom, you should take that down. But other than that, they love my posts and that I remain young at heart. I went tubing with them last summer at our lake house in Canada and they were shocked and awed by my stamina. They even egged me on to make a TikTok video on the dock and dance in front of 8 of our guests, including Delilah's boyfriend. More than anything, I love to work and travel with Delilah and Amelia now that they're older. Delilah and I filmed Mommy Meanest for Lifetime in Vancouver. I'll never forget when we were shooting in a high school and in between takes I was hanging out in my dressing room. The kids that I was working with, including Delilah, had the classroom next door because they all wanted to be together. It was so cute I could hear them talking and getting to know one another. I was so verklempt overhearing Delilah connecting to these other young actors while I was there on set too. I treasure those moments where I look over at her getting her hair and makeup done for a role and feel an immense amount of pride. When Amelia and I have fashion shows in Paris at the same time, we hang out. Amelia has always been drawn to Paris. She asked for a trip there for her 13th birthday and to have dinner at Foufy Michelin-starred Jules Verne in the Eiffel Tower. The girls and I did not want to eat pigeon. Harry was all about it. He ate pigeon snails, he loved it. We ate the bread and that was it, and the bill was like $4,000. But that vacation set the hook for Amelia and she vowed from that day forward to make Paris her thing, and by God she did. Whenever we are in Paris at the same time, Amelia and I meet for long lunches at hotel costs and naturally we shop till we drop. Sorry, Harry, luckily Amelia gets discounts everywhere because of her modeling success. She'll get 30% off at Miu Miu Gucci. When she started walking the Chanel shows, the designer at the time, Virginie Viard, insisted, "Go buy yourself something." She didn't need to be told twice. But then we weren't sure if Amelia was going to get this something for free or if she was going to get a discount. We learned that the hard way once at Chanel, and the salesperson brought over a stunning little black dress with tiny bows. "Questi tu penses? What do you think?" she asked. "We think nothing, mademoiselle, until we know combien." How much? When we found out the dress was $15,000, Amelia decided on a more, let's just say, economical pair of shoes instead. Paris is so magical and I wouldn't want to share my time there with anyone more than my daughter. But I'm no helicopter parent, so I make sure I give Amelia space. We make time for each other and meet for lunch or dinner, but we also move around in our own worlds. Amelia hangs in the artsier left bank, but I don't discriminate. I'll shop left bank, right bank, I'll shop till I drop anywhere in Paris. If she's working, I try not to go sit at her shows. I go to my own shows so there's no weird crossover. I'm very careful and sensitive about that because I don't want to take attention away from her. If I'm sitting in the front row, it is not all about Amelia and I want it to be all about her. I watch from afar so she can have her moment. I never push it and ask, hey, can I go see your show? I wait to be invited in like a vampire. If she wants me to be there, then I'm first in line. Amelia and I have worked together, too. We shot a Marc Jacobs campaign for Mother's Day. Amelia, Delilah, and I all walked together in a Dennis Basso show. I beam watching my girls on set, seeing them be professional and nice to people. Both Harry and I drilled into them that the most important thing in this business is to be kind to everybody. That's number 2. Number 1 is be on time. Number 3 is be professional. They know if I ever find out that either one of them were snotty little bitches, I will come grab them by the ear and drag them off set. But I've never even come close to having to do that because they exude positive energy. Everywhere I go, everybody comes up to me and tells me how lovely my daughters are and what a great job Harry and I did. That makes me very proud. They took the notes we gave them. It's so cute when I hear their interviews and I recognize my own words that I've said to them ad nauseum, like, everyone puts their pants on one leg at a time. They'll have their own catchphrases on mugs and ashtrays someday soon too. It's in the genes. I get tears in my eyes thinking about the hard times they've been through, how hard they've worked, and how they've manifested flourishing lives for themselves. They've been through so much to get where they are, and I admire the young women they've become. That admiration goes both ways. They saw me rise out of the ashes after RHOBH. They saw the horrible bullying I got on social media. When people wrote, your mother's fucking vile and evil, she needs to die, that affected them. They lived through it with me. Imagine if people said that about your mom. It's important and inspiring for them to see that I survived the onslaught of negativity coming at me, the pain of being rejected by a show I gave my heart and soul to fully. And that when I was left for dead after my run ended, I didn't curl up into a ball and disintegrate. I got back out there, I never gave up. They're so relieved and so happy that I came out of it shining like a star. They'll say to me, I'm so proud of you, Mom, and that saves me about 6 months of therapy bills. Everybody in our family has been to therapy. We love it. We go all the time in various formations. You can't get away with anything in our house. Everyone is right on top of it and will call you out on your bullshit. We all have attachment styles that we come from, and we all come from a couple of people who were just as fucked up as we are. We all vow to do our best to get through it, but I don't want to paint a false picture that the Rinna Hamlin household is idyllic 24/7. We're all still dysfunctional, but we live happily in our own dysfunction, and now we live separately. Harry and I just look at each other and marvel at the stillness of our home. Delilah lives not far from us in LA, and Amelia lives in New York City or frankly on an airplane. Fashion is so last minute, so we just go with the flow of wherever she ends up in the world. We see each other as much as humanly possible with all our busy schedules. Though I will say, I feel like I'm getting to see them more than I did when they were growing up. They were always sneaking out as teenagers or hanging out with friends. Teenagers never make time for their parents. Now when Amelia is in town for a job, she'll stay at our house for a couple weeks at a time. We go get sushi, go to the movies, hit CPK for old time's sake. Delilah will come over too, and everyone but me will cook together in the kitchen. They both participate and help without having to say, oh my God, would somebody do this, somebody do that? They clean up without asking. It's effortless. I can't believe we finally got here. We have too much fun together as a family. I left my house at 18 and I never went back. Harry wanted nothing to do with his parents since he was 16 years old. We are so lucky that the girls want to come back and hang out with us. We must have done something right because they like us. You know what? We like them too. Of course we love them, but it's really awesome when you can say, despite all the drama and trauma you've all been through together, that you genuinely enjoy the company of your adult kids. Delilah is really funny and goofy and ethereal. She sings like an angel. She's very much like me. Amelia, on the other hand, is really strong-willed and serious like Harry. She goes after the things she wants with laser-like focus. Her manifestation skills are off the charts. Both girls are super smart. They got into great schools, NYU and the new school, but opted not to go. Harry graduated from Yale and would have loved for them to go to college, but we both wholeheartedly support their burgeoning careers. Like I said, they're Nepo babies and you can't deny that. In fact, they've leaned into it. Why not? There's no reason they should be embarrassed about it. It is what it is. It doesn't mean they've had a life without obstacles. They've had plenty to overcome, but they turned out to be such amazing human beings. Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis has a famous quote that's always stuck with me about how the worst thing you can do in life is fuck up your kids. Scratch that, Jackie O would never say fuck, so let me find the real quote. If you bungle raising your children, she said, I don't think whatever else you do well matters very much. Yes, bungle is much classier and cool. Whenever I bump into Dr. Sugarman, throat doctor to the stars, he tells me, your kids are my favorite kids. Your girls are so well-mannered and nice. You and Harry have done the best job of anybody. I'd like to think Harry and I would get the stamp of approval from Jackie O too. Whatever we did or didn't do, they turned out the way they did. It feels like Harry and I are finally in the sweet spot. We are loving this era where our girls are out on their own, but they aren't too busy with their own families, so we still get lots of attention from them. Full disclosure, one of them missed a period recently and I freaked out. I want to be a grandmother, but not quite yet. This is where you say, oh Lisa, you look too young to be a grandmother. Why, thank you. When they do have kids, I think I'll ask them to call me Glamma. 6, I don't have to buy it because I already own it, or the sentimental meaning of my stuff. My season 8 tagline says it all in a nutshell. Fashion is my passion. You might not have known it while I was on RHOBH because Dorit and Erica got all the attention for their style. They were the fashionistas of the show. I was not. Everyone liked my style, but I wasn't singled out. It was never going to happen standing alongside those two. I knew I was right there with them. I knew I was keeping up with the Janesses, but fashion icon wasn't what I was projecting on the show at the time. Diehards know there is a scene on RHOBH that shows a quick glimpse of my most prized possession, the vintage dress collection I store in a special garage closet in my house. But I've always kept that on the DL. Until now, done. Ever since I strolled through iMagnin like I own the joint, I've had a taste for the finer things in life, especially high-end couture. Until I met Harry, I couldn't afford the good stuff, the Gucci, the Chanel, the YSL. As soon as we got serious, much to his chagrin, it was on like Donkey Kong, or Donna Karan, a much more appropriate DK. In my defense at first, he was a willing participant. I'd even go so far as to say an enabler. In the early days of our relationship, he gifted me with the most stunning dresses, the very first being a pricey Hervé Leger dress with diamond straps made by the man himself. I wore it to host my very first Soap Opera Digest Awards with Kelsey Grammer, who smelled like alcohol. I'll never forget it. I didn't even know who Camille was at that point. Harry simply set the bar too damn high. He also bought me original Azadine Alaya in Halston, usually from the pink-walled boutique Madeleine Gallet on Sunset Boulevard, the only high-end designer store in LA at the time. He also bought me my first Versace dress for the Carousel Ball. All these gowns were a big deal because A, they were worth a fortune, and B, and more important, the pieces meant so much to me because they all came at special times in my life. They mark time like a gorgeous visual diary. They evoke emotion and sensations and even scents like Kelsey Grammer's boozy breath. My fashionista phase really took off back in the 1990s, ignited after Elizabeth Hurley wore a revealing black silk lycra Versace dress with oversized gold safety pins to the red carpet premiere of 4 weddings and a funeral with her then-boyfriend Hugh Grant. It was one of fashion's biggest moments, and she blew the roof off the Odeon Theatre in London. Her look inspired me personally and profoundly, and that dress, as it became known, lit a match under the asses of the fashion coterie. It was like the first hit of a hard drug. I need more, sir. After that, I became more and more addicted to fashion and needed my fix. Those fixes came in the form of a stunning light blue Narciso Rodriguez number I wore to the daytime Emmys. The breathtaking creamy white strapless Riemacrau with a large brooch on the side I wore hosting TV Guide's red carpet coverage. I replaced Joan Rivers, only the most legendary red carpet DN ever, no pressure. I've replaced people twice in my career, Joan and also Hunter Tylo on Melrose Place. Both felt weird. I prefer to start from scratch and not be the next one, but I love fashion so much and celebrities and actors, so it was a perfect fit for me. I did TV Guide's red carpets for 2 years and worked with stylist Jennifer Raid, who put me in some sick dresses, my favorite being the red, plunging, silhouette-hugging Roberto Cavalli number I donned for the SAG Awards. By the early 90s, Harry was on the tail end of his LA law run, so it's not like we had mountains of cash to toss around like confetti. So anytime one of us bought an expensive piece, it was a major production and we considered it an investment. One time I was browsing a magazine and saw Donna Karan of DKNY in a long sheepskin coat. I desperately wanted it. Harry was going to get it for me for Christmas, but after searching high and low, he couldn't find it anywhere. Somehow he got a hold of Donna Karan herself and said, "Lisa's desperate for this coat. What do I do, Donna?" She had only made one coat and it was in her closet. Unbelievably, she sent Harry the coat and it is now my coat and has been for 30 years. As much as Harry bemoans my shopping, which I wholeheartedly admit I've done way too much, he knows fashion is such a big part of my life and is so important to me that he always shows up at those moments of transformation. The DK coat was probably $6,000 at the time, which was a lot back then and certainly a lot for penny-pinching Harry Hamlin to pay. But when Harry knows I really want something, he's so cute and romantic about hunting it down. For instance, he wouldn't dare saddle me with guilt about my wedding dress. Initially, I bought a classic gown, a lace empire waist white dress from the Tom Ford Gucci collection circa 1996. In the end, Vera Wang ended up making my gown. I still have the Tom Ford, and I still have never worn it. The dress is still in the bag. It is now an archival dress because that era of Tom Ford at Gucci is iconic. In total, I have 3 Tom Ford dresses. The lacy white one, a white one with a gold belt, and the same one in black with a gold belt. If I love something, I've been known to buy more than one. Today, those pieces are worth at least $25,000 each, which is crazy. Until Tom Ford, Gucci was really known for its loafers and bags, and he really put it on the map. He made Gucci so Gucci. Tom Ford is my favorite designer, hands down. I've been to one Vanity Fair party in my life where you rub shoulders with every major star on the planet. Harry laughs because I was more excited when I turned and saw Tom Ford than Tom Cruise. I remember whispering to Harry, "Oh my God, there's Tom Ford." I was fawning and fangirling the fuck out. I went up to say hello and said stupid things, and he was very kind. I was shook at the whole night because I got to meet Tom Ford. Designers are my stars. I was forever influenced by the top designers of the day. Fashion found me, and that's how I found my voice and the confidence to be an individual. Anthony Vaccarello, who designs for YSL, is a genius. Miuccia Prada is my idol, one of the greatest designers of all time. John Galliano, Tom Ford, Pieter Mulier, who designs for Alaya, are some of my favorites. I loved what Demna Gvasalia did at Balenciaga while I was working with them, and he's doing amazing things at Gucci now. I love Alessandro Michel. He left Gucci earlier this year and now is at Valentino. These are people I truly admire. I know exactly what's going on in that world because I'm passionate about it. When you love art or movies, then you know everything about them. That's how I feel about fashion. I follow designers like artists because they are artists. I read WWD every morning before I do anything else. We get the New York Times on Sunday, and the first thing I do is grab the Sunday Styles section. I love fashion because it tells a story of your life. It tells a story of where you were, and to get those pieces from iconic collections, they never go out of style. When you come across something that you like and then you actually get to own it, it's such a thrill. To me, fashion means more than, say, jewelry. I know a lot of people collect jewelry the way I collect fashion pieces. I have a very small amount of jewelry. I lean more toward the dresses or pieces that I find. It's a reflection of being able to express yourself and become different characters. It's creative, it's artistic, I go all over the place. The journey is much more fun than the destination to me. I think I've always had a good eye and an organic instinct for predicting trends. When I was working at the sunglasses store, I discovered Prada. I don't mean like how Al Gore claimed he invented the internet. However, I maintain that I was ahead of the curve on Prada. In its early days, everyone called Prada the ugly. It had kind of a weird look, but I loved it regardless, so I bought some cashmere sweaters and dresses and saved them all. When you don't have a lot of money and you start to make some bank and then you buy really good things, you keep that shiz forever. I still have shoes from the Tom Ford 1996 era, but I should have even more. After I was pregnant, my feet grew and I sold a pair of pumps with Gucci G's all over them and velvet pointed toes. I'm mad about it to this day. I also sold a burgundy shirt covered in G's, and I deserve to kick myself with my remaining Tom Ford heels. In a moment of desperation or deep mental illness, I also sold an Alaya bodysuit and skirt, both big no-nos. I never should have done it. If you take nothing else away from anything I've said so far, I beg you, never resell the couture. I don't own everything I've worn. I've been fortunate to be dressed by designers like Halston, who loaned me a classic chic nude-colored rhinestone dress when I was 7 months pregnant with Amelia. But for the most part, I've paid for most of my clothes, and that shit adds up. Especially after being on RHOBH. I don't think fans of the Housewives franchises understand that we get zero clothing allowance, but we are expected to dress to the nines and never repeat outfits. The producers just expect it. This unwritten rule can bankrupt a bitch if she's not careful. No one on Housewives is making any money. I can tell you that because you're spending it all. I spent most of my salary on clothes. I understand that these are first world problems, but you know, it's all relative. And forget borrowing anything high-end and classy. The truth is, no designer worth a lick of salt wants to dress a housewife because their clothes end up on somebody who will flip a table, pull a weave, or fall into a bush in a drunken stupor. It's too negative for the haughtiest of the haute couturiers, so we dressed ourselves with the help of stylists. During half of my run, I worked with Mary Lou Bartali. We went on too many shopping sprees and spent way too much money. Mary Lou was like having a crack dealer. She would show up at my house with all my favorite things and I'd be like, yes, yes, yes. One time she brought a YSL bag and all my castmates wanted it, so I had to have it. The problem with Mary Lou is at the time she also worked as a personal shopper for Saudi Arabian princes and princesses who had billions of dollars, literally, unlimited funds. So she was used to working without a budget, and that got me in trouble. When she brought the YSL bag to me, I never thought to ask how much. It was $6,000, I just about croaked. To this day, I've never used it because Delilah saw it and asked to borrow it. Of course, I said yes, and I've never seen it since. There was already so much peer pressure to keep up with my co-stars, exorbitant material splurges, from Dorit's $200,000 gold-plated Bentley to LVP's custom, Swarovski crystal-encrusted Mr. Alex blouses. When it came to fashion, every single housewife coveted and purchased an Hermes bag, if not multiple Hermes bags. We were all so obsessed with the Hermes Birkin bag, we had a cake made in the shape of one on an episode. I was very late to the game buying my first Hermes bag. When I was finally making some money, I thought, okay, I'm going to buy one. But they are impossible to get. I don't care how bold-faced your name or big your bank account. When we took Amelia to Paris for her 13th birthday, we also got a private invite to Hermes. A local friend hooked us up with Michael Kost, who ran VIP relations at Hermes, making him the most important person on planet Earth in the doe Y and DIs of Beverly Hills housewives. Michael, bless his liqueur, arranged a tour of the Hermes store for us, and just as I had been praying for, asked me what bag I wanted. Christmas in Paris. I was overly prepared, of course. I'd done my research. I didn't go big and colorful. I wanted a simple miniature black Kelly bag. He got it right out for me and did a dramatic unveiling in the middle of the store while everyone around us oohed and awed because the mini Kelly was like a unicorn. I legit was shaking because I was so nervous and excited. My new purse was a crazy amount of money, like $5,000, but what? I was going to say no thank you after that public presentation. I plunked down my Amex and bought the beautiful bastard. I immediately wore it on the show a couple times and life felt different, better, sweeter. Now I have 2 Hermes bags. I bought another one a couple years later, a bigger version of the same one. After spending my life savings to look good on air, it's probably a blessing in disguise that I left before bankruptcy. Overall, I give myself an A- for my fashion choices on the show. I can't really think of one thing that was super bad where I cringe and go, oh my god, that was hideous. I can't say the same for some of my cohorts. Let's start with Sutton, who is living proof money can't buy you taste. I'll never forget when I had to watch her do a professional fitting with the Dolce & Gabbana people. She came out and I had to pretend that her outfit was cute. That's some of the best acting I've ever done. Let's be clear, this is not Dolce & Gabbana's fault. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I'm not dragging Dolce, I'm happy to drag Sut. She's frumpy, there's no sex appeal about her whatsoever, and she's got a weird body, so God bless her. Garcelle was fake from head to toe, and I'm not talking about her bags and clothes. She was not the person I knew before we went on the show, and she'd probably say the same thing about me. I love Kyle, but we called her the mother of the bride. That's her fashion vibe. LVP had the weirdest British granny style with her diamonds and button-up shirts and jeans and platform shoes. Denise was a Malibu fashion victim with her dirty white toenails. I'm feeling saucy, somebody stop me. I started off my first day of filming with a bang in a tropical green Versace suit, and from there went on a spectacular suit jag for a time. The Roberto Cavalli floral suit was a showstopper. I went through an Alex Perry phase for photo shoots and for the opening credits. He really knows how to cut for a woman. It just so happens he's the Andy Cohen of the Melbourne Housewives franchise reunion shows, which is ironic, but it means he has a Housewives connection and a lot of us wear him. I went through lots of different looks on the show, wigs, Balenciaga. I can't say that there was any rhyme or reason or a master plan in place. I was just going with the flow. I don't think most fans remember individual outfits from regular episodes unless something major happened. Andy Cohen's baby shower was a huge deal. I wore a silk mauve blouse and pants. I forget the brand, I just thought it would be cute and it seemed appropriate. The color was right for a baby shower, and no one expected that baby shower to go to the place that it went. So many of the housewives were there from every city, and it took a left turn rapidly due to excessive day drinking and the fact that multiple housewives were in the same room partying. That is one of my most favorite outfits from over the years because of what took place in it. Andy had a DJ, but nobody was really dancing. I took the microphone and shamed everybody to get their asses up and moving. He made your life, he paid for your life. I screamed at Nene Leakes, Tamra Judge, and Vicky Gunvalson, get up on the fucking table and dance for him. I went crazy, but I got the room on their feet. Of course, everybody remembers the gowns from the reunion shows. I did my first reunion in a white Victoria Beckham piece. How I kept that dress clean, I don't know. I'm sincerely ashamed to admit I left the price tag on it and returned it afterward. I'm the worst. But I didn't have the cash to buy it at the time. I'm less embarrassed and madder at myself that I don't have it anymore because I saved all the rest of my reunion dresses and could have done a museum-quality exhibit in my living room and charged $5 for an audio tour. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your right, we have the infamous blood orange dress Ms. Rinna wore to the Season 7 reunion, at which child star Kim Richards returned her stuffed bunny, prompting Ms. Rinna to storm off shouting, "I need a drink and a Xanax." The first 5 reunions I wore Victoria Beckham. I love her dresses, the style is so great and they fit me like a glove. I have probably more Victoria Beckham dresses than anybody in the world other than Victoria herself. Then I started shifting to Alex Perry. I found him on the internet myself, then had my fashion crack dealer Mary Lou procure his best stuff for me. Alex has become a friend and I love him. You always want to support people you discover. I think I looked good at all the reunions except the last one when I wore the leopard Dolce dress, which I thought was fitting for a dramatic exit. I loved the dress but didn't love my wig. One of the best things about the reunions is that the fans can really scope out our designer shoes. I have been told by more than one renowned and respected stylist that I have one of the best shoe closets in Southern California, if not the Northern Hemisphere. One even whispered to me that he'd rather pull from my shoe closet than the best PR agencies in town. I try to have a little bit of everything at all times. Christian Louboutin, Jimmy Choo, Balenciaga, Ginvito Rossi, pointy toe pumps, stilettos, platforms, too many sneakers. Humble brag, I'm not calling myself a Kardashian, but I do have one of the best closets in the biz. Harry built a room for all my work clothes, and it includes a big makeup mirror so I can look at my maturing reflection and remind myself like Norma Desmond that it's the pictures that got small, not me. Maybe I'm as crazy as Normie D because I spent almost all my money in those last years on clothes and shoes, and my husband doesn't ever forget to remind me of that. But I love my closet collection and wouldn't trade it for all the money in the world. I have great things to pull from, and when I do photo shoots, I'm often able to use my own dresses and shoes. You know who else loves to pull from my collection? My lovely, lucky daughters. The girls have tried on all my dresses, yet neither has ever worn them out to an event. They know that they can whenever they want. Delilah pinches my casual stuff all the time. She steals my shoes, my purses. When they were in high school, we had a pretty good system. They had to tell me if they borrowed something. They couldn't just take it, and if they borrowed something, they had to put it back. That worked pretty well until it didn't. Delilah, I know for sure, still has a pair of my vintage Gucci boots, a YSL bag, and a couple of vintage Fendi leopard bags of mine. I'll go to her house and rummage through her closet so I can see what she has and doesn't want to give back. I'm not mad about it. I actually think it's cute. It makes me feel seen and loved, so I let her keep them. If I want to wear the boots again, I know where they are. Look, someday a long time from now when I'm gone, this stuff will have to go somewhere, so I'm glad I have daughters who appreciate it as much as I do. My daughters respect the closet. I think they're as proud of it as I am, and like Harry, they know how much it means to me. As a Mother's Day gift a few years ago, Amelia did a photo shoot dressed up as me in all my vintage dresses, wigs, and all. She even put on the Versace dress I wore way back when to the Oscars when Matt Damon kissed my pregnant belly. By the way, it was made out of chain metal, and because of the strain from my pregnant belly, I broke the chains on the back before the show. Harry Mr. MacGyver went down to the garage, got pliers, and fit the dress on me. The memories behind those dresses are why Amelia's photo shoot gift was so thoughtful and touching. I get a little emotional thinking about it. I wonder if either of my girls will want to wear my Vera Wang wedding dress when they get married. I kind of can't wait to see if they scratch each other's eyes out over it or if neither gives a shit. Honestly, I dress more like them these days anyway, and when I say them I mean the younger generation. On my days off, my daughters tell me I look like a 12-year-old boy or tease, "Hey, Ellen DeGeneres called, she wants her look back." Listen, the older I get the more comfortable I want to be. Soft and roomy is the key. I live in Free City sweatpants and Nilly Lawton's clean and simple line of pants and shirts. I dress very androgynous now, long-sleeve black ATM shirts, James Purse t-shirts. I tell them to give me a break. I had my sex bot phase for decades where I felt like I had to be body, boobs, boobs, boobs. I squeezed myself into bandage dresses and bodycon for years, damn it. I served my country. Besides, that's the way you get a man and procreate. I'm out of that phase of my life, and it's a relief not to have to fall into those tropes anymore. I'm donezo. When you get to this age, you don't feel like you need to do that anymore. For those who wonder if Harry needs body, boobs to keep things zesty, let me just tell you a little story. The other night, I went to an in-style red carpet event in a stretchy beaded Balenciaga gown that weighed 30 pounds. The look was the 1930s meets futuristic space odyssey. I told one shocked reporter it was giving alien cunt. It was a little out there, but my Harry was so blown away by this dress. When I got home, he had to unzip it and help get me out of it, which took a minute and was ungraceful at best. The whole time he was in awe and kept marveling, "This is the best dress you've ever worn." After more than 30 years together, I can still make my man melt, whether in a kooky couture gown or in my skater boy sweatpants. Even though my fashion has evolved over the years, my philosophy has remained the same. Good designers, chic, classic. I have a few general rules I adhere to. For example, I don't think that we should be wearing midriffs at 50. I still wear shorter skirts at times, but I might add hose to them or something. I do think there's always an appropriateness for every age that we're dressing. And I think we all know it. It's kind of unwrit. But like I said, the rules are just general. I believe everyone has the right to express their own individual style. At the end of the day, it's all about what makes you happy. If a short miniskirt makes you feel good, then wear it. Who gives a shit? Who am I to talk? I've already broken my own midriff rule on the cover of King Kong magazine. Who would have thunk that when I turned 60 years old, I'd sign with a modeling agency again? My life has truly come full circle. I'm back to being a mannequin, and this time I'm loving every second of it. Every photo shoot and runway I've walked in London, Paris, Milan, and more since I left RHOBH has been such a hoot. I've never felt freer in my body. I wore a leopard coat over a black swimsuit walking the Rotate show in Copenhagen. I donned a bowl-cut wig for Vivienne Westwood, and as Vogue noted, it caused such a stir on the internet. I pulled off a giant yellow Big Bird Richard Quinn concoction for Paper magazine. I celebrated my birthday throwing my feet up in the air like I just don't care on the cover of Pop magazine. Booking that was no small feat because usually it's supermodels on the cover. I even booked Canada's biggest fashion magazine too, called Well Fashion. My goal is to keep breaking the glass ceiling. Say yes to whatever the universe puts in front of my face and move gaily forward. All of the new stylists I've worked with have hooked me up with the coolest collaborators and created all of these cutting-edge looks. When you meet someone you connect with and you have the same ideas, the creativity just oozes out of you. Just when we think we've got more projects than anybody should be able to get, we get something else. I'm being covered by the media in a different way too, with headlines like Rinna surprises at London Fashion Week. I'm surprising myself too. Here's the best part about working with top-notch stylists. I don't have to pay for my damn clothes anymore. Designers will finally loan me the best stuff now that I'm not throwing glassware at middle-aged women in restaurants. I'm spending much less than I used to. I love inspiring people to express themselves through fashion, whether it's high fashion or everyday wear. I've become the queen of bucket hats. I don't know how that started, it just did. When you have short hair like mine, if you don't wash it and make it cute, it's unruly, especially when you wake up in the morning. Bucket hats are my lazy way of covering my hair, and then there's the sunglasses and my wigs. I used to name my wigs. We had Heather, Darlene, Sasha. You don't plan for these things to become signature, but then they do. People copy my look and send me pictures or tag me on Instagram and TikTok. I get such a kick out of the drag queens who perform as me. It's also an honor to be a recurring Halloween costume. I did an M&M's commercial 15 years ago, and I played an orange M&M that took on a life of its own, and no one can figure out why. I was recently on the red carpet for an Emmy party, and a reporter bragged, "I dressed up as you as an M&M for Halloween." I can't ever understand how these memes and things I've done go viral. It took 60 years, but I'm finally making my mark in the fashion world. Most of it happened within the first 2 years after I left the show. That's what's nuts about it. You couldn't have written this. When I left, I think it took off so organically because it was always there to begin with and there was nobody in my way. People always knew that I had a strong fashion sense, but it was overshadowed by other women on the show because they had so much more money. When I left the show and it dropped in my lap, I blossomed. I didn't expect it. I didn't plan it. It just happened. When things are really meant to be, you don't have to force them and you don't have to make them happen. The fashion world is tiny. A handful of people run this business. There's 6 major stylists and 5 major casting directors. So you're lucky if you get in with any one of them because they can make or break your career. It's been super meaningful to navigate the fashion world with Amelia and Delilah. What's so much fun right now is Amelia getting to walk for these shows, working directly with all the designers I idolize. It's blowing my fucking mind. I also go by myself, so I'm not a helicopter mom, but I'm not going to lie, it gives me an energy boost whenever I hang with the younglings. We see each other at the shows, and it's a totally different relationship than what I had with my parents. I wasn't embarrassed per se when my mom would drop me off at the movies, but I certainly was friends with my mom until I was much older. It's different now. Kids these days hang out with their parents because we're cooler, I guess. I was at the Paco Rabanne show in Paris last September, sitting there by myself in the front row when suddenly Troye Sivan came up to me all excited. "Oh my God," he squealed. "Could I please take a picture with you?" I'm a fan of his, so I jumped up and squealed, "Oh my God, are you kidding? May I take a picture with you?" I love when different generations come together. I love the fashion world because of that. You end up in a room with people you would never be in a room with, like Anna Wintour. The legendary Vogue editor is like a goddess to me. I had been in the same room with her probably 5 times in my life, and not once did she ever make eye contact with me, although she did walk right past me as I was saying my "It's couture" viral quote. Recently I was at a Balenciaga show in Paris with Amelia. We sat down in the front row and Anna was right next to us. She looked at me from behind her signature dark oval sunglasses and said, "Drum roll please." Hi, dear Lord, I thought, Anna Wintour knows who I am. Then she looked away really quickly. It's okay, it's all I needed. I felt I had officially been anointed and I have multiple witnesses. That's when I knew after a lifetime of devotion to the art of fashion that I belonged in the fashion world. I'd finally earned my way into the inner circle. I only wish I could bring the world's greatest shopper with me. My mom. 7. My advice to you: do hustle the hustler, or I am businesswoman. Hear me roar. This Rinnism was my tagline for season 7. I often get asked the question, what drives you? Money. Money drives me. I like the freedom of money. I like to be able to make it on my own. I've wanted to be an entrepreneur after seeing Susan Summers become a gazillionaire with her thigh master. We have not become gazillionaires. I've had successful and not so successful forays into the business world. As an actor, having a backup gig is never a bad idea. Besides, something's gotta pay for all my shopping. 20 years ago, Harry and I almost lost our house. That'll light a fire under your ass real quick. Neither of us were getting decent acting job offers, and we were stressed about paying our bills. Soap Talk was on its last legs, and my other hosting gig on the home renovation show Merge had ended. I was turning 40, and the minute you're that age as a female in showbiz, you better figure out something else to do with your life because the work shrivels up and dries out faster than a housewife without Botox. In casting directors' eyes, I was leaning toward becoming washed up, and I didn't think I could survive much longer on an actor's salary. Though both of my shows were about to end, I was still being covered a lot in the fashion pages of InStyle and People magazines for my outfit choices. I remember thinking, people love my look, I love to shop, why the hell am I not making money off that? Meanwhile, Harry wasn't having much better luck with his career. The two of us had a come to Jesus meeting and concluded that we might need to downsize our lifestyle. One Sunday afternoon, we took a drive over the hill to check out open houses in the more affordable valley. But the thought of selling the house we got married in was too heartbreaking, so we ended up cruising around on Ventura Boulevard, a 16-mile-long stretch of trendy, hipster, and vintage mom-and-pop shops and restaurants. Instead of buying a new house that day, Harry and I fatefully stumbled upon an adorable empty retail space in Sherman Oaks. We could see that it had so much potential. When Harry looked at me with both devilish brows raised, no words needed to be spoken between us. That night our pillow talk revolved around opening our own store. Harry could build all the things and I could buy all the fashion. Could I possibly start a clothing line too? You're so good at editing, Harry crowed. That's my husband, always my biggest stan. A friend of mine owned a cute store near Ranch Santa Fe and she let me follow her to the Mart, a wholesale showroom in downtown LA where buyers could visit the showrooms of different vendors. I peppered her with questions and inhaled information, soaking in so many rules I'd never heard of, like that the brands I loved and would want to sell, from Theory to James Purse, couldn't be in another store within a 3-mile radius. Fortunately, there weren't any higher-end clothing boutiques near the space Harry and I found. The store itself needed a lot of work and TLC, but we both loved creating and the idea of making the space our own. We really wanted to pull the trigger. One night not long after, we sat on our bed, the lease and a black pen sitting in front of us. Should we do it? Harry asked. Yep, let's do it, I replied, then gulped hard. Who did I think I was? I was an actor, not a business person, but when I looked back, opening the store felt right and made sense. I was as prepared as I'd ever be. I'd been working my ass off my whole life. When I was a kid, I sold lemonade, taught swim lessons, and worked in clothing stores and a sunglasses shop. I've studied Kabbalah for a long time, at least as long as Madonna has, and they talk about the bread of shame. In a nutshell, this means if you don't earn your money through some form of work, you always feel guilty and not worthy. There was no bread of shame in my consciousness. My mother always taught me that if I really wanted something, I always had to work for it. I never expected anybody to come in and take care of me. I would figure this out. I always did. Besides, I always need a little bit of struggle, a little bit of fight in there. That's who I am. It didn't change the fact that it felt scary and a little impulsive. Just coming up with the first and last month's deposit was terrifying, but we said fuck it and signed the lease anyway, and that is the story of the conception of our boutique Belle Grey, our daughter's middle names. We went with a really cozy vibe for the store with shabby chic couches so customers could shop and chill. I wanted it to be a one-stop shop, so like on a Friday night, if you had a date or needed a gift for somebody, you could run in and get a cute dress or some jewelry. Harry's such a cheapwad, so he rebuilt Belle Grey with his handyman Ricardo. They did the whole damn thing themselves. Remember in the 80s when everyone was screaming no pain, no gain? That's what starting a business is like, all the labor and risks. It can be painful, but in the end we built something we were really proud of. We had no idea what we were doing. We didn't have any investors, so we did it with our own money. We learned everything the hard way, making tons of mistakes through trial and error. I wasn't going to Fashion Week at that point, and there was no social media yet, so I relied on my gut and fashion magazines to figure out what was up and coming and buzzworthy. I went to the mart 4 times a year to choose our merchandise and sat in my favorite designers' showrooms for hours to sift through their lines. I got hazed at first. There was one hardcore woman who was the Anna Winter of the mart, and she scared the shit out of me. She treated me like garbage at first and wouldn't pay any attention to me. But when she realized that I was famous and I had a following and I was cool, then she was nice to me and we became buddies. It took me a minute, but she and the other queen bees of the mart eventually warmed up to me and took me seriously as a fashion professional. We started a lot of early trends at Belle Grey. We had maxi dresses, maxi skirts, cashmere scarves. We were known for certain staples, and I loved that. We brought in brands that became really hot: C&C t-shirts, Da Nang cargo pants, Citizens of Humanity, and Joe's jeans. We created our own line of t-shirts, tank tops, and sweats with American apparel that had Belle Grey on the butt, which are quite classic to this day. One thing I got good at was building energy and excitement about new inventory. As a shopper myself, I know exactly how to create demand. I'd only buy 3 sizes of each item, so when a box would come in, customers were in such a frenzy to snag one of them, they'd buy it straight out of the box. Otherwise, you always buy too much or too little. Of course, I overbought like crazy. The buying process was so fun and exciting but super challenging because I never quite knew how to do it. There's no recipe. Unless you have experts crunching numbers and coming up with something for you, which I never had, you just have to figure it out yourself. We tried to go off sales and all the other stuff that you put into it, but I was never very good at it. I wanted everything, which is the story of my life. I have a hard time stopping. I waited an eternity to get James Person to Belle Grey. It's a great American brand and women love it. They wouldn't give it to me because all the stores around me had it, but that didn't deter me. Every time I went to the mart, I popped my head into their showroom and asked, now. Finally, 6.5 years after we opened, I popped my head in, and before I even opened my mouth, they finally said, now. Yes, you can have it. That was one of the greatest days ever because it really showed the power of tenacity. Belle Grey had so many ups and downs and highs and lows. This was in the early days of the whole Oprah Winfrey's Favorite Things juggernaut, and Belle Grey happened to be one of her favorite stores. She wanted us to be featured on one of those episodes where she handed out cars and shit like candy. We hadn't been open that long, maybe only 3 months, but were we going to turn down Oprah? Yeah, I don't think so. We came up with an amber-scented candle as the giveaway, stamped a piece of paper with our logo, a vintage-style key we found from an old printer, and wrapped the label around the candle. Harry bought a website for Dummies book and built a .com for us because we didn't even have a website, let alone one that could do e-commerce. The day Favorite Things aired, after Oprah shouted from the rooftops, and you get a candle, and you get a candle. We sold $100,000 worth of merchandise from the store. We sold out of everything. We thought the good times would last forever, so I shouted from the rooftops, buy, 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 and then of course we had way too much merchandise we couldn't unload. In business you have to take risks and fail. We failed on that one. I'm not going to blame Oprah. Well, maybe just a little. Oprah wasn't the only problem. Running a small business alone is almost fucking impossible. There's nothing glamorous about it. Unfortunately, you can't do everything yourself, and that's what's most frustrating because it's very hard to find people who have your same sensibilities and your same way of doing things. There is constant turnover and there's always drama. We had everything happen in Belle Grey. Over a 10-year period, we had staff steal a handful of times, but the straw that broke the camel's back was having 3 burglaries in a row in the middle of the night within 6 weeks. We were robbed from the inside, we were robbed from the outside. By the end, we had 2 stores, another one out in Calabasas, but the recession in 2008 killed us. We had to liquidate. It was our house or the stores. At that point, we had to ask ourselves if we wanted to risk everything to keep it going. I think the universe is trying to tell us it's time to let this go, I said sadly to Harry. Belle Grey had a great run lasting 10 years until it shuttered in 2011. Our loyal customers truly loved it, and that made me so happy. I always wanted our boutique to be an experience, and I'm super proud of what we accomplished. But these things run their course. A decade is a long time to have a business like that, so I consider Belle Grey a success, and I don't even think I'm being delulu. We might not have had anything to show for it at the end, but that's okay because I learned a tremendous amount. It saved us at a time when we desperately needed it and was a great lesson in business. It also led to other opportunities that I never imagined in my wildest dreams, like reality TV. Long before Housewives, Harry and I did a show for TV Land called Harry Loves Lisa. We wanted it to be called I Love Lisa, but they were rerunning I Love Lucy episodes and were worried audiences would get confused. We did 6 scripted episodes, one even filmed us wackily working together at Belgrade, but they sucked. The plots were too contrived and it wasn't a great experience for us at all. If they had just put a camera on us and let us do our thing, it would have been a huge hit. Instead, it was a waste of time. But I had a reality TV show under my belt just as the genre was exploding in pop culture. Next, I was asked to be a contestant on The Celebrity Apprentice, starring our current circus Peanut in chief. Before going on the show, I read The Art of War for Women to Steal My Loins. It didn't matter. I was booted off in the 2nd episode after Dionne Warwick and LaToya Jackson bullied me into being the project manager on a children's book challenge, even though I knew it was a better strategy to wait until, the 5th episode to become a project manager. Those hens took me down with lightning speed and proficiency. I'd like to thank Star Jones for being such a twat because her viciousness prepared me for my future as a Beverly Hills housewife. I'm not sure I'd ever experienced woman-on-woman hate crimes before that. Dionne Warwick was a nasty piece of work too. I know you love her on X, formerly Twitter. Well, just know that the first time I met her on a create-your-own pizza task, she barely looked at me but had the audacity to bark, "Go get me a Pepsi." And for some reason I ran off like a simp to get Dionne Warwick a Pepsi. She thanked me by conspiring with her coven to get me canned. I couldn't trust any of the women on that show, which is a crying shame. Even Marlee Matlin turned on me in the boardroom. I got all the blame when our children's book about a lion accidentally ripped off The Wizard of Oz. I lost to Meatloaf for Christ's sake. The only person I outlasted was the guy who played Keith on The Partridge Family. I had zero fun. I was obliterated and humiliated on the #1 show on television. The night I got Trump's signature, "You're fired," I called Harry sobbing from my room at 12:30 in the morning. He was having the time of his life at a party but stepped outside to console me. Thankfully, I was asked back for All-Star Celebrity Apprentice, and that time I made it to the Final 4, restoring my dignity and the shame I brought upon my family. Not really, I'm just being dramatic. I was on All-Star with Gary Busey, and by default, he made everyone around him look coherent, capable, and normal. I made lifelong friends with Bret Michaels, who talked a lot about his diabetes, Taxi star Marilu Henner, who is smart as a whip, and comedian Penn Jillette, one of the greatest humans I've ever met. He's super smart and reads books for a minimum of 3 hours a day. I'm attracted to very smart people who are not necessarily like me. Did I just call myself dumb? I didn't mean to. Though I admit I wore fake glasses so I'd appear smarter the second time around. Everyone always asks me to spill the tea on Trump, but I don't have any. There were no signs back then that he'd become the monster he is today. Trump was a great entertainer. He would come out, say his lines, do his job, and move it along. Come to think of it, he did hit on the married Playboy playmate who had just had a baby. I don't know what to do, she'd confide in me. I have a 1-year-old and a husband, but he keeps coming on to me. So there you go. He was married to Melania. She came by to film an episode that revolved around her random beauty product. She was a robot, so was Ivanka, total Stepford Wives, and the sons Don Jr. and Eric were just as gross as they are now. I do find it interesting that I didn't think Trump was gross at the time. He was nice to me, he was professional and on time. That's all you ever want on a set. Flash forward to today, I really dislike him. I think he's horrible and has ruined the world. I was as shocked as anybody at who he became. Maybe he's always been that way and he finally took the mask off. I don't know. My redemption tour on Celebrity Apprentice was important to me, but I also wanted to show my daughters that after I went through hell with Star Jones and her pink ladies, I didn't fold like a cheap suit. I got up, dusted myself off, and did it again until I got it right. When Belgrade had to shut down, I didn't wallow for long. 2 days after we announced it, I tweeted, "One door closes, another one always opens. Off to a design meeting, I'm launching my own fashion line, finally." Woohoo, never say die, I've always tried to live my life that way. Right before Belgrade imploded, when it was hanging by a thread, some suits from giant manufacturer Tiger J came out to see the store and decided to do a clothing line with me called the Lisa Rinna collection for QVC. We made cozy, comfy, California chic, our motto, and it was gangbusters right out of the gate. See, this is why I never give up. When nothing seems like it's going right, you never know why in the moment, but the universe will provide the reason in due time. The purpose of Belgrade was to lead me to QVC. QVC was one of those miracles that saved our asses again. The line was a huge success for QVC, and at one point the Lisa Rinna collection had a valuation of $50 million. Every 2 weeks I had to fly to Westchester, Pennsylvania, and stay at the local Sheraton while I filmed my segments. I worked my butt off for every penny I made. I was in all the design meetings with head buyer Rachel Ungaro, choosing fabric and making design decisions. When I first went to QVC, the Kardashians were also there, just starting to land their lucrative business deals. Kris had a line, maybe Kim and Kourtney too. KH Lowe was still the Cinderella middle child. The Jenner girls were somewhere between fetus and toddler. That's how long ago this was. For one of my airings on QVC, I went live from the Beverly Wilshire Hotel right after the Kardashian clan. Kris and I had been friends for years and still are, but she was uber competitive with everyone, including little ol' me. Kris would just as soon cut a bitch before she'd give away the secrets to building her burgeoning empire. I didn't care. I was making major moves too. 4 times a year I taped something called a TSV, aka Today's Special Value. I literally made $3 million in 24 hours. I've never made that much money in my life. Of course, that never lasts. Silly me, you have those moments and you don't think to yourself, I better save every single dime here because it's not going to always be like this. In hindsight, I wish that we had been more frugal. But those were high times, man. I did QVC for 8 years before a perfect storm of natural and unnatural disasters destroyed my business again. First, COVID happened in 2020 and everything shifted as we know it. I don't need to tell you. We all lived it and never wanted to talk about it again. Next, QVC took over my manufacturing and Tiger J was out. I never wanted that. I remember sitting on my stairs in the hallway when I got the call that they were no longer working with Mark Locke, my rep at Tiger J for 7 years. My heart sank. I asked for another manufacturer of my choosing, but QVC nixed it. They were gangsters like Bravo. It was either go with them or that's that. I knew in my gut that was the end because they were never going to make my clothes the way I wanted them made, which is exactly what happened. They promised all big things, but the clothes they made were cheap. I'll never forget the first iteration of their designs. I was supposed to get them a good week before so I could see what I was selling and what it looked like and try it on. I had 2 items to sell. My first product QVC designed was a short faux leather moto jacket, which was always something I had in Belle Gray. They did not send it to me before I went to Westchester, so when I got there and I saw the jacket in my dressing room for the first time, it looked like it had built-in saggy boobs. I was horrified and I thought, what am I going to do? I have to go on air live in 2 hours. I tried it on some models. It looked terrible and ill-fitting, and it's 6 o'clock on a Friday night and everyone's gone home. I found the head of marketing and I told her in no uncertain terms that I would not go out there and sell this jacket. I couldn't do it. She came to my dressing room immediately, took one look at it on the model and agreed it was terrible. We pulled it from the show and I ended up just selling a mod stretchy turtleneck dress. I only had 1 item. I knew that my QVC days were numbered. Around the same time, QVC was sold to Quirate. The head of the company was majorly conservative and a huge Trump supporter and donor. During the 2020 election, I had been very vocal about my feelings toward Trump. I had worked with this man. It's not like he was a complete stranger to me. I felt somehow that made it okay for me to talk about and post about him until I realized that I could get killed over posting anything negative about him. Sure enough, I started to lose followers and get death threats. I was shocked at his ugliness and vileness and hatred and couldn't stay quiet about it. By this point, I was entrenched in RHOBH land and I was really mouthy about everything. That's when I got the phone call canning me. I think between Trump bashing and RHOBH fans flooding the channel with complaints about me, it was more than QVC could handle. It didn't make sense. We were still making gobs of money. God forbid I blame myself, right? Anyway, the party was over. After 8 beautiful, fruitful years, I was unceremoniously exiled from QVC, but the business never should have gone away. They put a gun to my head and made me work with their manufacturer who made fabric I didn't care for and wasn't up to my very high standards. The cut and the sewing, everything was inferior. When you don't have control over something like that, you're fucked. It really was less about Trump. He was just the nail in the coffin. Either way, I was totally bummed out. Most companies want to get into business with a celebrity who just lends their name and lets their people run the business. I don't think they are willing or wanting somebody like me who wants to be really involved. I wanted more than they wanted to give. I still have not found business partners who equal my desire and passion. I have not yet met my match. I'm not going to give up, though. But I will tell you that it gets pretty frustrating. They're all talk in the beginning. Then there's the inevitable shift when they'd rather trade quality for quantity, and I don't do that. At the end of the day, I can put my head on my pillow and sleep at night. I still had a pillow to put my head on, fortunately, even though I blew through a lot of that QVC cash. More than anything, I was spending all my money on clothes and hair and makeup for RHOBH. One thing I'm extremely proud of is that I negotiated to make sure Bravo didn't earn 1 dime off my QVC earnings. I was able to carve that out in my contract. After some housewives began making money on their entrepreneurial endeavors and quit the franchise, Bravo realized how much action they could get off a housewife's side hustle. I somehow was able to put my foot down and say, no, you're not taking money from my side gigs or I'm not doing the show. They let me do it, which is rare. Am I a good negotiator or just lucky? If they don't want you, they're not going to allow it. I don't think anybody's able to carve that out anymore. I snuck in under the wire somehow. Bravo also missed out on my earnings from my next entrepreneurial endeavor, Rinna Beauty. I was 57 years old when I decided to launch a beauty business. I always thought that we should make some money off my lips because they have a career of their own. Harry and I tend to get into markets that are overly saturated, like my lip kit products, which also launched during COVID when everyone was wearing masks and couldn't see anyone's mouths. Great timing, Rinna, yet somehow it worked. People were curious, plus my kits were a very reasonably priced $40. The people loved my lip kits and they sold like hotcakes. Will Rinna Beauty survive in the long run? Time will tell. The company that I got in business with is no longer putting money into it, and you can't control that. You think you're going into business with people who will do you right until they don't. Here's where they fucked up flat out. When we were meeting with all the beauty stores, they did not have me present in all my glory with the lips that launched 1,000 ships. That was a fatal flaw. As Eminem said so poetically, you only get one shot, do not miss your chance to blow, this opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo. I'm gonna stop right there because one, I don't think Eminem wants me to quote him, and two, it costs a lot of money to quote music lyrics in a book. Anyway, to this day, I'll never understand why they didn't have me there. To be honest, that's why we're not in the big box stores. If I'd been in those meetings, I guarantee you would be front and center. We're on Amazon, which is great, but it's not enough. I'm relentless like how I was with James Purse, but I also take it one day at a time so it's not overwhelmingly stressful. I feel a lot of pressure to sell it direct to consumers because they lean so heavily on me to promote it. A successful business is as much luck as it is smarts. I've been in business long enough now to know that. I've learned so many lessons, and I'm happy to share them with everyone here. It's all about the bounce back. You're going to fail a few times. How do you adapt? How do you take the fails and turn them into wins? The Kardashians have been experts at that. They've had plenty of dumb ideas. The Kardashian credit card, Chris's talk show, Kylie's $360 makeup brushes, Rob's blessed socks, but they've been able to rebound them into something even better, and now 60% of them are billionaires. Chris doesn't know this, but she's been a really good teacher for me. She's led by example. I would imagine if you sat her down and picked her brain, she'd admit she's had quite a lot of doozies too. But she has good instincts, and I think the people who survive and excel in business have the best instincts, but luck definitely plays a part. Hey, I give credit where credit is due, especially for any woman out there making it big in the business world. We've come a long way, baby, but we're nowhere near where we should be. For me, being a female entrepreneur has been a bit of a shit show with a steep learning curve. It's a tricky fine line. The old tropes are still there and they ain't going anywhere. For example, if Harry is with me, he gets much more respect, and the people in control of the purse strings talk to him in a different way than they do to me. I've had intimidating meetings with the heads of QVC. They're not fluffy, but I always held my own. I always said what I needed to say. Overall, men have an easier time of it than women. This is not new. Sexism is in all industries. It's across the board. There are a lot of women in the beauty business, but the men are still running it. At one company I'm working with, I report to a woman, but her boss is a man and he's the tough one. Sadly, that's just the truth. I can't say that I've been lucky in the female mentoring department, probably for a few reasons. I think that women have a very hard time helping other women. It might just be my own experience, but what I see with myself and my daughters in the modeling world, the business world, and the acting world is that it's cutthroat. I'm seen as a threat to people more than I am somebody they want to mentor. I have reached out to several female leaders in business, but nobody has taken the baton and said, you know what, I'll help you, Rinna. To me, there's plenty of work to go around for everyone. I've taught my girls to always help the girl who's a little bit behind you. You should never feel that threatened by anyone. No one can ever take your momentum or your crown. Something else I drill into my daughters: never cry at work. I'm such a good actor and hider of things. It's not that I don't have moments when I break down. I absolutely, completely lose it all the time, but I rarely show it. On Apprentice, I cried to Harry in my hotel room. In the very beginning of Days of Our Lives, after a long day on set, I'd sit in my bathtub totally exhausted with a glass of Chardonnay and sob, wondering how the hell I was going to memorize another 40 pages of dialogue by the next morning. I broke down every night when I hosted Soap Talk and Merge at the same time, and had a couple nuclear meltdowns on Dancing with the Stars because it was so demanding and difficult. Again, never in front of anyone. I'd go in another room and cry, pull up my bootstraps, then come back out and do my job. That's the difference. I tell Delilah and Amelia, if you're losing it on set, go to the bathroom, close the door, call me, cry to me, then pull yourself together. You're a Rinna Hamlin. Image is everything. I don't care what you do for a living. It's taken me a few swift kicks in the tush lately to finally accept that you catch more flies with honey. I'm learning ever so slowly how to speak in a kind way to get what I need from people. That's a big challenge for me because I'm so, let's go with, passionate. I put the ass in passion. Luckily, Harry knows how to express himself in a very calm manner that is mature and lovely. Sometimes I am like a banshee, and I've paid for that, especially with women. I'm training myself to be more couth in my business dealings. I don't always have to be the bull in the china shop. There's something to be said for sugarcoating. People can be overly sensitive and can't necessarily take the straight-up truth. That can be frustrating for me. Sometimes I want something done and I want it done now. But in dealing with all kinds of personalities, I'm learning to accept that I don't always get what I want. Bottom line, nobody has your back like you do in a business, but you also need people to make the machine run. You're relying on those human beings to execute your creative. Unless it's your own money, your own business, you're not going to care as much. I'm getting better at allowing for grace in that. Harry and I, between the two of us, were at Belgrade every day. One of us always had to be there. One of my favorite parts of the job was changing the outfits on the 6 mannequins we had in the window. It was very time-consuming, but I felt it was important. You must get your hands dirty because your employees won't always want to go the extra mile. They might phone it in. You must be so passionate about your business that you'll spend hours making one window display perfect. The consumer will know if you're not putting in elbow grease and TLC. They can sniff out authenticity. I love to bring joy and make people feel something. I do that through my work. I do that through everything that I do. I did that in my store. You can't just slap your name on the sign above the door and have somebody else do the grunt work. It won't be as good. Even when you pour your heart and soul into your business, bad things happen. It's inevitable. You can't control global events like a recession or a pandemic. You can't safeguard yourself from random disasters. Global events tanked Belgrade and screwed up my QVC deal, but I'm not bitter about it. Can't you tell? You can't think about it like that, or it'll annihilate you and strip you of any shred of self-esteem. Think of your business like a relationship. Some are marriages and go on forever, some are situationships, only meant to be in your life for specific periods of time to help you grow and evolve. After a few mistakes, now I know when to quit and not be prideful and hang on for dear life while our bank account spirals into the abyss. I'm fortunate to have a business partner by my side to go through all the triumphs and disasters, who cares as much as I do, and who holds me up when shit goes down. Some couples cannot and simply will not work together because it'll end in divorce or murder, but Harry and I are the opposite. I like doing business with my husband because he balances me. I get emotional at times and he keeps me calm. He is good with money and I'm good with the creative aspects. We balance each other really well. At heart, we are two broke actors trying to make a living however we can. Harry and I understand the business we're in. Through 35 years of financial peaks and valleys, we're still here. We know we're not special. Everybody goes through good and bad times. If it seems like we have lots of money, well, sometimes we do and sometimes we don't. Through no fault of our own, we got a huge surprise tax bill that was due in 1 week. It sent us reeling. It was an awful hit and Harry and I were so stressed out. That's the kind of debacle that makes us pull up our britches and declare it's time to hustle. Some of the best ideas we've ever had came from the desperation of financial trouble. It's not that I always need to be working, I always need to be creating. But struggle has kept us hungry and fueled our artistic sides in acting, art, beauty, and fashion. It's why I'm writing this book. When I left RHOBH, it was crickets. Thank God the fashion world came calling, but for a little while there, nobody was banging down my door. I needed a paycheck. Gotta say, I've never really enjoyed the process of writing a book. It's arduous and emotionally traumatic and annoying, and frankly, it takes forever. Somebody, probably a man, once compared writing a book to giving birth. But I'm loving the process this time, and I know exactly why. It came at a time in my life when not only was I completely free to create, I had the added pressure of needing to make something major happen. It also came at a crossroads in my life when all this change was happening. This was one way I could sit with it all and reflect. Books are hard, but the universe put this one in my path at the perfect time. That's my sweet spot, not to be confused with the wet spot. Harry and I never get too comfortable. We don't like living in that space, but don't worry about us. Luckily, my husband has invested our money wisely and we're not going to debtor's prison. As Harry says, we have levers to pull all the time. Harry and I are on the same page about taking risks. We love the thrill of throwing the dice and seeing what we roll. I'm not giving up on the fashion industry. I hope to work with my favorite designers and do a capsule collection. I have so much fun going to the fashion shows and being part of the fashion world. I want to continue to monetize that because it's where I light up creatively. I'm always open to deals, but I'm not looking to have my own line again. I've done that. I'd rather do collabs and one-offs right now. Besides, we're foodies now. Our latest venture is Harry's famous sauce, my husband's scratch-made rosemary red wine bolognese. Born out of love, raised out of obsession, we like to say. I've got a couple cases of it in the garage and off we go. Once again, we're doing the whole damn thing ourselves our way. If you take anything away from my business advice, make it this: when you rely on other people, that's where you get fucked. Every entrepreneur has a story. Luckily, my story is not that bad. I may not be Kris Jenner yet, but I am 8 years younger than her, so 8, why am I here? I'm more fabulous than this. Or why the 60s is the sexiest decade. This was my response when I returned to my hometown and remembered thinking as a kid that I was destined for more than Medford, Oregon could offer. That's also how I felt when I turned 60. Why am I here? How did this happen? Who let this happen? 60 is a freaky number. It loomed menacingly in the shadows like Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, if he was holding a Botox needle instead of a machete. The crazy thing is, when my 60th birthday arrived, it didn't live up to the hype in my head. It wasn't all that traumatic. Turns out I'm more fabulous at 60 than I ever expected. I'll never admit I'm past a point of no return. I like to say I'm aging ungracefully. Aging for me is fierce. Aging for me is raucous. I don't know if I'll feel as serene about my age when I turn 70, 80, or oh my 90. All I know is that I will never stop running around my house naked until the day I die, even if it mortifies my daughters. The day I turned 60, I didn't scream from the rooftops that I was officially a sexagenarian. I didn't have a big blowout birthday party. I booked a suite at the Nabu Hotel in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico for Harry and me and Delilah and her boyfriend. Amelia was working in Paris, so she couldn't join us. We sunned on the beach, got massages, ate fish tacos, and drank just enough tequila to get tipsy. On this Mexico trip, there was no drama allowed. My only birthday wish was to be chill and mellow. Well, the universe laughed at my low-key birthday gathering like, are you fucking kidding me? I don't think so, Rinna. You see, the universe had a much bigger celebration in store for me. I booked Cosmopolitan's Sex After 60 issue, becoming the oldest woman ever to be on the cover of the magazine. It was totally unexpected, and I was honored to be asked by the editor Maxwell Losker. Anytime you can throw a rock and break the glass ceiling, it's monumental. I was so proud to be the face of a Cosmo cover that got so much hype and was a game changer. It really moved the needle for women of a certain age. Not to mention, I'd never been on the cover of Cosmopolitan in my entire career, so that gave me major aura points. Older women often talk of feeling invisible in the world. When I walked into the Cosmo shoot, everyone, the photographer, the photographer's assistants, hair and makeup and wardrobe, fussed over me. They made me feel like a queen for a day, like all the hard work I'd put into my career paid off. I thought I was past the point of being a cover girl. Never say never. Anything can happen at any age. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I get so much grief and negativity all the time on social media about knowing my place and stepping aside for the younger generation. Anytime I do anything that pushes boundaries, I get pushback from the very vocal online trolls. Sit down, they order. Let your daughters take the attention. Stop trying to compete with them. Sweeties, it has nothing to do with that. I do not compete with anyone ever, especially not my daughters. There's room for all of us. I think my very existence in all its controversial glory proves that you can have the full life you've been manifesting since you were a little girl. There's no cutoff point. Nobody's going to check the date of birth on your driver's license. You are not required by law to pass the baton to the next generation because your time is up. Fuck that, I do not subscribe to that, you know when your time is up. When you're 6 feet under or burnt to crisp and crammed into an ugly urn that everyone ignores on the mantle. I truly believe one of my missions on this earth is to show women that they can do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. Because I sure as hell do. When I shot that Cosmo cover, something clicked in me and I felt like a warrior. I felt smarter and more confident than I'd ever been. I was grateful to have made it this far. I was grateful that I still felt viable and had a full life at my tender age. I appreciated the fact that I was even able to represent this chapter in life that not everybody is lucky enough to make it to. I felt blessed that I got to 60. For me, turning 60 wasn't terrifying, it felt more like a giant exhale. Jodie Foster agrees and has said that after struggling in her 50s, I felt a huge shift. The day I turned 60, I was like, I figured it out. This is good. She's right about that. You get to this age, and not only have you lived this mind-boggling amount of time, but you just don't have the same fears that you had in all the other decades leading up to this point. I love being a sexagenarian, and not just because it's a way cooler word than octogenarian or septuagenarian, which sound like sea creatures. Your 20s are horrible, stressful, scary. You're filled with fear that every decision you make is the wrong move and will lead you down an unrighteous path. You don't know what to do with your life. You don't know how you'll put food on the table or a roof over your head. You can't afford to buy a car, a house, a clue because you have no idea who you are. You don't know what to think about anything, and you spend too much time worried about what everyone else thinks of you. My girls are doing pretty good in their 20s, but for most people it sucks to be in your 20s. You couldn't pay me to go back to that decade. Your 30s are a little better. Maybe you're married and have babies, a good job, you're making real money and still having fun with your friends. You probably look fabulous because your beauty peaks at age 35, according to research conducted by Rinna University. In your 30s, you start to achieve all those things you always wanted, like a life partner and kids. Personally, my 30s were rough. I was pregnant twice and had postpartum depression twice, so the majority of the decade revolved around all that. With Delilah, I had crippling postpartum for the first 15 months of her life, which was very intense. I had disturbingly violent visions, so I had to have the knives put away. This is not hyperbole, and I also had suicidal visions of driving my car into a brick wall. Nobody was in it but me, so that was a long time to suffer alone in my head. It wasn't like today where you could Google anything and get answers. I didn't know what it was or what the fuck was wrong with me. Harry thought I was crazy and I felt like a horrible person. I judged myself and felt guilty. The time I had Amelia, I knew postpartum was almost certain. Sure enough, at 6 weeks on the dot, it rose from the dead again like Jason in Friday the 13th. Harry sensed it and insisted, call your doctor right now. So I alerted my doctor. The minute it started, he put me right on the antidepressant Seraphim and I was okay after 3 weeks. By month 4, my body clock was entirely reset. I titrated down off the Seraphim and I haven't been on an antidepressant ever since. Though I probably should have been on one while I was doing RHOBH. I never talked about it a lot publicly because during the era I had it, Tom Cruise attacked Brooke Shields for taking medication to battle postpartum. So I suffered in silence. It was brutal. It made my 30s a fog. What should have been happy years were very painful and confusing. I lost my mojo in my 30s but felt a complete resurgence in my 40s. I was all about moving my body. I did Dancing with the Stars in Chicago on Broadway and I never felt stronger. My body was a machine. Dancing with the Stars made me work my ass off, but I love dance because it is the most joyous thing you can do. And partnering with Louis Van Amstel, who is an amazing human being and teacher, was one of those experiences that I'll never forget. It changed me forever. It proved to me that I could go and audition for Chicago and get it. They didn't want to see me. And I begged, please, please, please let me come audition. I flew myself there. I had to sing, dance, and act in the audition, and I never could have done it as well if I didn't do Dancing with the Stars. Never. It gave me confidence. 3 months of Dancing with the Stars set me free. It was so life-changing that Harry said, I want to do that, and he did it the next season. As they say, a sound body equals a sound mind, so I was really feeling myself in my 40s. That was all shot to hell when I hit my 50s, the hardest decade for me, hands down. Menopause kicked my ass. I had a feeling it would because Rinna women historically get clobbered during the change. My mom had a hysterectomy at 35, so it's not surprising that I too would have heavy, unpredictable menstrual cycles and mood swings. My mom was the nicest, lightest person, but during menopause, she got so mean. I'll never forget, we were in my orange Corvair when all of a sudden she saw a grasshopper in the car. She absolutely flipped out, cussing and screaming like a raging lunatic. When I saw the madness my mom went through, I thought, oh my god, that must never happen to me. I'm never going through menopause. Good luck with that, babe. I know I had menopause moments on the show. For example, in Amsterdam, I'd never acted that whackadoodle in my entire life. I'd never broken a fucking glass. I look back and go, who the fuck is that? I literally was going to strangle Kim Richards. I went across the table to grab her and something above God said to me, don't touch her. If you touch her, you're going to a dirty prison in the bowels of Europe and Fank will make you her girlfriend. As soon as I hit 53, I got all the worst symptoms of menopause, hot flashes 20 times a day. I will die on the hill that hot flashes are scary because they're so uncontrollable. My whole body got wet and not in the good way, but from my belly button up. I felt like a furnace on the verge of exploding multiple times per day. I hated it. I was so anxious all the time it felt like I was coming out of my skin, which led to sleepless nights. I need a solid 8 hours, otherwise I will freak out over a grasshopper. Sleep is my sanity, my #1 priority. When that was messed up, I lost my marbles. After 2 years of mayhem, I was miserable. I had to get help. I made an appointment with Dr. Soram Khalsa, a famous Eastern Western medicine doctor in LA who happened to be a Sikh with the big long white beard and turban. He's passed away now, but I absolutely loved the man and miss him. He was so ahead of his time. He was vegan before everybody jumped on the bandwagon. He did vitamin infusions and acupuncture, but he also wouldn't hesitate to give you antibiotics if you needed them. He was literally the best of both worlds, and I trusted him with my life. I told him menopause was ruining my life, so he tested my muscle strength, did blood tests on my adrenals, and gave me a doggy bag of Chinese herbs to take home for my troubles. A few weeks later, I went back for my results. My God, Dr. Khalsa exclaimed, you have no estrogen, we must get some estrogen in you. Like many women, this frightened me. Hormone replacement therapy, HRT, is very controversial as it can be dangerous for women who have a family history of breast cancer and other cancers. Both my sister and my mom had breast cancer. My mom had been on Premarin for years, which is essentially horse pee, and I'm convinced that's what caused her breast cancer at 82. I got the test to see if I had the BRCA gene, and luckily I didn't, so that made me a little bit more relaxed about it. As women, we have to get our pap smears and our mammograms religiously to check for ovarian and breast cancer. I'm very diligent about getting a mammogram once a year, and I get my pap every 6 months. You can't live in fear, but you must proactively take care of yourself, especially around this age, because that's when the bad stuff happens. I was on the borderline of osteoporosis to boot. Dr. Khalsa was a big proponent of vitamin D. He really believed it also kept breast cancer at bay, so he gave me a prescription for 5,000 EU/day. When I was still unsure about whether to tempt fate with HRT, Dr. Khalsa said in no uncertain terms, if I didn't do hormone replacement, my hair would thin and fall out, my skin would be as dry and cavernous as Death Valley, I'd have no muscle tone, my vagina would be so dry that I wouldn't be able to have sex, and I'd be on 2 antidepressants by the time I was 60. Which by then, it's too late to go on hormones. According to research, women who take hormones after 60 or 10 years after the onset of menopause are at greater risk for heart disease, stroke, blood clots, and breast cancer. But if hormone therapy is started before this time, the benefits outweigh the risks. That's what Google says anyway. I flashed back to my mom and the green grasshopper in the Corvair and said, okay, give them to me right now. HRT changed my life, and Dr. Khalsa changed my life, may he rest in peace. Hormones are the greatest things ever. For me, please talk to your doctor because all women are different. The plan to conquer my menopause monster was putting me on a low dose of bioidentical hormones. I'm very sensitive, so I can't ever take too much of anything. Dr. Khalsa and I found the right balance of estrogen and progesterone plus a touch of testosterone. I have a nice mix right now. My estradiol patch is 0.025 milligrams and it's life-changing. It stops everything. I take 100 milligrams of progesterone under my tongue every night, then 3 times a week I do 200 milligrams of testosterone under my tongue also. I feel miraculously normal again. People always ask, how do you look so good? Or how do you maintain your weight? Many women starting to go through menopause get a thick middle. I think what I'm doing helps. Of course, you still have to work out and eat appropriately. But I really think that as long as your hormones are balanced, you feel like a human being again. Why do we have to needlessly suffer if there is a proven way to treat it? It makes no sense. I'm sharing my medical history with everybody because for me, hormones have been the greatest thing I have found during this time in my life. I'm a very big proponent of HRT and have no intention of ever stopping for the rest of my life. Everyone says, oh, by the time you're 60, you gotta get off them. No, I will kill you if you take my hormones away. I'm never going to get off my hormones and I don't care. You'll have to pry them from my cold, dead ovaries. Everyone has different opinions about hormones, whether they protect you or hurt you. There are pros and cons in everything. For me, the pros outweigh the cons. I wasn't happy or nice, then HRT came along and made me happy and nice. I'm calm. Without it, I was a full-on basket case. My hair's still thick. My skin is good. I think it's awesome that a magic bullet exists to cure at least one of these demoralizing and agonizing aging problems we can't escape. Because some you can help, some you can't. Like my increasingly befuddled memory. I'm not a crosswords kind of girl, so I'm not sure what I can do to help my brain when the time comes, and I'm not as sharp as I used to be. But if there is something to help and it's FDA approved, you bet your sweet ass I'll be the first in line to try it. You can't stop Father Time, so you just have to adapt. Like my eyesight is getting meh. I'm not an eagle and I'm not quite Mr. Magoo yet, but it's dodgy enough that I do have cheap lightweight drugstore readers strategically placed all over my house. I find if they're not lightweight, they hurt the bridge of my nose. The next phase will be wearing my glasses on a cord around my neck. I haven't quite reached that milestone yet. I was on a set with Marcia Gay Harden once. She's a couple years older than me when she caught me peeping her glasses cord necklace setup. "Doesn't it suck?" she said, and we had a good laugh together. I just added a pair of readers to my purse for the first time ever, and that was a sadly hilarious giving up on life moment. But I had to do it. I can't read menus anymore. Did all restaurateurs band together and conspire to make the type smaller, or am I heading toward cataract surgery? What is worse, shining your iPhone flashlight in the eyes of your fellow patrons, thereby temporarily blinding them, or whipping out the ugliest pair of plastic semi-rimless readers from Walgreens? It's a toss-up. I refuse to keep paying for new real eyeglass prescriptions. Every year it gets worse, and every year it's another $800 minimum down the drain. Still, I'm diligent about my eye exams and all other doctor appointments. I'm not one of these people who doesn't want to know bad news. Give it to me straight, doc. I'm proactive about my health. I religiously get my teeth cleaned twice a year because a lot of diseases can get into your bloodstream through your mouth. I'm lucky I don't have bad teeth, but don't even get me started on dentists. They're like used car salespeople trying to squeeze out every dime from older, wealthier patients. One told Harry he needed 3 crowns because his jaw is growing. He's a septuagenarian, for Christ's sake. The only thing growing on a 70-something-year-old man is ear and nose hair. I have a hard time trusting dentists. You can clean my teeth, but I don't want an exam because they charge you a fucking fortune. My mom always said don't let him take x-rays, it's not good for you and it's a waste of money, maybe once every 5 years, so I never let them do it, and they're always so mad at me. Nope, sorry, I don't have time today, gotta run. Moms always know everything. Lately it's become obvious that I sound exactly like mine, my voice and my laugh. When you're younger you don't want to be told you look or sound like your mother, but once you lose a parent you actually love it. Now when someone says, "You sound just like Lois," or my kids say, "You sound just like Nana," I get so emotional. My mom always used to say, "You're never going to feel your age." Even at 93 and a half, I don't feel my age. I pass by a mirror and I go, oh my God. Who is that? I'm just now truly understanding what she was talking about. I really miss my mom, but I'm realizing I'll see her soon, and that's nuts. Now that I'm in my 60s, sometimes I'll be doing something random, record scratch, stop in my tracks and think, OMG, it's almost over. I don't like thinking about death. I don't think anybody does. I hope to go quickly when I do. I don't want to be sick or suffer, but no one has a choice, do they? When I studied Kabbalah, I learned it's very important to bury the dead in the ground within 3 days. I like the idea of going back into the earth. Cremation seems barbaric. Who am I kidding? It's all barbaric. I don't want to be stuffed in an urn somewhere. I'm like those undecided voters in the election, very indecisive even though we have all the information we're going to get about it. We know the only certainties in life are death and taxes. I don't want to think about death until it's happening, and I don't want to think about paying my taxes unless it's April 15. I try to be present and not think too far ahead. I'm not going to waste time worrying about what's going to happen to me down the road. I just hope I still feel as good as I do now for as long as humanly possible. In the meantime, as I grind my way toward the century mark, the most indispensable word I've added to my vocabulary is acceptance. It is what it is. There's nothing you can do to stop the clock, and there's not much left to learn. I would never want to go back to my younger years because the wisdom that I have now is priceless. I'd rather be older and wiser than stupid and hot, and you can quote me on that. 9. I'm just an asshole with iconic hair and big lips. Or it's my job to tweak. I busted out this line during the episode of RHOBH where we all went to a Boy George concert, and some of us, Kyle, were fangirling the fuck out more than others. Kyle asked Boy George an innocent question, something about if he worries a fan will jump on stage and hurt him when Dorit's husband PK snapped. Nobody thinks like that. You could have issues. You can't even go home to your best friend. Meaning LVP. When his mean gossipy dig was met with audible gasps, PK pretended he was JK and sniveled that his snarky English sense of humor didn't translate. Later in my confessional I deadpanned, I wish I could hide behind British humor. But no, I'm just an asshole with iconic hair and big lips. Note to self and surviving family, please put this quote on my tombstone, which should be carved in the shape of a giant pair of lips. I mean, where would I be without my signature smackers? They've been a meaningful part of my life longer than my children. It all started when I was 24 and saw Barbara Hershey in Beaches. Her character may have been dying, but damn, her lips looked luscious. Barbara, you were the wind beneath my wings that fluttered me away to the dermatologist for my very first filler. Thank God for you, because after that I never looked back, and I never looked bad. Before you read me for filth, everybody's gone down the bad filler, bad injection road. I can't think of anybody at this point from age 19 to 95 who hasn't gone through the OMG I just had bad filler experience. And that's a shame because you always hope you're in the hands of good doctors and estheticians. Accidents happen, Luke's progress, and then what? You're left with the old face. Cosmetic procedures go in and out of fashion. When filler first came out and everyone was getting their lips and cheeks done, suddenly everybody in LA looked like the same person, and that quickly became passé. Then it was a mad dash to find the next cutting-edge treatment. When it comes to nips and tucks and plucks, it's about not giving 2 fucks. There's no right or wrong, figure out what works best for you. It can be a challenge, but the general rule is less is more. I've gone down the too much road a couple of times, so you live and learn. Sometimes I have allowed people to put too much filler in. That doesn't work, you cannot let anybody overfill you. But when you're sitting in the chair, the peer pressure is relentless. It only takes one doctor to go, you know what, I think you could use a little here. And the next thing you know, the little touch-up throws your whole fucking face off. Filler has gone out of hand because it's so readily available. Medi-spas are making so much money off it that it's everywhere. There are a lot of naive folks out there walking around with disproportionate Picasso faces. Even when you try to do stuff subtly, you won't get away with it, especially if you're a celeb. Eagle-eyed trolls have picked apart everyone from Jennifer Aniston to Kylie Jenner. Even men get called out. It's a tricky time. Even when trolls skewer me publicly online, which happened not that long ago, it never deters me. My philosophy on plastic surgery is, and always will be, go for it. There is zero shame in my game. You color your hair, what's the difference? Why do we shame cosmetic surgery and cosmetic procedures? If I don't talk about the work I've had done publicly, it's not because I'm embarrassed by the outcome. I think there are times to share things and there are times to just shut your mouth and do it in private. Tamra Judge from The Real Housewives of Orange County took her TikTok audience on the roller coaster of having a CO2 laser treatment, brow lift, and chemical peel recently, and the videos were not easy to watch. She had a reaction that turned her face greenish-blue and caused it to swell up. I had a light version of the CO2 laser because my doctor thought it would be good for me, and it was. It cleared up my melasma, the brown spots all over your face. But I did not have the same experience as Tamra. I didn't go on social media and show the world. I didn't terrify people all in the name of entertainment. That's housewives mentality right there. She knew she'd get eyeballs for that, and guess what? She got massive attention. I'm open about my surgeries, but I'm not so open that I'm going to shock you and give you nightmares. Whether intended or not, experiences like Tamra's give cosmetic surgery a bad rap. People are out there saying, don't ever do it, it's horrible and you'll look like Tamra. In this situation, I think it's my duty to say, listen, I had one of those too, and it doesn't have to be like this. Mine was not a big deal. I feel like one of my jobs on earth is to be an unofficial spokesperson for the good kinds of cosmetic surgery because I've done it all. I'm an expert at this point, and I'm the best advocate and proponent of it. If I'm going to be on camera and I'm going to be entertaining you, I believe it's also my duty to stay fresh. I personally don't want to look at anyone else on screen who is not taking care of themselves. I want to see some kind of upkeep, people. That's how I feel, and I refuse to apologize for this opinion. I know not everybody agrees with me, but one thing is for sure, Lisa Rinna is always going to look fresh as a daisy. I will do whatever it takes to stay looking said fresh within reason. The best thing you can do, the goal if you can swing it, is to try one of the latest and greatest procedures out there and pray to whatever God you believe in that when you come out of it, you stay looking like yourself. I'm not going to name names, but we've all seen the celebs who go in looking like Mickey Rourke and come out looking like Jennifer Grey. No judgment, but I don't want to stray too far from classic Rinna. My mantra is consistency and moderation. There's not much I wouldn't try myself other than maybe a butt lift in South America. I'm open to most of it. I heart Botox because it is such a game changer. It allows us women in showbiz to work longer. Everybody and their mother and daughters and sons do Botox now. It's about as routine as getting a manicure. We're so lucky compared with the actors back in the day like Bette Davis, Joan Crawford, and Marlene Dietrich. They had nothing. To be a gorgeous sex symbol and then age on screen was brutal. They were shunned, blacklisted, and put out to pasture. It was very cruel. Hedy Lamarr figured out how to do a facelift and basically taught a doctor to do it to her. I really feel for those women. Their careers were over in middle age. We can still work in our 40s, 50s, and 60s because of all the technological advances in cosmetic products and procedures we have at our fingertips. Collagen was the first filler, but that was a little trickier. Back in 1992, people were starting to inject collagen into their lips, then silicone came on the scene. So you could get silicone in your face and you could get silicone in your lips, which was not a good idea, but it was available. Then of course light treatments and lasers came out, which changed your skin tone and texture. I have a great laser that I use on my face to eliminate my horrible chin hairs that are no longer black, they're gray and long. My dad's mom had black hairs growing out of her mustache area, and we would sit her down and say, I am so sorry, but I have got to get those for you, it's not okay. She was so beautiful and had the most beautiful skin, but she didn't give a fuck, she never wore makeup. I am not my grandmother's granddaughter. The other day I was walking up the stairs when I felt something on my face and screamed like that girl in Poltergeist, what's happening? I looked in the mirror and saw a wild ghostly hair sprouting from the lower corner of my face. I lasered that motherfucker straight away. There are so many products and procedures to combat Father Time. How surprising, it's a man dragging us down. Mother Nature would never do this to us intentionally. The confusing thing about all of this is that there are always new products, and the procedures are constantly evolving. It's a full-time job to keep up with all the advancements and can be a little overwhelming, especially when we're bombarded with beauty influencers on social media using filters that promote completely unattainable beauty standards. I don't listen to TikTok influencers. I think it's better to go to people who are board certified or people that you really, really trust and know do good work. Number 1 rule, you can never go wrong with a cosmetic dermatologist who's board certified. I go to Dr. Jessica Wu in LA and she has every laser known to man. Pew pew. I need lasers like oxygen. Everything bad that can happen to skin has happened to mine. My mom was so lucky, she always had perfect skin and she didn't have to do any maintenance. She used Dove soap and oil of Olay. Me, I got whammed with acute acne as a young adult and it affected my mental health. It was cystic and all over my face and I was ready to jump off a building. That's how depressed I got. By 24, I had to go on acuting twice, which quite literally saved face. And me, I'm 60+ years old and I still break out sometimes. Only now I get the double whammy of having wrinkles and zits simultaneously. Such a party. It's taken me eons to investigate the best treatment plan for my skin. I'm not trying to sell anybody's products, but I am here to spill what worked for me. I met a German doctor named Dr. Barbara Sturm about 7 years ago and I went to one of her pop-up skin clinics and her serums and creams literally stopped me from breaking out. Her shit ain't cheap, but it's worth every penny to me. What's worth it for me might not always be worth it for somebody else. We have to be our own advocates and private investigators. Google it, study it, sample it, follow the instructions religiously, see if anything changes. I like to tell everybody about the most effective products because there are too many that are lemons. Lemon juice might be more effective than some of them. I've also rooted out the talented people from the snake oil salesmen in the esthetician business. My favorite skin expert is Nurse Jamie at Beverly Park Medical Spa. Nurse Jamie investigates and learns about all the lasers, then she does all of them on herself first before her patients, so I love and trust her. She turned me on to Potenza, a laser that I think is genius. It's a microneedling type device. I swear to God, it's the best. It tightens your skin, clears it up, and shrinks your pores. It's like getting a neck lift without surgery. No more gobble gobble. I love it so much I'd be a spokesperson in a heartbeat. Call me Potenza. There are 2 other products I can't live without, sunscreen and Retin-A, a prescription-strength topical cream for acne and wrinkles, which I'm convinced has kept me looking as good as humanly possible. Big fan of cell turnover right here. People are afraid of Retin-A, but if you follow a reputable doctor's instructions on how to take it, it's life-changing. Beauty doesn't come cheap, my friends. My best advice is to pay what it's worth to go to a good dermatologist, use common sense, and never get anything injected or lasered that is permanent. I've had my skin burned, had allergic reactions, and gone overboard on the filler. When you're desperate and you want to fix something, you'll do almost anything. You learn moderation after you've been cuckoo bird crazy. Like with filler, everybody went nuts with it and now it's been dialed back. Undetectable surgeries and procedures are the new norm after everyone went so far out of bounds. These days, thanks to social media, one paparazzi snap of a procedure gone wrong and it's everywhere. One time I went to somebody to get some Botox and the esthetician said to me, I have this skin vive. It's brand new, you're going to love it because you put it on your face and it will act like it doesn't add any volume, it just gives you a glow. And of course I was like, do it. How fantastic. So she does it right around my cheeks, not my whole face, but just all around my cheeks, and whether I was allergic or what, all of a sudden my cheeks were like a squirrel gathering nuts. At the same time, I was having really bad TMJ, so about a month earlier, somebody suggested I have some Botox put into my jaw and that would help my TMJ. Well, the combination of the Botox making my jawline atrophy and skin vive giving me volume made me look freakish. I went to a red carpet event for the Fashion Trust soon after, and I remember thinking, my God, the paparazzi have really long lenses. I'd never seen lenses like that. It wasn't dark out yet, and that is when the pic of me hit. Everybody put my picture up because my face did look different. Beauty influencers put up my before and after pictures and tore me apart. I went back to my dermatologist immediately. Fortunately, you can dissolve the stuff, so within 2 days I was fine. I did press in Miami and looked completely normal. I was lucky. But it was very traumatizing because everyone was so mean about it. I was all over TikTok and on every fucking doctor's site. Oh my God, it was really humiliating because I knew that it looked terrible. Fortunately, I'm an old battle axe at this point. I can take it. I'm used to the press judging me. But when I see them do that to Kylie Jenner or Miley Cyrus or other young girls, it's devastating and unfair. When I see what happened to Brandi Glanville, I feel terrible for her. It's horrific, scary, and heartbreaking. I just pray that she gets better, and I think it's really brave of her to share so openly about it. I hope somebody figures it out and fixes her. She reached out to me recently when Harry was on Watch What Happens Live and texted, I love Harry Hamlin. It was sweet. So she's still hanging in there. For the most part, I've had really good work, and that's how it should be. The best work is when no one can tell you've had anything done. I've been so open and vocal about everything, I don't have many secrets. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. Would I change the trajectory of having my lips done at 24? No. Has it made me who I am? Totally. Can you imagine me with no lips and no iconic hair? I'm just an asshole with iconic hair and big lips was probably one of the most honest things I ever said in my life. It's my job to take care of my body too, but I don't feel pressured to stay fit per se because I've always enjoyed exercising. The endorphins help keep the wolfie/banshee side of me at bay. I'm a big believer that how you feel about your body has a direct effect on your confidence. If I look good, then I feel good, and if I feel good, then I'm nice. And if I'm nice to you, you're going to be nicer to me. If I can keep my body a lean, mean fighting machine, it's good for America. I get asked all the time, how do you get your bikini body? I feel bad about the answer. It hasn't been that hard for me, which is the most obnoxious thing someone can say. I can't help it, I have good genes. My mom and dad were small people. I was so painfully thin as a kid, everybody made fun of me and I hated it. I drank protein shakes to fatten myself up at the tender age of 13. I've always been a mover. I played competitive tennis. At 16, I found jazzercise, and after that, tried every exercise fad that's ever existed, starting with teaching aerobics at a Richard Simmons studio in San Francisco back in the 80s. I've done Jane Fonda's aerobics on Robertson Boulevard in LA with the thigh-high leg warmers. I thought I'd found heaven. I loved it so much. I went every day and made so many friends, including Demi Moore, who used to bring her daughter Rumor in a stroller and have her nanny watch her on a bench outside. I met all my friends in LA either from acting classes or workout classes. I've boxed alongside LL Cool J at Billy Blanks' earliest Tebow workouts, done pelvic curls adjacent to Sharon Stone in Mari Windsor's Pilates class, downward dog next to Woody Harrelson in Steve Ross's yoga class, and soul cycled with legendary instructor Angela Davis. Beyoncé and Jay-Z always had 2 bikes in the back set aside for them and made a conspicuous grand entrance. I did jazzy dance videos with my partner Louis Van Amstel after I did Dancing with the Stars. You name it, I've done it. Cha-cha-cha. I get energy from other people, so gimme that exercise class packed with sweaty bods and trendy workout outfits. I currently go to yoga because I love the community and connection. Plus, I am my own worst enemy and my thinking can get the best of me. When I can focus on an athletic activity like yoga or a hike, it takes me out of my head and I forget any other problem I'm having for an hour. Even though I was blessed with good DNA, I haven't always had body confidence. Like anybody else, I didn't grow up thinking I was pretty. As women, we are bombarded with subconscious and overt messages that we're not good enough. I lived in constant angst about my body until I got pregnant. A lot of women don't feel good pregnant, not me. That was the first time I ever felt fabulous in my own skin. It was a huge turning point in my life. Carrying a human being in my body was a giant boost for my self-esteem. I got pregnant with Delilah while I was on Melrose Place. One day on the drive home from work, I drove by a newsstand and I said to myself, I should shoot Playboy pregnant. No one has ever done it. Who knows why that came to me? Demi Moore had shot her landmark pregnant Vanity Fair cover 7 years earlier. My vision would take the trailblazing to the next level. Demi's cover was Classy Couture Pregnancy. My cover would prove that pregnant women were still fuckable. That was a foreign concept for the day and a controversial opinion to say out loud. But I felt beautiful and fantastic pregnant and I thought we must express it, we must show it. I told my publicist my cockamamie idea and to my surprise she was into it. Next thing I know, we're in my Melrose trailer and I'm butt naked shooting Polaroids for Hugh Hefner. To keep it all on the DL, we told the on-set makeup artist we were taking nude photos for Harry for Valentine's Day. I stood against the brown paneling on my trailer walls in my birthday suit and I remember the lighting was perfection. The Polaroids we sent to Hef were stunning. He sent word back right away, love it, let's do it. He let me pick my fashion photographer and he really let me control a lot of the decisions around the entire project. The cover turned out to be quite beautiful for the time, and scandalous and wild. We didn't have the internet, social media, or even cell phones yet, so I didn't hear backlash because there was nothing to hear. What a time. Imagine that happening today. Oh, it would have been a very different reaction. More negative than positive, I'm sure. But the cover itself would be mild today because everything's been done to death at this point. It's impossible to shock. There are probably 10,000 OnlyFans accounts dedicated to pregnant strippers. I don't know where this risk taker came from because she was never there growing up. Maybe I knew I had to do that in order to gain my confidence. I'd never even thought about doing Playboy. I would have never done Playboy not pregnant. I felt invincible pregnant. One of my girls ran into Hailey Bieber after she announced she was pregnant and she told them she was so happy. That's how I felt. Pregnancy to me oddly felt like a rest period. I didn't have to worry about eating or exercising. I was just in a state of being. Now that I'm out of my pregnancy years and at the tail end of menopause, it's back to exercising. I feel better when I work out, so I do it 4 or 5 times a week. It's routine for me like brushing my teeth. But as I get older, the activity choices are winnowing. Forget running. Sprinting like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible is out of the question. I have a girlfriend who is only a couple years younger than me who runs 7 miles a day. I don't know how she does it. Why haven't her hips disintegrated into pieces? My hips would shatter like fine china, my knees would blow out, I would be such a mess. Children, repeat after me, low impact. Instead, Harry and I hike all the time. I can dance. I can do Pilates. Any trainer I've ever been to wants me to start lifting weights because I have entered the osteoporosis stage of life. I don't love lifting weights, but they say that's the best thing for longevity at our advancing age. You gotta get that muscle back in there. So I do this TORCHD class that my friend Isaac Boots teaches online and he adds weights. I'm not so worried I'll look like The Rock. It's more that I enjoy lifting my arms and being able to get off the toilet without moaning and groaning. And what's it for anyway? No matter what I do, my muscles are less defined the older I get. I'm pissed off about it. No matter how hard I work, where's the beef? What's a broad gotta do to build back up a muscle or two around here? It's maddening. I always manage to find places and communities where I feel good and people leave me alone. They couldn't care less that I was able to shed one single tear from my eye on command after Kim Richards returned my bunny gift. The places I go, not one person's ever come up to me and said a word to me about Housewives, Melrose, Billy Reed, or my Depends commercial. The teachers are nicer to me the more they get to know me, and it's okay if they've never seen any of my work. Sometimes I'm tempted to relive my exercise video days and shout out, if you don't want to add your arms, I don't care, just move it. But that would just draw attention. My classes are like my taco spot. I'm completely anonymous, no one gives a shit, and I love every second of it. Yes, I eat tacos. Everybody thinks I have an eating disorder, that I'm anorexic. The one thing I am not is anorexic. I would say those rumors are hurtful, but they're only hurtful if they're true. They weren't ever true, so they didn't really ever hurt me. However, I don't like to be called something that I'm not. Here's the thing, I will always own up to facts and things that are true. I've never been treated for anorexia. I've never been diagnosed as anorexic by a doctor or been admitted to a hospital for anorexia. I've never gone below 105 pounds. I've been the same weight my entire life since I was 16 years old, except for when I was pregnant. Kyle Richards ended up admitting that she had an eating disorder, and I'm proud of her. It's the first step toward recovery. I've never had one. If I've had diseases, I'll tell you, pinky swear. It's not in my makeup. I don't have a compulsive personality. I don't have issues with alcohol or smoking. I got really lucky with that. If anything, my go-to disease would be shopaholicism. I'm not even trying to be funny here. I can admit that would be my one addiction issue. Do I have issues with food? Of course I do. I'm an actor. I grew up in America. Let's demystify this. Every female of a certain age, from C to shining C, is fucked up when it comes to how they look and what they put in their bodies. I can't think of anyone who isn't, can you? Name a woman, as Billy Eichner screams. To come out with that straight away takes the onus off judging anyone. We're all fucked up, now what? The key is, how do you take that knowledge and then create a healthy lifestyle for yourself when every single woman has a bad relationship with food? We had no choice. It wasn't our fault that we had no chance of being normal about it. Let's just try to figure out a way to be less fucked up. Just like with exercise, I've tried every single fad diet over the years: cabbage soup, South Beach, paleo, zone, Dukan, caveman. I did Atkins and ate bacon and pork rinds and strawberries and whipped cream. It was the grossest diet, but it worked. I used to do juice fasts. Remember the maple syrup and cayenne pepper cleanse? I think Beyoncé was the first to do that one. It sure did a number on my digestive system. Maybe that's why she was late to spin class. I wouldn't touch a glass of juice now with a 10-foot pole. I'd rather have a candy bar. This new fasting fad is the most painful, horrible thing to do. It's a waste of time. They're all wastes of time because whatever weight you lose just comes back, sometimes more. Our metabolisms are gasping for air and there's not much we can do about it. I could eat a piece of bread and I'd still gain weight. There's no magic formula to boost metabolism. Don't let the headlines on the covers of the increasingly extinct women's mags in the checkout line fool you. We've all been looking for the silver bullet or magic pill, and now there is a magic pill. I'm probably one of the only people I know who lives in Hollywood who isn't on Ozempic. I've never taken it, but it sure is trendy. It's a little bit easier because just one tiny prick and then you're not hungry. No one I know is dieting anymore. They're just not eating because they're nauseous and have diarrhea. I don't diet anymore either. Diet is a 4-letter word in my household and we ixnayed using it around our girls. I will say I still keep up with all the new studies and research. I read and study everything. I'm constantly trying to understand the science of food. I was so disciplined and strict in my 30s. As I have grown and aged, I am not that disciplined and strict anymore, thank God. I used to starve myself if I had a bikini shoot. I don't anymore. Now I eat and let them airbrush me if they deem it necessary. I did Playboy a second time when I was 45, and the photographer begged me to eat and cut down on exercise so I'd look softer because I can get muscular and lean looking. For 6 weeks before the shoot, I ate whatever I wanted and stopped working out, and it turned out to be a beautiful thing. I remember being nervous about eating a hamburger, which is so messed up. And let me tell you, this is not a celebrity thing because the women I know who aren't in the business can be more fucked up about their looks and their weight than women in the business. It's a universal problem and we've all dealt with it. Hopefully you get to a point where you say, I'm just not going to live like this anymore. I can be consistent and I can still look great without torturing myself. You get to a point where you do what feels good for your body because if you do too much, you hurt yourself. I don't want to hurt myself anymore. I'm consistent and measured. I don't go overboard with cosmetic procedures. I don't run anymore, but I walk a ton. I don't starve myself, but I don't gorge either, except for my 2 hot dogs per year. People ask me for advice all the time, but what works for me is not necessarily going to work for you. It has to be what you think. What are your goals? What do you want the world to see? What do you want the world to know about you? What do you want the world to feel? Don't you want to be authentic? I'm not sure how I feel about all the changes happening to my body and how I will handle or not handle it as time marches forward. My confidence ebbs and flows. Lately I feel like Superwoman. I rocked a wet white t-shirt and drank suggestively from a water hose for the cover of King Kong, and I didn't second guess myself once. We created a slutty porno shoot and it made me feel happy and free, mind, body, and soul. I'm not in toxic situations anymore, and that is what is shining through, so it doesn't really matter what I'm doing. I can put stuff on my body, but I'm also putting good vibes in my brain and my heart. Once you find ways to make your life better, you feel good about yourself, that's when everything falls into place. You will look better no matter what you do if you're happy. I got to be in one of Opera's Where Are They Now? Specials once. I'm right here. And she asked me my secrets to looking hot, dieting, all that physical appearance stuff. And by the way, she recently admitted she's on Ozempic, apologized for her role in promoting diet culture, and announced she's never dieting ever again too. I told her about my consistency philosophy, but also if you feel good, then your thoughts are better. If your thoughts are better, then you manifest and put out positivity and attract positivity as opposed to negativity. If you're thinking negative thoughts, if your shame is off the charts, if you're beating yourself up, you aren't doing anything to make yourself look good or feel good. It all starts there. You could have 10 facelifts and use the most expensive products on earth, but if you're a nasty bitch like Dionne Warwick, it ain't gonna help. I didn't say that last part to opera, but I wanted to. Filler or no filler, these lips will never stop talking smack. 10 own it, baby, or no regrets. Okay, fine, one regret. This is my most famous quote, the biggie, just fucking own it, came out in the season 6 reunion when Lisa Vanderpump refused to take accountability for a despicable thing she'd done when I knew she did it. She pretended like she hadn't called me 10 times to set me up to disparage Yolanda about her Lyme disease. I knew LVP was lying, so I was really frustrated. I didn't know about receipts at the time, but I got my own phone calls together so that I could prove LVP called me multiple times when she was saying she never called me. It was a moment when I found the courage to stand up to the queen bee of the show. I have to say, screaming own it. At Lisa Vanderpump was one of the most satisfying moments of my life. I needed a cigarette and a nap afterward. After that showdown, I shrieked own it. Another 37 times on the show. Again, I didn't realize this, but apparently some dude on the internet counted every time I said it. Sure, 37 sounds about right to me. I never trademarked own it. I should have. It's too bad because it certainly came out of my mouth first. I don't think anybody else said it before I did. LVP tried to throw an own it back in my face. They all used it. Kyle has used it. Denise has used it. Where's my royalty? Own it isn't just a silly catchphrase. It's my worldview. It stems from my hatred of injustice. There's something about me and injustice. It makes me crazy. I have an idea why. When I was 6 years old, my 18-year-old sister Nancy moved back into our house for a year. After being the only child and the only apple of my parents' eyes, suddenly I had stiff competition. There was an angsty teenager in the house and I was mad about it. I'd never seen anything like her before, so I was as intrigued as I was annoyed by her presence. Nancy used to shut herself in the bathroom, sit on the toilet, and smoke cigarettes. Very taboo in the Rinna household, so I narked on my sister. She was an adult, so it's not like she got grounded or anything, but the justice seeker in me needed her to be found out. I made her own it before owning it was a thing. As long as Lil Lisa Rinna was around, Nancy was going to take responsibility for her irresponsible actions. So imagine being on RHOBH where there's injustice everywhere. I resorted back to being a 6-year-old tattletale and just started calling it out left and right because nobody else did. You better believe I'm going to talk about it. Is also from a Lisa Vanderpump confrontation. LVP pushed my injustice button big time. There are a lot of people out there who can't own up to their own bad behavior. They're too defensive. Their egos are so large. I can admit I have a huge ego, but I know how to talk to it. I know how to put it in the corner if I need to. And I think really one of the most valuable things you can do in life is self-reflect and own up to your mistakes, your faults, anything that you've done to hurt another person. I'm happy to own anything that is truthful and is based in fact. In season 7, when I said, I do not remember saying that, in response to being caught red-handed spreading rumors about Kim Richards' addiction issues, I meant it. I really didn't remember it. If I did, I would have owned it. I apologized for everything I've ever done on that show that I think was reprehensible or was not right in the moment. No matter what I did, I was always able to go to somebody and say, you know what, I'm sorry about that, I'm sorry that happened. And not everybody can reciprocate. It takes a lot to own up to something you've done because there's so much shame surrounding it. I legit felt sorry after I did it. I always had empathy for the other person in the moment, even though maybe in the time I felt differently. That's a quality that I'm proud of. It's such a hard show to do. I'm an actor, so I know what is needed to create drama on the show, yet you're still dealing with human beings. It hurts when you say something about someone and vice versa. It's a very hard thing to process even if it's a setup. At the end of the day, I never wanted to hurt anybody and I didn't want to fight, but that's what the show was about. Women in conflict. I only have one regret from my time on the show, suggesting that Yolanda was feigning her illness for attention. I was such a good worker bee. That's why actors really are good on those shows, because we're people pleasers and we are easily directed. I fell into LVP's lap so beautifully. I look back on it now and I cringe at how embarrassing it is that I took the bait so quickly. The situation with Yolanda should never have happened. And I do regret that happening. I regret any cruelty that I caused and acted out of because that is not okay. And I have apologized to the people who I feel I was cruel to. I regret that. But overall in life, I don't really think that there are regrets or mistakes. I don't look at it that way. I choose to rephrase mistakes and regrets as challenges that helped me grow. It's super important to keep growing your whole life. I challenge myself to find new ways to grow. If I feel stuck, I make sure I unstick myself. Not everything's going to be great, like doing Celebrity Apprentice. I didn't love doing that. The show was a choice that I wish I hadn't made, but I did it before Trump became Trump. It wasn't right for me, yet I learned a lot from doing it. It took a lot of soul-searching and hindsight to understand why I'd put myself in a position to hurt people as my career. I've done things that I haven't necessarily really wanted to do, but I needed a paycheck. That's a lesson in and of itself. I'm aware that I sold my soul to the devil for 8 years. If you wrestle with the pigs in the mud, you're going to be a pig in the mud too. I was driving the other day and thinking I was so wrong for the show because it was nothing about who I am. I was a round peg with a shag fitting myself into a square hole. It was an acting job, but I still didn't belong there. It's so not who I am, and I don't mix with those kinds of people, and I don't operate that way. I sold my soul in that moment. I wouldn't trade it because of the value and lessons learned, but the sacrifice and the price that I paid for it was very high. I have been embarrassed by my behavior many times. I'm a professional, right? I'm there to do a job. At the end of the day, you never want to cross a line where you're ruining somebody's life or hurting somebody in a way that you wouldn't want to live with. I don't regret my feuds with Denise. It's a shame that they happened, but confronting her felt necessary. She in her own way was fucking with me. Yolanda did not deserve what I did to her. To this day I feel that was wrong. It was cruel and it really hurt her. I know a lot of people think I should regret my interactions with Kim Richards, but I don't regret anything there. I was absolutely in my body talking to her in every moment. I handled her beautifully. She was an addict who was let loose on a TV show. That's not okay, and that wasn't my fault. It's not anyone's fault that she has a disease. I pray that she will get the help she needs and only wish her well. I made my peace with Kim. Now that I'm gone, I make sure that I don't carry the baggage from the past. The women who deserved an apology from me got it. If they didn't accept it, that's their choice. My side of the street is clean. Now Garcelle and Sutton are a different story. I didn't make up with them and I don't care to and I don't want to and I don't need to. I don't look at them as baggage because they never meant that much to me anyway. They never carried any space in my head. That's the truth about them. I couldn't care less. I don't think about them. There's nothing I did on the show that I wish I'd done differently. I showed up 110% and I was authentic about what I was dealing with and what was coming at me. I operated off what I was getting and I think I did that quite well. I was comic relief, whether calling Dorit Dorito, dressing up as Erica Jane for Halloween, or stuffing my face with cheese balls. I called out everybody. I know that I did. I went in there and I completed the job that I was hired to do. And I feel great pride about that. Now, did they do me dirty and not really show who I am? Yes, but that's the nature of that game. Some say you can turn anyone into a villain with the right edit, but others say you said it, you did it. You can't blame the edit. I wasn't given the villain edit. You see what you get what you see. I do think that there is editing involved, but you can't edit somebody into somebody else. The fan base made me into a villain, not the show. The show had nothing to do with it. The fans drove me from the show. I probably would have gone back, but the reaction was so horrific, so many people turned on me so brutally I had to go. And all that negativity is the reason I left the show. That is the truth. It was absolutely my turn. It just sucks that it was at the same time my mom died, but life's too short, so that was that. It was the perfect storm of my time to be torn down and villainized. After that happened, I was never going to go back. In hindsight, I'm glad it happened. It took about 2 years until I could feel the audience coming back to me and loving me again. It happened for whatever reason. You can't always figure these things out. It happens to the best of us sometimes. I made a shit ton of mistakes as a mother and a wife, but my girls are thriving and my husband still enjoys my company. I don't regret putting my acting career on the back burner to become a reality TV star. I'm very secure in the choices I've made and the things that I've done. Sure, I would have liked to have been a bigger star and had bigger roles, but it ain't over until the lady on Monjaro sings. I'm having a career renaissance in my 60s with artsy magazine covers, fashion show invites, and juicy roles on Ryan Murphy's American Horror Stories. I'm not sure it would have happened without my cooktastic years on RHOBH. I think I've been very adept at taking what's been given to me and running with it. My ambition, my drive made me a runner. I kept moving because I was too afraid to feel my feelings and own up to the not great things I was doing on the show. Since I left RHOBH, I don't run anymore. I'm learning how to sit with my feelings for the first time. I went to my chiropractor the other day, who I hadn't seen since before COVID. He took one look at me and said, "Your energy is so different than it used to be. You're so much calmer and more grounded." Now I'm able to look at my running years and go, damn, I wish I hadn't done that. Don't worry, I'll own it, baby, because it got me to right here. Epilogue, I'm like a cockroach. You can't get rid of me. Or I'm Lisa fucking Rinna. How about that? I posted this line on Instagram during season 12 after I got a lot of shit for posting a video of my girls on Christmas. The message was, I ain't going anywhere. I think that everyone thought once I left RHOBH I would just fall into an abyss and you'd never see me again. And the show was the only thing that ever made me relevant. But it's like I said, I was Lisa fucking Rinna before Housewives, and I will be Lisa fucking Rinna after. If you look at my social media, you'll see me in fabulous couture, shooting provocative magazine covers, attending Paris and New York fashion weeks. You know what? That just happened to me. I'd never had designer clothes loaned to me or been invited to Bryant Park in my entire career until I announced I was leaving RHOBH. I just keep saying yes to the universe. I think that's what it is. I'm not a diva. I'm really nice. I go and have fun. I love the designers. My world is opening up and I'm meeting the most fascinating people. I met Cher. Somebody said to me, I think why it's working for you is you truly love the art and you truly are there for the love of it. You're not there on the narcissistic level of like, I need to be here and I need to be seen. Change is so scary, but I'm living proof that change is good. Very good. My life has changed so drastically in such a short amount of time. I took a leap of faith and it's paying off. I also decided to get a new publicist after 19 years with the same one and a new stylist, and my life has been re-energized. They have done everything you have seen me do since I left the show. The three of us have done it together and it's been so fun. I've always wanted to be sent clothes from major designers, and it's ironic that it's happening now in my life. It didn't happen when I was 30, but you know, hey, whenever it comes. My goal for the future is to get back into real acting. I'd love to do a White Lotus Y limited series kind of show. I'd like to play a murderer. I've never played a murderer. Fame is meth, whatever. I don't need it in order to feel good about myself. It doesn't give you anything. It doesn't make you happy. When you're in this chapter of your life, nothing can make you feel good except for what's going on inside yourself. Your 20s and 30s and 40s are all about accumulation, then one day it hits you like a ton of bricks that none of it makes you happy. You get to the point I'm at and go, okay, how do I want to spend the rest of my life? What is fun for me? I want to spend a lot of time in Paris, which has become a super special place for me. A lot of positivity has been manifested during my time in Paris. I'll still overpost unashamedly on social media because I friggin' love it. But I'll be much more careful from now on. Here's my new rule: no Trump, no housewives, no Bravo. I've got myself in trouble over and over again for speaking my mind. I love to speak my mind. It's been great for me, but it also punishes me, so I'm trying to be more strategic about it without losing the fun shit. The last year of RHOBH was really hard, probably the worst year of my life. That's saying a lot. But I survived it, and to come out of that and move to a better place is so life-affirming. To heal, I've basically gone no contact with Bravo. Because when you're in that universe, not only are you stuck in your own low vibration, the fans who watch the show and the energy coming at you can be low vibration. I'm grateful to all the fans who watched because they truly enjoyed me and my time on the show and wanted to support me. But there's a lot of people not watching out of support. In fact, a lot of people are watching hoping you'll fall. Those are the low vibration fans I'm talking about. I protect my peace now so wholeheartedly. I would never allow myself back in that place because it's so hard to pull yourself out of it. It also triggers me, and that's why I can't watch the show. I've blocked every sort of Bravo account that could possibly get to me because it's so insidious that you can't break free from it unless you really break free from it. I can't go near it. Since I went no contact, I am having the time of my life. I'm pinching myself. I really feel like whatever's happening in my life right now with my daughters, Harry leaving the show opened up a whole new world for everyone. It's such a gratifying thing to move on and not look back. I think that's what the third act of your life should be about. No matter how old you are, look forward. I may be gone from RHOBH, but I won't soon be forgotten. My story is far from over. I've grown leaps and bounds. Yes, I've lived 1,000 lives, but I have 1,000 ahead of me. As any reality star worth a lick of salt says on their way out the door, you haven't heard the last from me.